Defiance by Jamin P. Rose. Diamond-shaped blades dug into the flesh of the white earth pony stone as the bladed chains of the zebra cat of nine tails crack across his flanks. Each chain segment leaves a small gash, his fur turning red around the wounds. The stone doesn't whimper or cry as the chain is pulled away from his flank. There's a crack as loud as a gunshot in the air as the whip reaches its backwards apex. It's not the first time he's heard this, and it gives him the chance to brace for the pullback. The whip swings around, striking his other flank, digging into and making new cuts across the length and breadth of it. He grits his teeth, fighting back a scream of pain as the whip leaves him again. "Impressive," hisses the voice of his captor. "You're standing up to this far better than any of my other slaves ever have." "Ha! I've had years of training. It's going to take a lot more than that to break me," the stone shouts back as he struggles against the chains holding him against a massive stone pillar. With his face forced against the stone pillar, it's impossible for him to turn and glare at his captor as much as he would like to. The whip cracks against him again, this time making bloody tracks against his back that draw a wince of pain from him. "I didn't give you permission to speak, slave." "I'm not your slave, Krillin, and I will get out of here," he shouts back, struggling harder against the chains, putting in a tremendous amount of strength and managing to make them budge slightly before the whip cracks against him again. "You will address me as master," Fluid moves, "one way or another," Krillin growls, and then cracks the whip against Fluid's right side, each of the diamond-shaped blades digging in and making bleeding gashes. At this point, Fluid's coat is more of a crimson red than white from all the various gashes. The pain, while intense, is nothing compared to his will to survive and his faith in his friends. He can last just as long as it takes for them to come and rescue him, or until he can escape himself, even as the bastard hits him again, making several bleeding gashes across his shoulders. As the whip cracks back again, there is an ear-piercing screech from his captor. The whip is thrown against another of the massive stone pillars of the underground sanctuary as the screech ramps up in pitch. Fluid's head rings as the sound drills into his head. Not a moment later, the screeching stops as Krillin fangs sink painfully into his neck, his throat working to drain away some of Fluid's precious blood. It feels like an eternity passes before Krillin pulls back from his neck and wipes his mouth, cleaning off some of the blood that has escaped his lips. "You're going back to your cell, slave. We'll continue in the morning," Krillin growls, reaching up and undoing the clasp on the collar holding Fluid's face to the stone pillar. As soon as that collar is off, another one is put on him. Fluid shudders as he feels the strength that his earth pony magic gives him simply fade away. When the cuffs holding him to the pillar release, he drops to the ground in a heap, refusing to get up at first. Krillin has none of that and kicks Fluid in the gut. "Get up, or I will find a more creative use for you," Krillin says with a dark chuckle, sweeping some of his steel grey mane out of his face as he leers at Fluid. Fluid spits at Krillin as he gets up and receives a strike across the face with a knife that he hasn't noticed in Krillin's black-coated hoof before. "Watch yourself, slave! The last thing you want me to do is kill you and bring you back to life," he says as he hooks a leash into Fluid's collar. "I promise you it's a very unpleasant experience." Fluid is silent at that, but his eyes stay locked with the bat pony's green ones. Their coats are a perfect mirror for each other, not counting the blood, of course. White and black, day and night, good and evil. For a moment they stood there, eyes locked, each a force of will that could rival the princesses of old. Eventually, though, Krillin cheats, his shadow reaching out and forcing Fluid to bend down into a bow. "That is your natural position," Fluid moves. "Bowed before me," he says as he looks down at Fluid. Never, Quillimbian! Never! Fluid snarls definitely. Quillimbian snarls back, clips a leash to Fluid's collar and begins dragging him across the ground. The coarse stone grinds against the gashes on Fluid's coat, making him wince as the stone occasionally digs into his wounds, making them worse. A trail of blood is left across the floor as Quillimbian drags him to a set of stairs. You can walk, or you can find out what it's like to be plunged into a world of pure shadow, with no air, no light, and no direction until I reach the top of the stairs. Fluid glances at Quillimbian as he gets up and starts up the stairs, his eyes only leaving his captor when he has no choice but to watch his footing on the old and worn staircase, even when he constantly pulls on his leash, doing his best to be a pet. Quillimbian fights back using his skills with lips to leverage and yank Fluid back, making him stumble as they crest the stairs. Move it! Quillimbian hisses as he forces Fluid forward. It's a short distance from the stairs to Fluid's cell. The small cramped space is just barely big enough to turn around in. With a mighty kick, Fluid is tossed into the cell and locked away for the night. Despair by Your Uncle Funkle. As Fluttershy filled up her mug for at least the third time, maybe fourth, and went to sit at her table, the weight of her hooves grew with every step. She sat down slouched in one of the chairs that were set up there and let her hooves fall with the invisible ball and chain hanging below. She decided to do her new favourite activity, watching the dust particles go by in the air and trying to count them all. Every day she counted more and more around her cottage because of the failure of the Pegasus to clean. Failure was a word that she associated herself with a lot now. Failure as a caretaker, failure as a friend, and failure to live a life that was above pitiful and disgusting. But she didn't even notice anymore. Every second she remained in her prison cell felt like hours, and she kept counting each of them down, wondering when she could break free and see the light of the day again. But it seemed impossible at the moment. She took a sip of her black coffee and thought it much too bitter, but despite her feeling towards it, it was the only thing that gave her the energy to get up in the morning and pretend like she wasn't suffering, even if it made her hallucinations worse. She took another sip and glanced around her kitchen, even though she already knew what her puffy red eyes would hover over. A few dirty spoons, forks, and some very sharp knives whose blades made her stare linger, a plate, and a few mugs. She hadn't done the dishes since the last time some pony cared to visit, which had been a few days. She hadn't done much at all for the last few days. She took another cringe sip of her coffee and felt her energy return slightly, but it was only a small comfort for her. She would feel exhausted and worn down by the heavy chains, but it would just be a little easier. There were times when she felt so exhausted and weighed down that all she could do was stay in bed and cry. And that was if Celestia even granted her this sweet comfort. Her eyes fell upon the window next to her door, covered by a set of purple curtains. She couldn't handle it. It would make her sick. The world outside moved so quickly that the inside was her only comfort, where time seemed to move at a snail's pace in contrast. She would take slow and miserable over fast and bright any day or night. She was so deep in thought that she didn't realize her limbs becoming weak from the chains, and she dropped her mug on the floor, making it break and spilling all of its contents. Fluttershy just moved over to the sink to wet a rag robotically, showing no emotion or care. She got back and cleaned up the brown pool that she had created, going slowly and surely to make sure she cleaned it all up. With that done, she moved to clean up the pieces of the mug. She went and got a nearby dustpan, and she used her wing to sweep up the pieces. She squealed a little bit when a sharp pain radiated through her limb, and upon inspection, she could see a small bit of blood coming out of the cut she had accidentally made and dripping on her feathers. After the initial shock, however, she just simply sat back at the table, not bothering to get another cup of coffee or even to clean up her cut. The stinging was numbed by the pain she felt all around her body, especially her eyes that felt like 1,000-pound weights, even though she had just gone through multiple, who knows how many cups of coffee. Suddenly she froze in fright when she turned away and saw a big scary stallion lurking in the shadow corner by her fireplace. She screamed, but she made no sound. She panicked, but she made no movement. A few seconds of paralysis passed before she got up from her chair, which was knocked over as she prepared to take off. But she looked again and couldn't see any other pony. The hulking body she had seen seemed to disappear. The minutes ticked by before she felt it was safe again to pick up her chair and sit back down. The Pegasus figured it was for the best. Flying was 80% psychological, of course. It was also about skill. But Pegasi also have to be confident and happy in order to fly even more successfully, and because of that, Fluttershy hadn't flown in weeks. She forgot the feeling of being free of her chains long ago. She shook her head, still feeling the sting of fear coursing through her, until it returned to dullness once more. Something sparkling caught her eye, and she turned towards a set of silk fibre she had left over from one of her friend's visits. She had laid them out because there was something that fascinated her about the beautiful material, as it was the only thing that could comfort her, like a safe haven that she couldn't explain. It wasn't the beauty at first, just the aesthetic. Most ponies assume silk is incredibly weak and fragile, but what Fluttershy found interesting was that it could hold a lot of weight if needed, possibly even a pony. Then she found herself wondering which colour looked best, but she tried to steer herself away from the question. She knew if she picked a colour she was too far gone, unable to be brought back, even if it would finally release the chains for her. Sighing, she got up, picked up one of the dirty mugs, and filled her mug for the 5th time, maybe 6th, and went to sit at the table, the weight of her heart growing with every minute. There is no mare in the shadows, by Equimoto. There is no mare in the shadows. There are no evil eyes looking at you from beyond the edge of your vision, waiting patiently for you to fall asleep. There is no one hiding in the unlit corner of your room at night, ready to strike when your guard is down and your senses dull. There is nothing lurking in the darkness, watching you to catch you in your most vulnerable moments. There are no who's walking silently behind you, moving too quickly for you to catch them, too quietly for you to hear. There are no fangs gleaming in the dark, no sharp teeth ready to prey on your body. There are no black wings gliding through the night, carrying along a mare that doesn't exist. There's no one with you when you're alone. There's nothing following you when you walk back to your house, late at night along an empty street. Nothing is there when the sky is black and you can't see the stars. There's nothing hiding in the forest or fields, waiting for a pony to come carelessly too close. There's nothing slithering into your home like mist through locked doors and shut windows. There is no monster hidden in the dark, no creature entering your home late at night through an entrance left open by choice or mistake, climbing and crawling on your walls and ceilings. There are no slit pupils, no unnaturally glowing irises floating amidst the shadows, hanging in the darkness as you look out of your window during a storm. There are no black feathers, dark as the night itself, impossible to see until it's too late. There is no creature of wind and smoke, moving invisible, stalking innocent ponies like you. There are no subtle sounds you barely hear when it's in the room with you, sounds that make you look only to see nothing. There's nothing there. There never was anything there, and you never heard anything. You merely imagined it. There is no story or nightmare come to life in the real world. There is no manifestation of the terrors in your mind. There is no monster moulded by your dread, bearing the appearance of your deepest, darkest fear. There is nothing to be afraid of in the shadows. There is nothing hiding there. It's all just stories, rumours, fiction spread by young ponies to impress younger ones. A tale to share around a campfire when some wish to feel a chill down their spine. Nothing more than that. Entertainment for those who do not have to fear for their lives, to safely enjoy the thrill of danger, only playing pretend. It's nothing more than just a story. There are no fugitive shards of the nightmare that was, living in the far dark corners of Equestria. There is no part of it that survives the elements and escaped the purging of its host. There is no fragment of night eternal hiding during the day and coming out at night to terrorize ponies once again. There's nothing hidden under your bed, its tendrils ready to stretch out and grab hold of you when your head is turned. There's nothing standing behind the door, nothing hidden inside your closet. There's nothing moving where you're not looking, too fast for you to catch anything but a blur. There's no thunder booming and lightning crackling from a main black as a starless night sky, no horrors crawling back from the past to come and hurt you again. There's nothing out there coming to take away your life, your freedom, your happiness. There's nothing prowling in the wilderness coming to snuff away your life's light. You're safe. Safe, alone in your room, in your bed, and nothing can hurt you. Stories are just stories. Words are just words. Nothing physical, nothing real. Nothing can touch you. Nothing will come for you. Nothing will take your sleeping body and drag it away before dawn comes. No teeth will burrow into your flesh. No tentacles will wrap themselves around your neck. Because none of those things are real. None of those things are there. There is no tall mare walking quietly through the night, towering over ponies like you, powerful enough to crush you with little effort or worse, much worse. There is no shadow of the terror that passed out for revenge, haunting ponies and driving them to madness to feast on their sanity and magic. There is no ghastly apparition ready to loom over you with hollow eyes, ready to unhinge its maws and consume your very being. There is no howl no one else will hear but you, driving you insane. There are no signs to be noticed during the days leading up to your last night. No misplaced objects, no strange marks on the walls, no signs on your body appearing during the previous nights, no weird memories or odd sensations telling you something is wrong, no feelings you can't fully comprehend, products of your instincts catching on to what your rational mind fails to notice until it's too late. None of that. None of it is real. It's all just a story. There is no monster hiding in the corner. There is no figure lurking in the darkness. There is no presence walking behind you. There is no creature under your bed. It's only a story, an idea, a concept, only a thought. There is no mare in the shadows. There is only the shadow in your mind, her shadow, the image of it in your head, in your dreams, in your nightmares, hidden in the dark corners of your memory and subconscious. There's nothing in this world that can hurt you, but now she is in you. Now she is inside of you as well, lurking in the shadows of your mind, hiding in the darkness where nightmares dwell and none can find her. There is no mare in the shadows of this world, but soon you will be in hers. Should Something Be Missing? By RDT. Pinkie Pie woke up today feeling lazy. That in itself was not unusual. Pinkie didn't consider herself a morning pony anyways. The scent of yesterday's cupcake still faintly wafted up from the shop below. The mirror reflected her own visage, the soft morning light giving it an ethereal look as it had always done. The clock ticked steadily onwards. But today, something was different, for Pinkie wondered about not having a nose. Just imagine it, she thought to herself as she looked into that small makeup mirror on her bedside table. Not that she often used makeup. She was generally comfortable with how she looked. Rather, she had looked into the mirror every morning, framed by that warm glow of the dawn, as a reminder. It was easy for Pinkie to lose herself in the life of the party, have all of her worries melt away, and for a short time became the party. But too many saw her as nothing else, and she was afraid that she would ever see herself in the same monotone way, as nothing but an addict of fun. But in the mirror, with her mane seeming to glow, she understood something, that every pony's sparkle shifted depending on the light. The mirror would serve a different purpose today though, as Pinkie waved a hoof in front of where her nose was, and she imagined it would be covering nothing, just empty space between her hoof and her head, without a knob of flesh getting in the way of things. The lighting helped with that, and she giggled. And yet there was no reason. Every pony had a nose, did they not? But, tapping the tip of her snout, she couldn't help but think she'd rather have felt nothing there. It didn't make sense. She had a nose. She didn't get to just not have one. But, let's just play pretend. I can pretend, right? Yes? No? Maybe? She returned to the mirror, but there was more than just not seeing it now. She would not feel it on her face. She would no longer smell. Her breath no longer had to flow. Why did she feel content? Her reason eluded her, but she stared into the mirror, transfixed by the concept of a Pinkie Pie without a nose. Wait! There was that one time with Trixie and a magic jewel, right? But she could no longer remember why she had been so angry and terrified. Then, like the sun which inevitably came over the horizon, she understood. Until today, she had not known Pinkie Pie. That nose was not a part of her, despite how other ponies had seen her, and perhaps might still see her. She finally understood herself. She would show them. If only I could go back. I wonder if Trixie could do it again, or maybe Twilight. She's the super duper magic expert after all. But Twilight, she remembered, was currently on an excursion to study the mirror pool, and had expected to be gone for several days. I guess I'll have to wait, she thought. Her hopes evaporated. The scent of cupcakes taunted her. But then Pinkie had another thought. What if I didn't have a right foreleg? She knew immediately where she would remove it. 2 hoof widths below the elbow, just a hair above the top of her knee. She wouldn't have to drag it around with her. It wouldn't get in the way of her baking whenever she needed to open the oven or measure the ingredients. It would be liberating. She imagined herself wearing a prosthetic, but mere imagination was not enough for her. She grabbed a pencil and a piece of paper. The right forehoof kept the paper steady on the bedside table as she used her mouth to draw. A circle here, a line there, and slowly the image took shape. She looked at it, and tears came to her eyes. Yet, like last time, the euphoria was short-lived. What if I didn't even have ears? Then the morning would be quiet. She wouldn't hear the rattle of carts being pulled along the street, or the sound of some confused would-be customer ringing the shop bell. Songbirds would just be birds, and the ticking of the clock would stop. Such a wonderful silence, yet Pinky wanted more, or maybe it was less. What if I couldn't feel anything at all? As if she was an immaterial wisp floating through the air. Something was wrong. Something was wrong. Pinky had never felt like this before. It was wrong that she could feel so right. Maybe Twilight could help. She's the expert on this sort of thing after all. But Twilight, she remembered, was studying the mirror pool. Wait, I knew that, didn't I? She shook her head. Everything was slipping away from her. She looked into the mirror again, trying to regain that sense of clarity from earlier in the morning. It didn't work. Twilight was gone, and somehow Pinky felt that it was important. Something clicked for her. What if I'm a clone? But that didn't make sense at all. Twilight's watching paint dry test should have made sure that I was the real Pinkie Pie, right? Then again, I overheard that one Pinkie Pie who hadn't been sure if she was a clone or not either. Now that she thought about it, that test wasn't the most convincing method. Maybe she can invent a spell for it. With all the research she's been doing, it'd be really nice to know for sure. But that was so long ago, and even if she was a clone, it didn't explain why everything only started this morning. Twilight's there. If she accidentally did something to the pool itself, who knows? Pinky looked at herself in the mirror, and she could imagine that she wasn't even there. Or maybe I'm just going crazy. Flurry Heart's Reign by Singing Lark. Flurry Heart walked through the corridors of the Crystal Palace with a plate of food in her magic. She waved hello to a maid, then turned a corner and walked to an Innesis door. She gripped the handle, but it didn't open, not yet. The ambient temperature dropped as Flurry's heart changed the magic she channeled. Her aura changed from her usual pale yellow to a deep purple. The door unlocked, and Flurry walked through, then locked it behind her. She waved the smoke from her eyes and then made her presence known. "Hi, Mummy, Daddy," she said. "I brought you some food, daisy sandwiches, frog eye salad, and chocolate milk." Cadence sprang out of bed, her featherless wings instinctively opened to fly away, but she folded them as soon as her shock wore off. She couldn't fly anyway, not without her magic. Shining was nowhere to be seen. "I wanted to see you two, and don't worry, it's just us. No pony will bother us." Flurry Heart put the plate on the nearby table. "Cozy says hi. Where's Daddy?" Flurry got the answer a second later. A white blur burst from their closet, tackled her to the ground, and pinned her. "Cadence, run! Go find Twilight!" Shining yelled. She sprang out of bed and attempted to open the door, but it remained locked, and with no magic, it would stay so. Flurry effortlessly stood up, despite Shining's best efforts. She smiled and said, "Alicorn magic's great. Shame you don't have any anymore, Mummy, thanks to Tirek. I'm so much stronger than either of you." Her smile fell. "Don't do that again. I'll let it slide today because it was harmless, but if you ever do that to any pony else, Whether it's a maid or cozy glow, you'll regret it. I'll bring Chrysalis, and then it will never happen again because you two will be my perfect little playthings. You've seen Trixie and Starlight Glimmer, and how happy they were when I helped Chrysalis take over her portion of Equestria. You can hurt me any time you want, but if you ever do it again to any pony else... Cadence sat on the floor, defeated. Why did you have to free them? A smirk pulled at Flurry's lips. I thought it would be fun, and it was. I don't regret it. Now I have an entire kingdom, friends, power, and a mere friend. She lifted the plates of food, then gave them to her parents. Eat up! Honey Roast worked hard on this meal, so don't waste it. If you don't have at least a bite, I'll cast a want it need it spell again. That's scared enough to eat. Flurry watched in silence until her parents were done. After their plates were empty, she asked, Mummy, do you even know where Auntie Triley is? Shining and Cadence held their breaths. It had been years since they received any news about her. Flurry smiled wider. She's alive, but she might not be sane. I turned her to stone the same day I unpetrified the others. The news she was still alive was all Shining needed to hear to gain the strength to defy his daughter. Despite his lack of magic and her allies, he needed to try. Why would she not be sane? Cadence asked, feeling brave too. Discord didn't change after 1,000 years? An image of Discord materialized. Discord didn't change because even though the elements trapped him, he had the power to keep himself entertained. His physical form is only there to let him control it, but Discord is chaos incarnate. He's already in every chaotic place. The image changed to a petrified Twilight. Auntie Triley is the princess of friendship and magic, and since my friends deprived her of magic and her friends, she had no power to use. Now Auntie Triley is staring at a wall in Tartarus with nothing except her thoughts. Cadence let out a choked laugh, which slowly changed to a sob. Shining glared at his daughter. Why don't you resurrect Summer if you enjoy causing ponies so much harm? He spat. Flurry's smile fell. She growled. I will never do that. My subjects will never have to live under him ever again. The rest of Equestria is suffering, but there are more resources for my kingdom to prosper because no pony else is using them. Flurry gripped her parents' faces and made them stare at her. Even Cozy, as bloodthirsty as she is, knows not to harm my subjects. If she does, I will kill her. I love her, but I love my subjects more. Are we not also your subjects? Cadence said. Flurry grinned, then let them go. You are, but I'm the princess of families. Shouldn't my family get special treatment? You don't show it. How can you tear families apart when you should protect them? Flurry's horn charged with a dark purple aura as she teleported out of the room. The couple hugged and cried as they mourned the young filly they once knew. If she was even real. Flurry released the villains as soon as she learned how. Maybe the young filly was just a ruse. Yellow magic surrounded them, then gently pushed them to the furthest wall. The aura changed to a deep purple as their daughter opened the door, but it changed to yellow right after. Flurry walked in with a cart of books. She unloaded the cart, then teleported away. History lesson, since you two seem to have forgotten. Nightmare Moon was still the princess of the night. You don't need to be nice to embody your domain. I'm the princess of families. I rule over them. Nothing is saying I can't use my power to tear them apart or keep them together. I can do whatever I want, which is to keep my subjects safe and have the rest of Equus burn. She left the books, then walked to the door. You should study. Love you. Bye. Jelly by Crimson Equine. Commissioned by Crimson Equine. Wallflower Blush looked down at her shoe. It was a 5-inch clown shoe with a red clown nose on the toe part. She wanted to stare at her creation. There was a need for absolution. They needed to understand her pain. The 12-gauge shotgun in her hand was heavy but ready to ground pound the students to pieces. Their blood split open and stained the carpet. This would be her solace in her final act. Wallflower Blush dreamed of avenging the torture of her life. The bullies would not stop torturing her with insults. They mocked her existence to where she had to kill them with her might. The door to the school sat alone. Wallflower Blush's breath blew on her skin. It was a cold day and the shotgun was filled with plenty of ammo. She kicked the door open and was overflowed with heaps of jelly. It broke over the floor and lifted her up. The mass of jelly swallowed her whole and sealed the door with the flow of sticky gel.
Do not fret, child. I know your pain, but the ones you have called to die are all gone now. They are one with the jelly, and so will you be as well.
It carried her through the gelatinous ooze until she was at its apex in the middle of the cafeteria. She could breathe oxygen through the jelly. It was impossible to understand, but peace came through her mind as her skin began to tear apart. There was no pain as the jelly devoured her essence.
You will be devoured, yes, and created into a new organism, a pony to my liking, a new form to cater to a new beginning.
She tried to scream, but the jelly was stifling to her voice. There was no escape as she tried to move her arms to be contained by the sticky mass. A light shined from inside the gel, and in at its centre was Hubert Jellius. He had become one with the cream. The bountiful, grape-flavoured jelly had consumed all the students. He sat crossed in the centre of the gel. The shotgun disintegrated, but Wallflower Blush felt a sensation of pleasure across her body. She tried to speak to him, but couldn't talk amidst the jelly.
Do not try to conversate with me, a god without untold power. I am Hubert, and you will see a new future.
Her skin and body burned to the point where they melted in the gelatinous ooze. She screamed from the pain until she was nothing but a brain. Then Hubert moved the brain to the other side of the cafeteria and threw her into a new form outside the breeding grounds, but entirely made of gelatin. She opened her eyes and was a jelly pony, gelatinous with ooze. She spoke and her voice sounded the same but with a weird trill. "What have I become?" said Wallflower Gush. Then the rest of the students, gushified, had come. They welcomed the new Wallflower Gush with open jelly hooves. "Come with us," they said. "We don't think you're a nerd anymore now. We love you." They went down the drain with their amorphous forms and showed her the truth. Can you see, Wallflower Gush? Hubert will transform this whole planet into a paradise. No more pain or suffering or mean words ever again, they said. "We are free!" Droves of jelly connected through the sewers, collecting humans and turning them into jelly ponies. They could not fight back, their forms being devoured to feed the jelly form. There was no escape. They were taken from bathrooms and convenience malls, homes, anywhere really. They were all one with the jelly, and there would be no turning back. With the jelly being fed and people turning into jelly ponies, Wallflower Blush thought of her past life and smiled a jelly smile. No more of the horrible words and bullying students had conceived. Not even a wedgie or an ear noogie. She was truly free from the torment. Wallflower Gush leaped into the air and was caught by another jelly pony. She laughed and giggled to her heart's content. She felt so happy. No more pain or suffering, only the jelly.
Do you see now, my child? We are all one, together. No more need of vengeance. All you have is jelly now.
"I am accepted," said Wallflower Gush. "Now I feel a part of something for once." They all hugged each other, laughing and giggling. The jelly had presented a new life for them. All she could do was smile.
We love you, Wallflower Gush,
they said.
We love you, Wallflower Gush,
they said.
We love you, Wallflower Gush,
they said. She woke up. Wallflower Blush screamed and saw that she wet her bed. Holy cannoli! What an awful dream! She opened her window to let the breeze in. She put her fingers on her eyes and squeezed. From the window door came Hubert Jellyyou's head, emerging from below covered with grape jelly, oozing with strawberry jam. We are one with the jelly is one. 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 We are one with the jelly is one.
No escape from the jelly, for we have begun the jellification that is one. You will not escape or plead for justice. Come dip your cracker into the winning gel. There is no freedom, only gel that welcome you away from hell.
Pray for me, my lord, do tell. There is only one thing that matters.
Jam,
jelly, jam, jelly, jelly. Help Unwanted by Alpha Serendi. Fluttershy was no smaller than a filly when she found Bonnie. She had named her that because the fur on the top of her head had looked like a little bonnet. The key word being had, of course, because Bonnie no longer had any hair on the top of her head to speak of. But if her refusal to follow the "come when your name is called" command was any indication, she didn't go by that name, if any at all. "Bonnie, please!" she called on the pathway that led to the ever-free forest beyond. "Let me help you. Your injuries. You need help." Bonnie continued, not once acknowledging the pony who called her. "Bonnie!" The cry was practically a squeal, a soft squeal granted, but high in pitch enough that it could qualify as one all the same. Fluttershy galloped after the creature, her eyes brimming with tears. "I want to help you! Why won't you let me help you?" Bonnie stopped, stared at the pony with no emotion in its one eye. But even with no emotion, Fluttershy understood the message loud and clear. "No! You'll die if you go into the ever-free forest, Bonnie. There are all sorts of dangerous creatures in there that will eat you up. You're no longer a predator, you're the prey." Fluttershy felt a few tears begin to fall, and she quickly wiped them away. "Look, let's get back to the cottage, okay? I can fix you right up, and you'll have a place to stay where you can get all better. Wouldn't you like that?" A head tilt, as though Bonnie was contemplating the offer, but it only lasted for all of 3 seconds, and she continued to plod down the path. "I don't understand. Why?" The words were a mere whisper on the soft breeze that blew. She ceased her gait, eyeing the creature as she shook her front paw, gazed at it, and then continued on her way. Without thinking, Fluttershy galloped. She bunched her legs up and took a mighty leap, landing right in the entrance of Everfree Forest. Her ears pivoted towards the darkness that beckoned, listening for any signs of dangerous creatures or even dangerous ponies about. Her eyes landed solely on Bonnie. who paused her movement to stare at the blockade. She's upset. I could see it in her eye, Fluttershy noted, but the note ultimately got pushed to the side. She stood up as tall as she could, mustering up what courage she had, which frankly wasn't all that much, but it was something. Bonnie, I don't understand why, she repeated. Why are you ignoring me? Why won't you let me help you get better? Do you... A horrifying feeling settled in her stomach. Her eyes widened. Don't tell me. You want to suffer with these injuries. Bonnie stopped. Her posture had an air of annoyance at having to stop so much. Her eye told a different story. I wouldn't understand? A few more tears fell. Fluttershy wiped those away too. Why wouldn't I understand? Bonnie went on the move again. Fluttershy watched her as she limped, dragging her hind leg along the dirt as she gave soft whimpers of pain. Why wouldn't I understand? She asked again, even though she knew Bonnie couldn't answer her with words. It took a long time for Bonnie to even come close to Fluttershy. Regardless, the filly remained rigid, as though expecting the creature to charge at her so she could become a one-pony blockade. When the creature was only a mere few inches from the filly, she stopped and gazed into her eyes. You wouldn't understand. Not now. You'll understand when you're older. I'm glad you looked out for me, but it's my time to go. Bonnie made her way past Fluttershy with no issue and dipped into the ever-free forest. The filly turned and simply stared after her, her mind too busy processing what the creature had said. When the disappearance finally hit her, she sat in the dirt and cried. By the time she returned to the cottage, it was night time. Creatures began asking her for dinner, and so she had fed them accordingly, though many were quick to note she wasn't in her usual high spirits. She had taken an early retirement, but instead of going to sleep, she stared at the ever-free forest that lay beyond her home. Oh, Angel! She stroked her pet bunny in her hooves as she sat on the windowsill. I want to say that I hope Bonnie is okay, but... She squeezed her eyes shut. I know now. Angel looked up at her. I know what she meant when she said I wouldn't understand. But I do understand, she sighed. I've seen it before, when the rain boom hit. How some animals... She bit her lip. The word struggled to take form, and she uttered it first. Died from the shock. Angel chittered, placing a paw on her hoof. She wanted to die. As a feline, this is just basic instinct for her. Her injuries were bad. She struggled to find one word to sum them all up. And I could tell she was suffering, maybe even before she got injured. Her gaze drifted towards Angel. It was just her time to go. The little bunny hopped onto the floor and bounded to the bed, giving inquisitive chitters as he pointed to it. Oh, she tilted her head. Yes, I suppose I should try to get some sleep now. Thank you, Angel. Once she climbed down from the windowsill and went to the bathroom to wash up, she climbed into the bed, with getting into his own bed that sat to the side. As both Pony's and Bunny's eyes began to droop, the latter gave a somber final chitter. The former understood his words, existing as only a final thought before she slipped away into the land of dreams. You can't help some pony or some creature who doesn't wish to help themselves first and foremost. Wednesdays Are Sacred by Aragon. Mr. Cake was trying to get his baby daughter to kiss the silver dagger, when someone opened the door to Sugar Cube Corner. Pumpkin Cake giggled. Mr. Cake hid the knife behind his back, choking. He was just a human after all, and humans weren't made for this. "Oh no," he moaned. "No, no, no!" And from the kitchen, which sat behind the counter, came his wife's voice. "What's wrong, dear?" Mrs. Cake said. "Please say it's not another monster." "Worse," Mr. Cake whispered back. "It's Pinkie Pie." Pinkie Pie waved at Mr. Cake, huge grin on her face. "Hi, Mr. Cake. Hello, Pumpkin." Pumpkin Cake waved back at Pinkie. Mr. Cake gripped the silver dagger hidden behind his back so hard it hurt. Mrs. Cake gasped. Pinkie Pie here already? But it was only 3:30. She still had to take the ice cream out of the freezer, and the apples for Sunset Shimmer's apple salad weren't ready yet. There was so much to do. But there was a demon horse writhing on the kitchen floor, trying to kill them all. "Oh dear!" Mrs. Cake looked at the demon horse. "Do you mind? Oh, why am I even asking you?" The demon horse was called a demon nicker. It had lizard-like scales, so sharp they cut the air and made a whistling sound. It was bound and gagged with a silver thread. "Well," Mrs. Cake went to the fridge and took some apples out, "I might as well start." The demon nicker moved its lips, but no sound came out. Mrs. Cake had seen Cheryl shove a fistful of silver cyanide into the demon nicker's mouth to burn its tongue. That's why they'd all survived. Demon nickers killed by speaking your name. Cheryl was in the hospital now. Her fingers would survive the stunt, but only barely. "You really are dreadful," Mrs. Cake said. "I don't understand why you monsters haunt these poor girls so much. They're so young. What have they done to you?" The demon nicker said nothing. Mrs. Cake could see the silver threads burning into its skin. Principal Celestia and Nightlight had tied up the demon nicker, but they'd only managed because they'd had a lot of help from Vice Principal Luna, and Mare, and Big Macintosh, and of course Cheryl, who had risked her life and also her fingers, and Cranky Doodle, and Mrs. Harshwani, Cookie Crumbles, Windy Whistles, Shining Armour, Aloe and Lotus from the spa. Everyone who knew the girls got together every Wednesday and tried to help. They'd research the monsters and find ways to fight without magic, in secret, so the girls wouldn't know. Because the adults often got hurt by doing this, and nobody wanted Pinkie and company to feel responsible, they made saving the world look so easy, even though they were so young. But of course, that was the whole point. Of course, Mr. Cake thought that one day he had to kill the monster. Only blessed knives could kill demon nickers, and baby kisses counted, since they were free of all sin. Was the day Pinkie Pie chose to arrive early. Pinkie was playing with Pumpkin Cake, but she talked to Mr. Cake. "You know," she said, "it's so weird monsters never attack on Wednesdays." Mr. Cake was still hiding the dagger behind his back. "Oh?" he managed to say. "Yeah, monsters don't attack every day, but they can attack any day, right? Except Wednesdays. I wonder why." Pause. "Mr. Cake?" What? Oh." Mr. Cake shook his head. "I don't know. I'd never noticed. Is that why you always come here on Wednesdays?" "Yeah, it's our day off." "Well, that's good." Mr. Cake bit his lip. Pinkie Pie?" He hesitated. "Are you okay?" Pinkie blinked, and then looked at Mr. Cake. "Huh?" "I mean, in general." He offered her a little smile. "You're always so busy, you and your friends, saving the world and high school on top of that. And your part-time job here. I just worry it might be too much." "Oh no!" Pinkie's eyes went wide as plates. "Mr. Cake, what are you saying? I shouldn't work here anymore? Please don't." "What? No. Mr. Cake shook his head. "Oh, dear me, not at all. We love having you in here, and the twins adore you. Isn't that right, Pumpkin?" Pumpkin Cake made a noise. Pinkie giggled and tapped Pumpkin's nose. "That's a yes," she said.
"That's a yes," Mr. Cake repeated. Then he looked at Pinky. "I was just asking because, well, we do worry about you."
"Oh!" Pinky smiled at him in a way she had that was sweeter than sugar. "Thank you, Mr. Cake, but I'm fine. Saving the world is fun." I mean, it does get stressful sometimes, but I love my friends." Pinky shot Mr. Cake some finger guns. "So it's all fine." Mr. Cake frowned.
"I guess, isn't it a little bit intimidating though, saving the world?"
Here Pinky stopped smiling. "Well, sometimes Fluttershy gets a little scared. We're there for her. But when we get 2 or 3 threats a day in a row, She rubbed her arm. "Sometimes it gets pretty bad." Silence. Then Pinky bounced back to life. "But," she said, "we always win in the end, so it's all fine. Plus Wednesdays are always monster free, so we can relax then. It's a pretty sweet deal all in all."
Mr. Cake nodded. "So that helps?
"What?"
Wednesdays being a day without monsters?"
"Oh yeah," Pinkie Pie nodded and grinned. "A lot." And Mr. Cake grinned back.
"I'm so very glad to hear that, Pinkie Pie. You deserve it."
He picked Pumpkin Cake up in his arms.
"Now, if you'll excuse me, it's nap time, and Pumpkin owes me a good night kiss. I'll be right back."
"Okie dokie." And Mr. Cake left, gripping the dagger and eyeing the demon. And he did what he had to do. And that day, Pinky and her friends had a wonderful day. Wednesdays were great that way. The Dictator by Drakthul.
So, it has come to this.
His deep, jagged voice stated. "It seems it has," Princess Celestia deadpanned. He sighed, his breath heavy.
I will offer you one chance.
He raised his hand into the air. The sound of 1,000 metal boots hitting the ground as an army of men turned around echoed throughout Canterlot.
Surrender, and I will spare you from my wrath. But should you resist...
He lowered his hand, and the ground rumbled as they turned back around, drawing their weapons.
I will have no choice but to destroy you.
"We would never submit to a tyrant like you," she spat. To her surprise, the man did not return with venom. Instead, he slowly raised his hands to his head, grabbing both sides of his helmet and pulling it off.
I didn't want to do this,
he said, Celestia noticing the sincerity in his voice. She expected him to threaten her, but his voice was calm, and it terrified her more than any threat he could have made. He waved a hand, his general coming to his side.
Bring the prisoner.
The general nodded, waving his arms around and chanting as he began his spell. The air around him warped as energy flowed through it, a bright blue light appearing in the air, growing brighter and brighter until it exploded. Celestia covered her eyes with a hoof, and when she looked back at the light, she saw... "Luna!" she exclaimed, reaching out a hoof to her sister as she saw her for the first time in weeks. Her heart shattered. However, when she saw her condition, her normally dark blue coat had been turned red from the amount of blood stained onto her body. Her tail had been cut off, leaving only a floating flap of hair. Her mane remained, but it was entwined beyond repair. Clumps of hair stuck together from dried blood. A long, deep scar went from her left ear to the right corner of her chin. Her eye grey and mangled. Celestia's eyes pulled with tears, overflowing as she saw the worst of it all. Luna's wings had been cut off, only small nubs remaining, and her horn was only a fraction of its size, nothing more than a little rough stub on her head. A thick, heavy metal choker wrapped around her neck, a chain connecting her to the general's hands. Celestia choked up, her breath hitching as the image of her sister's broken form bore through her, shaking her to the very deepest of her core. Her back legs gave out, causing her to collapse to the ground. Still staring at her weeping sister, she opened her mouth to speak, finding herself at an utter loss of words. With blurred and distorted vision, she saw the man slowly walk up to her sister.
You should have taken my offer,
He flatly said.
I would have spared you.
He set his helmet on the ground before reaching a hand behind his head, gripping the hilt of his blade. He slowly drew his thin, dark sword, letting it rest at his side. You, Celestia sputtered, barely able to form words. Monster!
Your sister was hard to break.
He raised his sword, aligning with Luna's neck. He pulled back, his face tightening as he steadied himself. No! Celestia screamed as he thrust down his sword. She watched in horror, time seeming to slow as his blade came down, but instead of hitting her neck, he flicked his wrist, the blade missing her neck and slicing straight through the chain connected to her shackle.
But eventually, she broke under the unrivaled skill of my general, like all the rest.
Luna fell to the ground, free of her bonds. She balled up, sobbing her pain away into the dirt. She did not move. She did not fight. She simply sat there, a tattered mess at the man's feet.
She did give me what I wanted, however,
He stated. Celestia felt the earth tremble, the very mountain the city rested upon seeming to quake. She stood up, looking around at the massive purple force field surrounding all of Canterlot. The barrier's form warped, bending as it flickered. Then, in an instant, it shattered, breaking into a million pieces. She looked back at the man in disbelief, watching as the last remnants of the barrier, inches away in front of her, sputtered away. I'm so sorry, Luna cried in a voice of pain, looking up at Celestia. I couldn't resist. With that, her head collapsed to the ground. The man bent down, picking up his helmet with one hand and putting it onto his head. He stepped forward, the metal of his boot striking the ground. You will pay for this! Celestia shouted, her horn coming alive with golden energy. A beam shot from her horn, flying at the man. He simply raised his sword, the dark magic imbued into it activating. Celestia stared in shock as he deflected her magic, burning a hole in the ground. Her magic stopped, and he lowered his sword. He took another step, watching as she started to shake in fear. She backed up, only to trip and fall to the ground. He came up to her and kneeled, staring into her eyes.
I will leave your sister alive, but all in your precious city shall die. Whenever you look upon her face, you will see only me and the death that I have wrought.
He grabbed both sides of her face, forcing her to stare into his eyes.
Equestria is mine, and all who you love will fall at my hand. Cadence, Twilight, Shining Armor, Blue Blood. They will all perish, and my empire will reign.
He let go of her face and slowly rose to his feet. With a mere nod to his general, he issued the deaths of hundreds of ponies. Why? Celestia managed to ask. Why would you do this? He merely chuckled. Walking away, he turned back and said,
I want everything.
Lights by La Vidashi. 1:09 a.m. Twilight Sparkle sat in her chair in the Golden Oak Library. What was she doing, you may ask? The unicorn was doing nothing but catching up on her reading. Her appearance was quite neat. A smooth mane, a well cared for tail, and a glistening coat. Due to the fact that she was fresh out of a warm, relaxing bath, Twilight thought it was, indeed, a perfect night. The night itself even proved it to her. She had a window open next to her desk, so the soft breeze could caress her mane freely. The wind was at a stable speed too, so the light pages of her books wouldn't flip on their own. She had a scented candle right on the edge of her desk. The fire danced and created shadows on Twilight's face and definitely made it easier to read the books. And something about the windy night just made Twilight happy. Was it the smell of nature? Maybe the glowing light of the candle? Or perhaps it was the perfect temperature. Either way, there were a lot of things that made this night special. Twilight lowered her right hoof that was holding up her face and turned around, careful to not let the chair squeak. She got up from her seat and started walking towards the middle of the library, where a little sleeping dragon rested. Twilight tilted her head and smiled. She made sure he was warm and tucked him in with his favourite blanket before returning to her seat. Suddenly the wind grew a bit stronger, strong enough to blow the fire off the candle and flip the pages of Twilight's book. This made Twilight frown since she hadn't yet bookmarked the page she was at. The moonlight piercing through the window was the only source of light remaining. As Twilight started to reignite the candle again, the light outside started to shine even more. Huh? Twilight blurted out to herself. She stuck her head out the window, looked up, and gasped in amazement. When she pulled her head back, a huge smile was plastered on her face. She sprinted towards the sleeping dragon and started shaking him vigorously. Spike! Spike! Wake up! You've got to see this! Come on, wake up! Twilight trilled. Still half asleep, Spike yawned and stretched out his arms and smacked his lips. Twilight? What time is it? Who cares? You need to come outside with me, Twilight blabbered. Using her magic, she picked up the purple dragon, opened the door and floated him outside, keeping him close within her reach. Hey, where are we? Spike started. Twilight then dropped him on the ground just right beside her. Whoa! There it was, just between the two and the moon, right there in the middle of the sky, a radiant, luminescent trail of light with shimmering shades of purple floated through the lonely air just right above them. It was nothing like they've ever seen before. It was angelic. The light seemed to stretch from the north all the way to the south. Before Twilight knew it, the citizens of Ponyville woke up and went outside to check it out. They all stood there in awe. But how? Spike wondered aloud. He looked towards his side up at Twilight after not hearing her say anything. Twilight's expression looked different. Just a couple of minutes ago she was so excited and bubbly. Now her face stood straight. Her eyes were widened and her pupils grew smaller. Her mouth dropped open and scared breaths escaped from her tongue. Twilight? Finally, taking her gaze off of the sky, Twilight turned to Spike. Without warning, she picked him up and threw him on her back, galloping away from the library and towards the edge of the town at full speed. Twilight, what's going on? Spike whimpered nervously. He frantically turned around after hearing a few echoing screams and shouts from the ponies behind them. Every pony outside started following Twilight, followed by more and more ponies. We need to get out of here, Twilight panted. Now! But why? What's happening? Spike warbled. It's going to catch up to us. Spike squinted his eyes. He started to see a big, dark shadow emerging from near the library and consume a few of the ponies who didn't run. The wails from them evaporated into thin air, leaving nothing of them left. Twilight, where are we going? Twilight couldn't answer. She was too focused on getting her and Spike out of there. She didn't stop. She couldn't stop now. Spike could see that the shadows were catching up to the ponies, consuming them one by one, and as it did, the lights got a bit darker in colour. Twilight! A high-pitched voice sounded from behind. At once, Twilight recognised the voice. Pinkie Pie? Where are the rest of our friends? They must have gotten away already, except for Rarity, Pinkie Pie huffed, trying to catch up to Twilight. Spike broke a sweat. Rarity? She didn't get eaten yet, did she? I don't really know, Pinkie stammered, slowing down with tiredness. All I heard was her soul-scratching scream and it just disappeared along with the Carousel Boutique. No, Spike tightened his grip on Twilight's coat as tears started to fall from his green eyes. Spike, there's nothing we could have done, Twilight sadly sighed, her speed accelerating as she heard more shouts and shrieks from beyond. We need to focus on getting out of... Pinkie Pie's disappearing screech was heard from a few metres away. Spike clenched his eyes shut as Twilight, now starting to cry, sped up faster and into the ever-free forest. She still didn't stop till Spike couldn't see Ponyville anymore. What was there to see though? Everything was gone. Rarity, Pinkie Pie, every pony. Seemed like only the two of them made it. Twilight was gasping for air as Spike hopped down from the mare's back. She collapsed to the ground and sobbed into the grass. Spike checked his surroundings, looking for ponies who could have possibly made it. There was one, just to his right. He tapped Twilight's head and Twilight looked up from the ground and looked to where Spike was pointing. A slim alicorn silhouette was walking past them a couple metres away, her silky mane wavering in the wind. Twilight stood up and started to walk towards it. Spike followed. Suddenly the alicorn stopped in its tracks. As Twilight caught up, she recognised the alicorn's appearance. Princess Luna? The alicorn turned around. It was indeed Princess Luna, although Twilight couldn't be sure since she looked different. Princess Luna looked like she was rotting. Her hooves and legs were now nothing but bones and little pieces of dust and blackened flesh. Half of her face was disappearing too, her skin crumbling and fading away right then and there. Princess Luna approached Twilight, revealing the other half of her body. It was all bones. Princess Luna! What? Luna stood a foot away from Twilight and faced her. The unpleasant smell made Twilight grimace as she started shaking in fear. Wake up, Twilight! Princess Luna bellowed, her voice sounding like it was glitching. You need to get out of here! Her voice now sounded like she had an extremely parched throat and grew weaker as she started to rot faster. Twilight and Spike started backing up and sprinting away from her, but the shadows were there to greet them. Twilight woke up in a cold sweat. There she was, back at home in her chair. I must have fallen asleep while reading, Twilight chuckled nervously to herself. Suddenly the candle went out. Twilight's smile slowly faded as she hesitatingly looked out of the open window. There it was again. The purple light. Then that means... Twilight's Terrible Idea to Fight World Hunger by Mockingbird. Twilight Sparkle led the group along a raised catwalk high over the laboratory facilities below. Equestria doesn't have a problem with overpopulation and famine. Not yet, anyway. Rainbow Dash narrowed her eyes suspiciously. Are you trying to tell us something, Twilight? Twilight uttered a single cold and deliberate chuckle. Of course not, but I do believe in planning ahead, being prepared for all contingencies, solving problems long before they come up, if they even ever do, which they might not. Rarity asked, are you telling us you're working hard to plan and prepare for social problems that won't happen for a very long time, and might never happen at all? Twilight smiled. Exactly. I'm so glad you're keeping up. Rainbow snorted. Keeping up with what? This doesn't make any sense. Twilight didn't seem to hear the Pegasus. Down below is our experimental long-distance outcrossing facility. Here we combine DNA from different types of creatures. The current project involves samples we obtained from another universe through a mirror portal. Fluttershy said quietly, Sounds horrible. What's wrong with letting creatures breed the usual way? They like it. Twilight grinned maniacally. Because of the old-fashioned way, it may take a very long time to get a creature that's the right part siren and the right part changeling. Applejack grunted. Is there any such thing as a right part stallion? Way I hear it, sirens are always bad news. Twilight pointed down at the creature in a large swimming pool. That's not what my research results tell me. Twilight shouted at the tank below. Amphibia! There's some pony up here who seems to hate sirens. The glossy-skinned, dark blue creature smiled up at the tour group. She waved a forefin lazily.
Really? I'm so glad to hear that. Who is it?
Applejack grumbled. Wouldn't exactly say I hate sirens. I just don't see any cause to be forcing siren DNA and changeling DNA into some weird, unharmonic combination, she added more quietly. Okay, maybe I do hate sirens just a little. The creature below pushed off from the shallow end of the pool and did the backstroke.
That's not what I'm feeling down here, darling. To me, it feels like you hate sirens a whole lot.
The creature blew mist out of her blowhole.
Or am I feeling hate and distrust towards changelings? The way I'm put together, I get the benefit of both. How lucky I am to be me.
Applejack complained. That ain't right for some creature to be eavesdropping on my feelings like that. Why can't my personal private feelings be personal and private? Twilight explained. Because both changelings and sirens can feed on other creatures' feelings, your hate and bigotry. I am not a bigot. Can feed a whole community of chinings. If we can only fire up your feelings hot enough, and if we get them to hate each other, we can feed even more creatures. Pinkie Pie said in a big, loud voice. I've heard a lot of bad ideas, but this one really takes the cake. She pulled a cupcake out of her saddlebags and stuffed it into Twilight's mouth. Put that in your pie hole. Applejack took a deep breath. Okay, I guess you've shown that by getting me riled up enough, maybe you can feed a whole herd of unholy abominations. But what good does that do us? Did you ever think maybe hate can be bad? That's true, Fluttershy said. We should try to keep our feelings calm and grounded, otherwise bad things can happen. Twilight replied, You want to know what good it does for us? I'm already working on creating special chinings that are mental voids without minds or thoughts of their own. Dash exclaimed, And this is supposed to be an improvement how? Twilight jumped up and down with excitement. Because if they don't have minds of their own, there's nothing wrong with transferring pony minds into their heads. So the mindless Chinling's bodies will go to good use, and every pony will be able to eat a healthy diet just by taking in the general ill feelings that creatures can have towards each other. Pinky growled. I know I eat more than my weight in frosting every week, but even I can tell you that's not a healthy diet. It's just a contingency plan, Twilight said. A brilliant plan, but just a plan, in case we need it. Rainbow Dash looked down at the aquatic creature. Whatever you call it, that creature sure is huge. What a lot of blubber. It's a Chining, Twilight said. The creature below said,
That's because I'm an aquatic mammal. For us, several tons of blubber is just a healthy weight. My doctor says I might be a little undernourished.
Rainbow Dash laughed. That's hilarious. You're bigger than a whale.
What part of aquatic mammal don't you understand, you feather brain?
Hey, Rainbow shouted. There's no call for that kind of language. That's insulting.
You insulted my natural weight. What kind of language do you expect to hear back?
The more I see and hear of that giant blubbery creature, the less I think I like her.
Yay!
The swimmer cheered.
Hate me all you want. More yummies for me.
Fluttershy whispered in Twilight's ear. What was that, Fluttershy? I couldn't quite hear you. I just said, it seems like you're trying to create a world that won't have any place for nice creatures. Creatures like me and most of my animal friends could starve to death. Twilight spoke in what was probably supposed to be a reassuring tone of voice as she patted Fluttershy on the head. That's why I already have a team of instructors hard at work on anger management classes. That sounds really nice, the gentle Pegasus replied. I think some creatures need to learn to control their anger and be nicer to each other. Twilight blinked. You've got it all wrong. In a world fueled by anger and hate, anger isn't something to get rid of. Anger is a vital resource. We need to help it increase and grow. Someday, the whole world will run on anger. We have special systems to help creatures yell and rant at each other and send each other little messages about how they dislike each other. Here. Twilight pointed at a little box mounted on the catwalk railing. Press that red button. Fluttershy timidly tapped the button. No, harder! Twilight slammed the button down with one hoof. She slammed it again. Down below, the swimming creature shouted,
I can see my hate counter display go up, but I can't really feel it. I don't think you're doing it right.
She shouted up at Fluttershy.
Hey, did you say you have animal friends? I think in the future, we should steam plow all the forests so the animals won't have any place to live. All the animals will starve to death after I run them over first.
Fluttershy said angrily, You didn't!
I sure did. Push that hate button for me, you scrawny little dish rag of a pony.
Fluttershy put her forehooves on the catwalk's railing and glared down at the chine ring. You should stop what you're doing right now! The chine ring flopped over, waving her tail.
But it feels so good. What are you going to do to me?
In a violent, noisy explosion of red fluid and mostly yellowish chunks, Amphibia stopped existing. Twilight stared down at the suddenly fouled pool. She stared at her normally unassertive little Pegasus friend. She stared at the chunks and liquid floating in the pool, and at her friend again. I had no idea that was even possible. Fluttershy said, That's because you've lost touch with your natural instincts, Twilight. The animals all know that could happen to them, if they get me angry enough. She took a deep breath. New plan, Twilight said. The tour is over. I'll be considering each and every project here for cancellation and wind down. Fluttershy said with a little smile.
Good.
Twilight complained to Luna over the breakfast table. I can't believe you didn't wake me up. Luna fluttered her eyelashes innocently. If some pony is having a nightmare they can't handle, I can come to help them. But you needed that dream. Your mind was working through some issues in its own way. If I'd interfered, I'd have prevented you from understanding. Whatever it was your mind was learning to understand. I think that was the stupidest dream I've ever had in my life. Good. Luna took a bite of banana peel. Ponies had asked about that before, but she'd said the extra fibre helped her digestion. I'm glad you can see that. Luna took another bite, this time from a pancake Celestia had made with a goofy face on it. Also, the part about how Fluttershy can kill any creature she chooses to, if they make her angry enough. That was the stupidest part. Luna shook her head. No, that part was very real. She took another bite of pancake and daintily chewed. Creatures stupidly hating each other can kill. It can distract from solving real problems and become its own worst problem instead. I see, Twilight said. It was a metaphor for how we need to try to get along and be nice to each other, and try to see things from each other's point of view, because hating each other is wrong. Luna swallowed her current bite. That's all very true, and I'm glad you see it, but you also need to know that every creature in this world lives only by the sufferance of Fluttershy, because we haven't made her angry enough that her anger would make us explode and die. Twilight shouted, Hey, I have a brilliant idea! Luna's big blue eyes looked at Twilight expectantly. We wouldn't even need wood or coal to fuel our steam engines if we had the sense to use Niric power. When Nirics get angry, they produce more heat than just about anything. I just need to do some calculations. Twilight jumped out of her chair and ran out of the dining room. Luna smirked. How ingenious of you, Twilight.
Pleasant dreams. Dreams.
Seance by Muramasa. Ponyville was an open casket. No pony else knew this except for one. It was a casket defiled. Princess Twilight had seen as the once cosy houses and rural greenery of the town she'd come to love had been damaged greatly during her battle with the centaur Lord Tyrek just yesterday. She was certain the ponies of the town did not sleep well that night, but that wasn't the case now. It was very, very late, but she seldom saw a light from the windows of the intact residences she passed as she made her way through the town with just a candle-lit lantern to guide her. The casket flickered in and out of her vision with the sway of the candle, but that was no hindrance to her. She knew where she was going. The problem was with how long it took to get there, as the battle had left her with a million scars, cuts and bruises all across her body that made every step torture for the princess. A small price to pay. It was cold. She donned a black cloak for warmth when she stepped outside, but she lamented not going for something heavier as the wind bit into her and the chill stiffened her already weary bones. Her new home had sprung up, quite literally, a bit outside the town proper, so she'd been walking in the elements for quite some time now. She could feel her teeth chatter from the chill every few seconds, and it was particularly noticeable when she was carrying something in her mouth as she was now, a single white carnation brought from Lily Valley's stall at the Ponyville morning market at dawn today. Twilight was mindful to fight the cold a little harder during the trek, so as to avoid snapping the flower by the stem with her jaws. She was almost there. Lord Tyrek had taken a life, and the body lay in wait for her toward the middle of town. She'd been nervous about the journey all day, but she found her nerves strangely sound when she stepped out the massive double doors of her new home tonight. As she began to cross the town square that sat mere minutes away from the body, though, she could feel her heart begin to pound just a bit faster. After walking among the towering town hall and taking one last corner, the outline of the body pierced through the gloom. As she approached, she felt her steps getting slower. She had only gotten a glance of the freshly felled corpse after Turek had destroyed it yesterday. But even obscured in darkness, its ruined and broken body caused a breath to catch in her throat. Still though, she trudged on, and it wasn't long before she stood right in front of the body as it lay still in the earth. The front door had come off its hinges, the only evidence it had ever existed, a mess of speckled splinters. The balcony she'd stare at the stars from for nights on end was barely hanging stable, and the ornate rails that surrounded it were twisted and splayed. Very little greenery remained on the half of the giant oak that still remained, and from the tree's left side sprouted its last remaining branches, pointing up to the night sky in a final act of defiance. She closed her eyes. In life, the body had been vibrant, luscious and proud. At this time of night, when the rest of the town had long drifted into slumber, the glass windows would be a beacon where Ponyville was dark, and Twilight would be buried in a book or engrossed in her notes well after her friends and neighbours had retired. She could see it as clearly as she ever did in her head, and for a brief moment she wondered if she could let the painting hang in her mind forever. She did not wonder long. Her eyes opened and the ruins before her assailed her view once more. She took a deep breath, letting the cold air infest her lungs, and she walked inside. What was left of inside at any rate. The floor made from the roots of the oak was mostly intact, but everything else had been disintegrated in the blast that butchered it. It now served as a semi-open platform of a sort, where the pieces of its trunk that still stood surrounded her just so, and lunar stars shone above it unobstructed. Twilight moved around the perimeter, dragging a hoof along the remnants where they were. The wood felt as rough and unpolished as it had always been, and she couldn't help but feel her lips curl upward as 1,000 different memories of those very walls flooded her mind as she walked. Once she was done, she headed to the centre of the ruins and gently placed her lantern down, watching as the light washed the body with a warm ember glow. She rested the carnation right next to it. With an audible effort, she lied down on her back. She pulled a part of her cloak to the side for a moment, just so she could feel the texture of the wood as she gazed at the sky above her. For a good long while she said nothing, and then, as the wind howled and the crickets sang, she spoke. I had a dream about you a while ago, she started. It was a bit strange, so it was one of the ones you remember, you know? I dreamt that I was you, that I could feel the grass and dirt through my roots, and I saw every pony that came in to pick out a book or walk out on the balcony. I felt like I knew them. When I woke up the next morning, I laughed about how strange it was. Twilight shifted her gaze to the moon. On the first night the two had met, when she lingered in a room as a party she wanted nothing to do with grew louder and louder downstairs, she looked out her window to see it hanging from the sky. If you squinted hard enough then you could almost see a mare inside of it. Twilight knew she couldn't find her this time. I took you for granted. All these years I've been blessed with so many wonderful friends, but you were my very first one. Whenever I had a long day or a tense battle, I knew you'd be there for me at the end of it. I never thought I'd ever live my life without you. And now I have this new home. It's massive and has so many hallways and rooms, and it has my cutie mark emblazoned all over it. When I first saw it, my friends were in awe, but I felt sick. It was like it was made for me. Like destiny had willed it so that I wouldn't be able to protect you and had discarded you without a thought. It was me, wasn't it? If we never met, you wouldn't have... Tears began to well as she tried to push the words out. But it was no use. They came down heavy, and she twisted to her side as she held her hooves to her eyes in a futile effort to stop them. She lied there weeping for what seemed like an age, letting memories of their time together flood her mind as the tears flooded her face. And then suddenly, a violent gust of wind coursed over her. The lantern shook and rocked, but stayed its place upright. The white carnation she'd left next to it was taken a few feet from where she'd placed it, and she could hear the branches above her sway ever slightly. She shot up from her prone position, and just as she was about to get up and rearrange the carnation back to where it had been, she felt a tickling sensation on her nose. A single leaf had fallen right atop it, and stayed balanced just so. She didn't dare to move, pointing her eyes inward to better observe it, but she began to feel the same sensation across the parts of her coat the cloak didn't currently cover. Grabbing the leaf, she felt her back to find that a dozen more leaves had fallen on her as well, and still more adorned the wood right below her. She looked around as the lantern lit the entire floor, but no other leaves had fallen anywhere else. They'd covered only her, and the rest of the oak's base remained spotless. They'd covered only her, as if to blanket her, as if to hug her. The tears in her eyes began anew, but not from grief as they'd come moments prior. Twilight looked up to the branches that towered over her, and she let out a quick chuckle as she readjusted her cloak. "Thank you," she croaked out after a pause. "I'm going to really miss you, and I know every pony that checked their book out from your shelves is going to miss you too. I'm so glad you were my friend for so many years, and I'll never forget everything you've done for me, everything you've done for us." With a grunt, she got back on all fours. She took one last look around at the body, filling in the blanks where the missing pieces were as she scanned every inch of it. She felt more tears coming on, but she fought them off, and with a nod to herself, she began her final goodbyes. "I thought that dream was weird for a while," she said, "but I think I'd like to be you. To be there for every pony the way you were always there for me. To know so much and to share it with the world. I hope I can be a friend like that." Twilight trotted over and returned the carnation to its space by the lantern. Satisfied, she turned her back to the offerings and headed toward the doorframe. When she got there, though, she paused. She turned her head back toward the body, and she took one final look at the glow of the lantern and the mellow white of the flower petals at its side before she addressed her old friend for the last time. "We'll meet again," she told her friend, "when it's my turn." And as she walked away into the black of the night once more, she saw the oak's little leaves in the corner of her eye dancing in the wind. Fluttershy's Improbable New Friend by Coronet the Lesser. "Where is Fluttershy? She's never usually this late for our morning tea," Rarity asked as she sipped from her cup. The remaining elements were gathered around their usual tea spot on a fine Saturday morning. Of course, a good coffee shop was essential to the maintenance of any friendship. They all lived busy lives, but the joy of a regular gathering was something they all appreciated and strived to attend. "I don't know, I saw her earlier. She said she'd be here like 10 minutes ago," Remedy said with a shrug. "I think I see her! Hello, Fluttershy over here!" Pinky shouted, leaning precariously over the table much to the annoyance of every pony else who had to clamber to stop their drinks from spilling. Fluttershy was a ways in the distance, slowly moving in the direction of the shop. Next to her was a reddish blob that they could not make out properly from where they sat. She perked up when she heard Pinky and enthusiastically waved back. She moved with greater haste towards them. Her reddish-coloured companion lingered closely behind. "What's that animal with her?" Applejack asked. "Another one. She's taking this whole sanctuary business quite seriously," Rarity said with a tinge of exasperation. "I swear I won't come to another one of these if it's another ghastly bear." "It's nice to see her so enthusiastic, especially if it's for a good cause. We should be proud of her," Twilight said as she squinted in Fluttershy's direction. "It looks like a dog." "Pretty weird dog if you ask me," Applejack huffed. Fluttershy eagerly tottered towards her friend's table, and the creature by her side followed at an ambling pace. However, as she arrived to take a seat, the welcoming response of the table quickly fell away as the creature shuffled into view. Applejack was most certainly correct in her assumption that Fluttershy's companion was like no dog they had seen before, probably because it was not a dog at all. "Hello, every pony," Fluttershy said cheerily as she took her seat. "Sorry I'm late, I was picking up some things for the clinic." The red creature sat itself to her left, making some unintelligible noise. "Oh, right, how could I be so rude? Girls, this is Barry. He is our newest inpatient for the sanctuary." She gestured to everyone around the table. "Barry, these are my best friends." Barry was a winged, red-skinned creature, roughly a foot or so smaller than Fluttershy. His wings were bat-shaped, leathery and wide. He walked on all fours, but his front legs were longer, and at their base were a pair of bony hands. His head was oval-shaped. Two small horns protruded from the base of his skull. Below them were a pair of beady orange eyes and a mouth full of rows of razor-sharp teeth that gleamed in the sunlight. Behind him, a thin tail whipped furiously against the ground.
Gamajoba, Kurvitelli, Paris, Megabrivo.
Barry spoke in a scratching, high-pitched language that made every pony bar Fluttershy wince in discomfort. "Sweet Celestia, Fluttershy, what is that?" Rarity screeched as her sunglasses unceremoniously fell off her face. "There is no need to shout, Rarity," Fluttershy said with a smile. "I told you I found him on the ground of the sanctuary. He's our newest member until he recovers his strength, the poor dear." Barry made some excitable noises, to which Fluttershy giggled in response. "Fluttershy, that's the monster!" Applejack shouted. "No, Applejack," Fluttershy corrected lightly. "This is Barry." "Hi, Barry," Pinky said as she hopped in front of their new guest just inches from his face. A glow of purple magic quickly pulled Pinky away before one of Barry's claws grabbed the place where Pinky had just been. Fortunately, all he had managed to catch was a small chunk of Pinky's mane. Twilight placed the still bouncing mare behind Applejack. "Pinky, please be careful," Twilight admonished. "Oh, he's feisty, I like him," Pinky chirped. Twilight turned her head to regard Fluttershy. "That's an imp," Twilight stated uncharacteristically calmly. "What in Equestria are you doing with one?" "I'm taking care of him, as I do with all animals," Fluttershy said. She scanned the tail with a confused look, only receiving concerned glances in return. "Girls, I don't understand. I take care of loads of animals. I know some may look scary, but they need my help nonetheless." Fluttershy nodded at her own statement. "Besides, lots of them are real sweethearts when you get to know them." "Good Luna, he reeks of rotten eggs," Rarity sniffed. She took a handkerchief from her purse and pressed it against her nose. Rainbow Dash retched slightly. Applejack's face scrunched up in disgust. "Rarity, that's not very nice," Fluttershy chided. "Besides, Barry seems to like you." True to Fluttershy's words, Barry had focused his small eyes on Rarity. Drool dripped from his lips in long strands that pooled on the ground. "Fluttershy, darling, your definition of like and his definition of it, I fear, are very much different," Rarity blanched, recoiling from the ravenous gaze of Fluttershy's companion. "A demon, Shy!" Rainbow exclaimed excitedly, her hoof unsteadily pointing towards Barry. "You are hanging out with a literal demon!" Barry seemed to grow agitated at that and began hopping in place. He screeched loudly in the same language he had spoken before. Fluttershy comfortingly gripped one of Barry's claws and gently stroked his head. She shot a fierce look in Rainbow's direction. "Rainbow Dash?" Fluttershy scolded. "We do not use that word here. It's very derogatory." Barry continued to hop from one back leg to the other, screeching loudly as he pointed at Applejack. Red sparks emanated from his outstretched front claws.
Shema, Akeshi, Da, Arak Etil Sin, Dis, Imara, Sitvig, Bibma, Shirakishkapa, Amapana, Metskutna, Twigni, Tabini, Ametsari, Damok, Idabulaba.
"Fluttershy, he's trying to cast hexes on us," Applejack protested, standing up from her seat. "See what you did, Rainbow. You've agitated him." Fluttershy snapped. There, Barry." Fluttershy gently continued to stroke Barry's head until he eventually resumed sitting down passively. "Am I insane?" Rainbow Dash asked. "Just look at him." "You know what? I'm done," Applejack declared. "It's too early for this. I'm leaving." Applejack promptly exited, muttering something unintelligible under her breath. Rarity had moved her seat as far away from Barry as possible. Pinky seemed to be the only one who was entirely unperturbed. "Fluttershy, I think it would be prudent if Barry came with me," Twilight said. Fluttershy shot her a confused look. "Why?"
Jadokari.
Barry spat at Twilight, her eyes narrowed in response. "Fluttershy, your friend is very dangerous," Twilight said. "He needs to go to Tartarus where he belongs and can't hurt any creature." "No!" Fluttershy protested, hugging Barry close to her. "Barry is a sick animal that needs my help. I can't just send him away, especially to somewhere horrible like Tartarus." "Fluttershy, darling," Rarity intoned softly. "We all appreciate your dedication to animals, but Barry is not a regular animal. I'm sorry, darling. He's terrifying. Look around us. There are no birds in the sky or ponies in the streets. He's frightened them all away." True to Rarity's words, the town seemed practically deserted beyond the 5 of them. "He's pure evil!" Rainbow Dash shouted. "Pure evil!" "Girls, I can't believe you," Fluttershy said as she stood from the table. Her stare was filled with righteous fury. "I would have thought we had all learned our lesson with Sakura, that it's not right to judge others on the sole basis of their appearance. Barry isn't the most beautiful animal, but he deserves a chance that every creature does. This is just the way he is. Maybe if we accept that, maybe you'd see the good side of him. Just like Discord." Fluttershy let forth a disappointed sigh. "I'm not saying you have to like Barry. All I'm asking is that you give him a chance." Twilight and every pony else blinked at Fluttershy, their eyes shifting from her to Barry and then back to her. Barry scratched his head with his hind hoof. Twilight took a long sip of her coffee before crossing her hooves. "Okay, Fluttershy, where did you find Barry?" Twilight inquired calmly. "In the sanctuary, of course," Fluttershy said with an affirmative nod. "He was up a tree. He looked so ill, the poor baby." Barry let forth an appreciative speech. "Do you know what imps eat?" Twilight probed. "I know Barry is carnivorous," Fluttershy replied. "I have plenty of carnivores in the sanctuary, Twilight. I'm well aware of how they eat and how to feed them. So if that's the imps hunt in packs generally, but as scavengers in nature when on their own," Twilight interrupted. "They mainly target weak and sick prey to make up for their lack of physical strength." "I don't see why that's relevant." "Oh," Fluttershy gulped. Her eyes went wide. That may have explained why Barry rejected her attempts to feed him. She took her seat once more. "I see the problem now." Barry burped up several small bones. Fluttershy grimaced as she recognised that some of them seemed to belong to animals that had disappeared recently from her clinic.
Barry
Barry murmured. "Once they have eaten enough, they start targeting larger prey, Twilight said grimly, looking over the bones, such as ponies. Girls, I don't think Barry is going to be a good fit for the animal sanctuary, Fluttershy whispered, her head bowed low. You think? Rainbow yelled. Author's note. Just a little story I came up with at 2 AM staring at the ceiling, trying desperately to sleep. Hope people enjoy this silly little tale. Also, in case you want to know what Barry is saying, B1.
Hello, friends of the yellow one.
B2.
Your rude and unkind words have insulted me. I am upset at your ignorant attitudes.
B3.
Which?
B4.
Excuse me?
Headphones by Atom Smash. Babs Seed looked up to greet her next customer, the door chime having announced their arrival. She smiled widely when she recognised the famous pony. Styling the mane of DJ Pond 3 would be awesome, not to mention good for business if word got out. Please take a seat, I'll help you as soon as I'm available. The famous DJ didn't seem to react much to the greeting, though that could probably be blamed on the large pair of headphones covering the mare's ears. DJ Pond 3 was never seen without them in public. They were as much of her trademark as the pink sunglasses. Not wanting to offend the celebrity by asking her to take them off, Babs gestured for the couch and mimed, "I'll be with you shortly." That seemed to do it. The unicorn nodded and took a seat on the waiting couch. Babs breathed out a sigh of relief and returned to finish the work on her current customer. He was some random nobody, whose name Babs had already forgotten, but that didn't excuse her giving him sloppy service. As excited as she was to get to style the mane of a famous musician, she still owed him a professional job. Once the guy was happy with the mane cut, however, and had paid and left, she moved excitedly on to a famous new customer. The DJ in question had spent the time sitting on the couch, listening to her headphones and occasionally nodding along to whatever beat played on them. She did look up, however, when Babs approached. "Is it my turn?" The question nearly took Babs by surprise. She wasn't sure if she ever had heard the DJ actually speak before. That was another trademark. She banished that notion, realizing that of course the mayor had to speak sometime, at least in her private life. The "I let my music speak for me" act was just that, an act. As a stylist, Babs knew all too well about making an impression and the dedication that went into it, which is why she didn't ask the unicorn to remove her headphones. They had to come off eventually if she was going to be able to cut her mane. But she wouldn't rush the mare. "Yes," she replied. "Yes," she replied, making sure to nod as the mare probably still couldn't hear her. The DJ nodded and Babs led her over to one of the styling chairs. "What can I do for you today?" Babs asked as the mare seated herself, still not taking off her shades or her headphones. She had to repeat the question 3 times before Pond 3 replied. "Haircut." Well, that was that. Babs did her best to keep the smile on her face as she asked, "And what style?" At first, it didn't seem like the mare would answer, but then she raised a white hoof to her ear and lifted one end of the headphones. "Just make it look cool, and don't take off my headphones." As happy as Babs was to finally be addressed, she frowned at the request. How was she going to be able to cut the mare's mane if she had those big headphones on? When she asked as much, the DJ just shrugged in reply. "That's what I'm paying you to figure out, hair lady. Rarity wrote that you were the best, so just fix it, okay?" Babs sighed. Celebrities. "Fine, I'll see what I can do," she replied with forced cheerfulness. The DJ gave her a look and grunted. "You do that." She then let the headphones slip back over her ear and leaned back in her chair, seemingly content to ignore Babs. Sure, the DJ might be as obnoxious as most famous ponies, but she was right. She was the customer, and if Babs couldn't provide the service she asked for, the mayor would have to take her business elsewhere. And Babs' salon could really do with a celebrity stylist status. It was good for business, as a lot of ponies would love to get their mane cut in the same place as some pony famous. Having made up her mind, she smiled and got to work. She sprayed the hair down with water and started to comb it out to see what she had to work with. To Babs' surprise, the unicorn removed her glasses and not only made the stylist's job easier, but also casually resolved one of the most speculated on topics in the celebrity press. Huh, so she really does have red eyes, Babs mused, knowing full well that the celebrity in question couldn't hear her. She looked forward to telling her friends about that. The mane cut itself progressed smoothly, if you ignored the huge obstacle of a pair of giant headphones she wasn't allowed to remove. Babs felt she was doing a surprisingly good job under the rather odd circumstances. Eventually though, she ran into the inevitable issue. She had done a perfect cut on most of the mane, but some of it was squashed beneath the headphones, and she couldn't get to them. There was nothing for it, she'd have to remove them anyway. Otherwise the style could not be completed. The customer didn't seem to be paying attention anyway, seemingly having zoned out. "Please don't be mad," Babs prayed as she gently lifted the headphones off the white pony's head. A prayer that seemed to have gone unfulfilled, for as soon as the headphones left the mare's ears, she leapt out of the chair and spun around to give Babs the most withering glare. The stylist had received in her life. Those red eyes were practically ablaze with fury. "Sir!" Babs' apology was cut off as the mare took a swing at her. She barely dodged it and backed away, now truly scared of the mare. She tried stammering out more apologies, but the other mare didn't seem to listen. The irate customer made another grab for Babs, but she managed to narrowly avoid that as well. "Give me back my headphones!" The unicorn's demand was a shriek, her formerly boyish tones now a high-pitched wail of fury and desperation. "I will," Babs promised, "as soon as you calm down." The request seemed to have the opposite effect, as DJ Pon3 rushed her head on. This time Babs was unable to dodge and she was tackled to the floor. Before she could collect herself, DJ Pon3 was on top of her, kicking and punching away, clawing at her hooves to get a grip on the pair of headphones the panicked mare was now clutching to her chest. Babs was begging now, shielding her face from the furious onslaught. The stylist had already let go of the headphones, but her attacker didn't seem to have noticed. The DJ was going at her like a mare possessed, frothing at the mouth as she pummeled away at the pony beneath her. Truly fearing for her life now, Babs started fighting back and found to her surprise that she was much stronger than her attacker. The unicorn's punches were feeble, and once she grabbed the white hooves, she had no trouble keeping them in her grip. She kicked up and nearly succeeded in dislodging the fully grown mare. The disparity didn't make sense, but Babs, sure as Tartarus, wasn't going to argue when it could very well be what saved her life. She punched up, stunning the unicorn, and with another kick and toss, she sent the white pony sprawling to the side where she, safe for the moment, and feeling the rush of adrenaline, Babs took a few breaths to collect herself. She could feel the taste of blood in her mouth, and her body was sore where it had been hit. She would be okay though. There was no serious injury, just bruises. Once more she thanked her lucky star the crazy mare had been so feeble in her attempts to hurt her. The overreaction too was insane. Babs had only been trying to do her job. "You bitch, why did you do that?" Babs spat. Literally, she had to spit a mouthful of blood to say it. Cut lips, she assumed. There was no response from the prone mare. "You absolute ass!" Babs repeated, showering more curses at her attacker as she painfully pulled herself to her hooves and took in the scene. She herself was hurt but standing. The salon didn't seem to have suffered much. A few overturned chairs, a couple strewn beauty products, and some blood on the floor. Those were the only traces of the struggle. The attacker herself though, Babs noticed the DJ was starting to twitch where she laid. She didn't feel sympathy for the mayor who had assaulted her, but maybe this wasn't all out of malice. Maybe it was some kind of psychotic breakdown. It happened to celebrities sometimes, or so the magazines proclaimed. Babs didn't particularly want to ever get close to DJ Pond 3 again, but she felt it was her duty to at least check on the mayor, who now appeared to be shaking even more vigorously. "If you try to hurt me again, I'll kill you," Babs warned, inching closer to the stricken DJ, a pair of very sharp scissors in one hoof just in case. But before she got close, the twitching stopped. With a horrible realization, Babs rushed forward. She rolled the stiff body over on its back and realized that she had been right. It was too late. The mayor was dead. The DJ's red eyes stared up at the ceiling, unmoving. "You bastard!" Babs aimed a kick for the body, knowing that she couldn't make it any worse than it already was, and needing some form of outlet for the emotions that were threatening to overwhelm her. What would happen to her now? She killed a pony, a famous pony at that. It had clearly been self-defense, so she might not end up in jail, but that was a meager comfort. There was no way her reputation would survive an incident like this. Her salon, her livelihood, probably her whole career was over, and all for a stupid pair of overpriced headphones. Her eyes fell on the offending piece of headgear, and she felt the fury rise inside her. She wanted to smash them, but knew the police would want to see them as evidence of whatever breakdown the famous DJ had suffered. A drug overdose probably. No sensible pony tried to kill someone over something so silly, right? With a feeling of dread, Babs picked up the phones and looked at them. They looked like a normal pair of headphones, pretty pricey, but nothing she herself wouldn't be able to afford if she really wanted them. Feeling this was a really stupid idea, but doing it anyway, Babs tried the headphones on for herself. When she heard what was in them, she couldn't help but laugh out loud despite the macabre situation. Surely this had to be a joke. No pony could be so dumb as to need that. No, really, it was beyond ridiculous. In her ears, a calm voice kept repeating the words. Breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. Over and over. Mayor of the House by JMJ. We'd all heard of the Cupcake Killer. It was a necessary evil in small towns to pass their ghost stories along to those deemed young enough to still be frightened and hide under their blankets when dark houses creaked from natural swelling and bustling of weather. I had never believed in her, especially not when my friends told me about how the house my family had bought used to be the bakery where she had committed her heinous crimes, sawing legs from wailing ponies and leaving them to wiggle their stumps as she split their bellies open for her sinister harvests. They say she used their organs as a secret ingredient for cupcakes, which is why they call her what they do. How could any pony not see the fallacies in their tale? It was like the boogie pony or the old mare searching for her rusty horseshoe. Filly tales. They just wanted to scare me. I had just turned 13 and had been entrusted with staying home by myself for the first time in my life. Some of my friends suggested that I should throw a party or invite some cute colt over for a game of 7 minutes in heaven. I did neither. Just decided to cuddle up with a book from the library about princesses and true love. My parents were going to Canterlot on business and expected to be back the next morning when we would all go out and have breakfast together. I was happy for them. Their art was catching on and a few businesses had bought statues from them. They would be taking measurements and planning a specific piece for some well-to-do company in the Canterlot business section. I had just cracked the cover of the book when some pony knocked on my door. I had come home directly from school, hoping to see my parents before they left, but they had already departed. I hoped that maybe they'd forgotten something and I would get my chance to wish them well on their trip. I smiled and closed the thick leather-bound cover and leapt to investigate. Standing on the tips of my hooves to peer through the spy hole, I could just make out the wiggling tongue of my best friend as she raspberried the door. It was Jib Jab. The curved lens of the spy hole warped her peach face to a strange shape and I giggled and twisted the lock. It was already open. It had been acting up lately and we were waiting for some new piece to sell before we could get it fixed. I felt a sharp cold as the door opened for Jib. One look at the sky told me that winter was well upon us, and it may not be a bad idea to get some extra firewood from the alley behind the house for the night. I just hoped the snow would stay away long enough for Mum and Dad to get home. It wasn't unusual for Jib to come over, and I was certain my parents wouldn't mind. We talked and laughed and played together well into the evening. She was nearly as excited as I was that I was getting some responsibility. She had yet to be left alone by herself. Despite her happiness for me, pangs of jealousy drove her to recant ghost stories, trying to frighten me on my first night alone. I puffed my chest and rolled my eyes. Really? A hoof that came back to life in search of its body, rattling chains, filly stuff. I'd heard them all before so many times that they had no effect on me. Seeing my bemused grin, Jib's jaw struck and a sinister determination swept her features. She sauntered to the basement floor and flung it open. She reiterated the story of the pink mare and dared me to go down. I felt the dread wrinkle my courage, but I tried to play it cool. Cupcake killer or not, I didn't like the basement. I never had. I had went down into it once before when we had first moved in, helping my dad carry boxes down for storage. I knew there's nothing down there but pipes and the furnace. But the feel was wrong. I don't really believe the rumours. No ponies were tortured and gutted there, but it's dank and thick, like the walls are closing in, like there are eyes in every dark corner. She dared me to go down with her, to the place where they died, where they still shriek for help, where she cut them apart. I think a skitter in my step betrayed my bravado when I took the lead, braving the first 3 steps alone. The door slammed shut, enveloping me in a darkness seemingly not of this world. I screamed. Confidence be damned, I squealed like the filly I was, then slammed my hooves into the door behind me blindly. I heard laughter. I knew it was Jib on the other side of the door, but I swear, it sounded like it was coming from the bottom of the stairs, and an impossibly sweet scent that had to be my imagination caressed the edges of my consciousness. I banged on the door and my screams deafened me to the laughter, but that was the sound of my hoof echoing into the basement, or some pony climbing the steps of the cellar behind me. The door swung open wildly and Jib Jab fell over with laughter, holding her sides and kicking her hooves like a foal throwing a tantrum. I wanted to hit her, but slammed the basement door closed and yelled angrily instead. Her giggling stopped and she genuinely looked hurt. I didn't care. I stormed off and stuffed my muzzle back into my book. I pretended not to hear her apologies, but after a while I couldn't hold it against her anymore. She had got me good. Even I couldn't help but laugh a little. We made up quickly and played more games, discussed what cults might be interested in us, and raided the refrigerator for snacks. It was nearly dark when she left and I stood at the door waving her goodbye. She would come over tomorrow and we would play again. I noticed that the snow had begun to fall. It was really coming down and had already covered the streets. Jib had only a few blocks to travel before I knew she would be safe for such a short distance. But wow, it was really snowing hard. She paused, turning to me with a playful smirk. You know she escaped, right? The killer? I only stuck my tongue out at her and shut the door, fearing this would become an inside joke between the two of us for years to come. I pulled a few logs into the house from the back alley and lit a cozy fire in the fireplace, careful to place the screen so errant flames would not find purchase on nearby flammables. I sank into the couch and opened my book again. I read for hours. The sun's light had perished and the house was illuminated by the flickering tongues of the fireplace. A warm orange glow outlined the furniture as I read. I came to a scary part in the story. The princess had been kidnapped and locked in a keep far away, and only the brave prince could save her. He had galloped in pursuit, but had come to the swamp of no return, a haunted place. The spirits of those who had died in the swallowing muck of the forest clawed at the prince's hooves and threatened to drown him in the bog below. My skin crawled and suddenly the burning wood let out a loud pop. I jumped, breath catching my chest as I realized what had happened. It took me a moment to compose myself, pulling a throw pillow up over my tummy and craning my neck side to side, straining my eyes in search of ghostly hooves or movement anywhere in my proximity. Nothing was there. I was just jumping from the book. It was then that Jib's prank returned to me, and thoughts of the cupcake killer strangled my imagination. For a moment she appeared, and I clutched the pillow for my life. That grim smile of blood-stained teeth, a look of sadistic glee in her pinprick eyes froze me in place. She had a butcher knife in her teeth, dripping crimson droplets down her pale pink coat. I blinked, and she was gone, but the image stayed with me for far too long. I covered my head with my pillow and cried, wishing for sleep to take me and morning to come. Tomorrow would be great. Just close my eyes and sleep. After some time spent shivering silently, ears perked to every crack and pop of the house, sleep did come. It hit me, and I fell off to dreams of my parents, and the dancing light of the fire died in the night. I awoke to a soft blackness and bitter cold. The fire had flickered its last, but I could see well from accumulation of snow outside. The moon's silver gaze reflected from the thick white powder outside. I had fallen asleep frightened, but now it felt 1,000 lifetimes ago and ridiculous. I was afraid of an old mare story designed to scare foals. It was embarrassing, and I chastised myself for succumbing to such a stupid story. It was late, cold, and I hungered for my soft bed and warm blankets. I kicked the pillow from my chest and rolled to my hooves, walking from the living room. I paused at the kitchen window, peering out into the wintry white banks of snow that had appeared. It had really piled up and was still pouring. It was then that I saw a movement in the night, just out of my vision. The snow obscured my sight, and I squinted to see better. Something out there moved. Some distance away I could see the form of a pony standing on their back legs, facing me. My heart lurched in my chest and I sank down below the windowsill. Were my eyes deceiving me? Was I under the influence of that story? It was so late. Surely no pony was really out there in this blizzard. I swallowed, and a hard lump hurt my throat as I forced it down. I was being foolish. It was nothing, a trick of the eyes and a tired mind. I popped my head up again. It was closer this time. A pink mare standing on her back legs. Something held in her forelegs, in a gift-like gesture. I could almost make out her face, but the snow was too thickly falling and hiding her features. My blood froze in my veins and panic shook me like a salt shaker. I felt paralyzed as the pink pony stepped closer in an awkward, upright stance. Somehow, I ducked below the window again and mumbled to myself, frantically trying to think of what to do, where to hide, whether to flee or not. I had to think fast. She was moving closer all the time. I tried to tell myself that it was a neighbor coming to check on me, but I knew better. It was the cupcake killer. She had escaped and was coming back home. I was safe, right? I could hide in my upstairs closet. My parents would be home soon, and she couldn't get in. The doors were locked. It was just then that I remembered the broken lock on the front door. I had to get to it, had to lock it. I hoped I had time. I needed to look out the window one more time and judge how long I had to run to the door. Lock it and get to a good hiding place. For the last time, I stood and turned my eyes to the window. It was as if some pony wrested the breath from my body. She was standing just a few feet away, her icy eyes shimmering in the light of the reflecting snow. Daggers dancing in fetid blue pools. Her smile was sanity-wrenching and twisted like the crook of a gnarled tree, a wrenching gash of fear. Her pink coat was splotched with red. Gouts, drops, lines of crimson decorated her thin frame like wandering scars. In her hooves was a tray of cupcakes, brown and lumpy, oozing with something sickly. I felt my consciousness threatening to fail. The world tinged with blackness as fear gripped my mind, and I realized that the snow was unmarred, complete, pristine. But that could only mean... I've got a surprise party for you. Your parents are already there. Have a cupcake. The voice was far too high-pitched to be sane, and the happy tones dripped off the undertow that holds corpses. I realized too late that what I had been seeing was her reflection. Peanut Butter and Genocide by Lackluster. Apple Bloom woke up and the sun was melting. The pungent aroma of singed, sizzling flesh tickled her nostrils. She blinked, smiling despite the tears curling from her ducts and flowing off her face in wisps of steam. The knowledge of her own mortality was rooted more greatly in her heart than ever, for in mere hours she would feel the prominent, cancerous crispiness from the sun's sizzling overtake her once and for all. Her bed was also on fire, but no pony cared about that. She casually ejected herself from the bed, the fresh cries of 1,000 suffering souls wafting through her window. Bits of her skin snagged and tore off in the wood of her floorboards. And that was okay. The skin was but one other reminder of this mortal coil. It would grow back. Her unravelling epidermis, so slimy and shining with her own slow cooking innards, produced the achingly rancid crisp crackle pop of her own skin. So slimy and shining with her own slow cooking innards, produced the achingly rancid snap crackle pop of her own skin. There was nothing better to help her wake up in the morning. Her melting forelimbs aided in her shuffle across the floor, bit by bit of her being severed in her zombie-like trance. She caught a glimpse of herself in the mirror, the flesh dripping and dropping from her entire skeletal system, the sheer violation of any rightful natural look for a beast of flesh and bone made Granny Smith look kind of okay, I guess. Her eyes, wide, puffy and swollen, did not blink back at her. They had not blinked in ages. Their glazed, unholy orbs returned her blank trance-like stare. The sockets were visible around the droopy, hideous spheres. Their dark pupils were an enigma. They should have been a weepy slush of tissue and other goodies long ago. Her shuffle ensured they made a slurpy, ploppety noise like jelly within her own fleshy prison. Apple Bloom left her bedroom. She craved the orange juice. Apple Bloom entered the kitchen as a spectacle of decay. Marking her paths were clumps of her mane, falling to the ground with a burning sizzle like spaghetti that had fallen upon a stone surface. These clumps were blackened and grody. Some pony should clean that shit up. As Apple Bloom turned her head toward the icebox, her loose gums wiggled delightedly, freer than the flap thingies that some dog breeds have on their faces. The near lifeless forms of her family had coalesced into a single form long ago. The joint flesh beast of Granny, Big Mac and Applejack quavered most blob-ily. The shared sets of eyes had surpassed the stage where agony could be felt and death was still a yearning. They hoped for nothing now. Their teeth had long since been plucked by Apple Bloom, who craved that calcium and cocaine and whatever weird shit they put in teeth these days. The after-school snack nutritional value of those things was pretty decent. In previous lifetimes, this amalgamation of a once loving family had begged Apple Bloom to spare them another day of torment. Now there was nothing except gaping cavities where mutual mouths had swollen, scabby tongues had lolled out, bearing Apple Bloom's school supplies with the obedience of a drone. Beneath layers of saliva was a sticky brown paper bag that would bear the sacred school-time lunch. Apple slices, peanut butter arranged in strange symbols, a single pretzel, and a third hoop kidney stones beneath layers of rubber bands and pre-chewed gums. The local forecast also predicted that a juice box would be in there too. Kids love those things. Apple Bloom shook her jowls and squealed gleefully, her shrill shriek making the family blob quaver in fear. And the very air vibrates with bad energy. Would their offering be punished this time? From the black maw of Apple Bloom, a thick and vile tongue flopped out, wrapping around the greasy sacrifice with an unnatural prehensile might. Deep within the remaining shards of her soul still tied to this vessel, Apple Bloom could sense the surprise snack packed for her delight within the bag. The scent of pre-chewed bread wads overrode the pungent fear of the beast that her family had been. The acidic stench of so much spit could not mask the uniqueness of long stale bread made moist with eldritch slobber. An orange juice appeared through means they could not deduce. She took that too, the little shit. Apple Bloom trotted to school and only bones stuck out where her legs had been, but those would grow back. They always did. Beneath the thick, rancid slime, her blood had become those fragments ached worse than the world dying all around her. Even Apple Bloom's tongue, which dragged in the dust and flaming surface of the world behind her, had lessened torment. The schoolhouse awaited. Apple Bloom burst in with a howl, mouth unhinged and ready to swallow all that was left of the world and more. Her jowls were slack and a-flapping with the strongest emotion she had felt since this all began. They did not stop shaking long after she entered. Chera Lee was giving a math test. That means Apple Bloom was late. Oh no! She took her seat right next to Sweetie Belle, who waved, Scootaloo, who was smiling, Diamond Tiara, who was existing, and Featherweight, whose third eye was not quite open yet, but that's okay, he was trying. Apple Bloom could sit next to as many ponies as she wanted, at any time and at all hours. That was how seats worked in Ponyville's schoolhouse. This was the heart of where everything had collapsed. Things were going to be okay. Chera Lee rolled her eyes in the way she did when she knew that foals would be foals. She told Apple Bloom to remember not to be late again, But Apple Bloom never remembered. Things were going to be okay. They had to be. Apple Bloom could not close her mouth. Her tongue spilled over the desk like a carpet of deformed taste buds, their pus belching forth even as the dead-eyed Apple Bloom kept it wrapped tightly around the lunch bag. It was going to be hard to reach her pencil, but she tried anyway. Cherylee sat at her desk, humming softly to herself. Sweetie Belle nibbled at the edge of her pencil. Scootaloo did Scootaloo things, and Silver Spoon was still a real pony that existed. Lunch was upon them all, and the students shuffled outside to the playground. The day was sunny. The remaining grass was still green. Cherylee was also there because she was a single middle-aged mare who lived a tormented existence. It wasn't because she was a single middle-aged mare who had already resorted to dyeing her grey hair. It was because of the children that surrounded her everywhere. At least the boogers that Truffle Shuffle stuck under all the fillies and Cherylee's desks could be removed. But removing children was illegal, and that meant that nothing bad could happen to them. Not by Cherylee's hoof anyway. All the children milled about, sitting with their fellow students and laughing gaily. Apple Bloom and the other Crusaders were being completely normal. Not a single one of them was currently on fire. Instead, all three of them were burning. The eyes of Sweetie and Scoots filled with terror. However, they were being so quiet that Cherylee knew they could be ignored. She slipped a thick, swirly straw into the clear jar she pulled from her own lunch tote, slurping up all the mayonnaise battery acid she had brought to eat delightedly. Apple Bloom was so courteous to keep her friends' screams muffled by wrapping her tongue over their mouths, pressing the life from them gradually before the teeth in her ears' interiors bared themselves hungrily. In went the limp, dazed forms of Sweetie, Scoots, and other assorted students. Even the grinding of their bones was done with the utmost delicacy. And what parts of them weren't devoured fell to the ground as pinkish, red, and grey chunks of slippery, slurry splats. Eventually, Apple Bloom wiggled her tongue again. She let it flop around upon the ground and writhed on over to where Cherylee was slurping her concoction. She wrapped up her teacher with the mighty constriction of the salivatory organ and dragged the helpless mare into a dripping, gaping, slobbery maw. Her gums flapped madly around as she chewed into the mulberry bone and crushed her sinew, shredding it messily in her mouth. The other students screamed as Apple Bloom corralled them with her tongue, scooping them into her mouth one by one. She chewed them mercilessly until every one of them was nothing but mash in the maw, being gargled alongside Cherylee backwash. Then she spat out the greasy bone-bit-infested mess onto the greasy slob that she was given for lunch by the family she had left. The moist flesh of her classmates poured the proto bread and squeezed and squelched as she squished it between the two slices. Apple Bloom bellowed for the peanut butter to her genocide. There was one other pony on the playground. Bulk Biceps was the biggest kindergartner in Apple Bloom's class. He sat in the back of the class when he showed up at all. Bulk Biceps only communicated in bellows. Every day he brought the same lunch of protein powder and salsa. He had never brought a spoon. He just mixed them together because he was fucking retarded. Apple Bloom's tongue seized him. She constricted the incredibly buff colt with her flailing tongue and dragged him into her range of attack as he screamed. Her ripped tongue seeped into his paws, tearing his skin that was so well cooked by the dying sun. Once the stallion was properly flayed alive, a positively pulpy mess of pain, Apple Bloom sent her tongue into every place that his skin tried to hide, carefully carving up all the peanut butter stored within, past blood and bone. When she was rewarded with the pleasing condiment, Applebloom gulped down the last of the young infant bulk biceps. She stretched her gaping maw around him and slurped him down, crunching and chewing his softened remains the whole time. She couldn't wait for school tomorrow. Author's note. End me. Pinkie Pie is an eldritch abomination by Pony Amorous. Twilight opened her eyes, feeling dizzy and slightly nauseated. She was staring at her bedroom wall, which seemed to have developed several alarming new cracks recently. What was far more alarming, however, was the fact that she couldn't remember how she had gotten there. She tried to remember what she had done after waking up that morning, but came up blank. Turning around, she noticed an unfamiliar looking journal lying on the floor. Scrawled across the cover were the words, "Urgent! Read!" in her own writing. Slowly, Twilight levitated the mysterious journal over to the side of her bed, where she took a seat and opened to the first page. Research notes on Pinkie Sense and related phenomena. Property of Twilight Sparkle. Day 1. Today I have resolved to continue investigation into the mysterious Pinkie Sense. I'm ashamed to admit that I was formerly adamant in denying its existence, even in the face of mounting experimental evidence. I let my pet hypothesis blind me to empirical results. As a scientist, I should have known better. Worse still, when I finally accepted the phenomenon as real, I neglected to do any follow-up research. Such a fascinating phenomenon, with untold implications for all fields of magic as we know them, and I simply let it drop. The day a rationalist stops chasing their curiosity, stops inquiring about the world around them, that is the day they are truly dead. Today, I vow to scientifically investigate as much as I am able into the possible mechanisms behind Pinkie Sense. Summary. Pinkie Sense refers to the collection of physiological responses exhibited by subject Pinkamena Diane Pie that appear to predict the occurrence of various general events, falling objects, opening doors, etc. In the immediate future, as Pinkie Sense obviously violates causality, books on time magic from the Star-Swirl the Bearded section of the archives should be consulted for preliminary research, as well as any books on the expression of Earth Pony magic, in addition to interview the observation of the subject. Initial controlled experiments should focus on determining the maximum spatial and chronological ranges. I propose having my assistant dropping objects at randomized times and distances from the subject while I observe for physiological clues. The experiment will be double-blind, as the drop schedule will remain unknown to me or the subject until it is compared with my notes after the experiment. Day 7. Progress has been frustratingly slow. The archives provided no useful information that would help with my investigation. I had briefly theorized that the occurrence of a triggering event causes some part of the body to emit tachyons that are then detected somehow by Pinkie in the past, resulting in the physiological responses. One or more organs must act as some kind of transmitter/receiver. I would set to work calibrating a spell to try and detect tachyons, but I have not been able to reliably trigger the phenomenon. Attempts to recreate conditions in the laboratory completely failed. Not a single positive result was observed. If reactions are only triggered by genuinely accidental events, experimentation would be very difficult, though perhaps not impossible. It also raises another question as to how intent could possibly be detected. When asked why she thought the experiment had failed, Pinky said, "Well, duh, 'cause then it wouldn't be funny." I ignored the statement at the time, but now I think I should follow up and ask her exactly what she meant by that. Day 9. I talked with Pinky again and asked her about her previous statement and why her pinky sense only seemed to activate arbitrarily. She claimed that it would only happen when someone watching would find it funny. I asked if she meant some pony in particular, but she said it had to be one of them, and proceeded to stare at a wall for several seconds. When I asked what she was looking at, she said, "The fourth wall." I'm not sure what to make of any of this, but it's probably just Pinky being Pinky. Day 30. Something is very wrong. There is some kind of force that doesn't want me to continue this investigation and is affecting my thinking. Looking back at my previous entry, I'm shocked. Just Pinky being Pinky? That's not an acceptable answer. Not like me at all, and yet it has become typical. Whenever I notice a small problem or inconsistency, I feel a small pressure on my mind, a compulsion to turn away from the cognitive dissonance and think about something else. At first I thought I was just being lazy, but it has become too common lately, and I've noticed its effect on others as well, when Pinky somehow arrives at a destination before Rainbow Dash does. Even when flying full speed, even Dash dismisses it as just Pinky being Pinky. It was almost 3 weeks ago when I refused to let my mind be turned aside one night. I fell asleep, and the next morning I'd completely forgotten all about my research. It is only now, while I fortuitously found this journal again, that my memories came flooding back to me. I'm starting to work immediately on possible countermeasures to mind-affecting magic. In the meantime, it is very much possible that I will continue to forget each night. I have added the large text to the cover of this journal and will leave it nearby where I will be forced to see it in the morning. In addition, I have added all the security and protection spells I can think of, in case this force has physical agents that would steal or destroy this journal. Day 32. Success! An hour ago, I managed to devise a counterspell to perform on myself that should protect me from this unseen manipulation. Already, I can feel my thinking getting clearer, sharper. It's like I've been under the effect of some drug that is slowly clearing out of my system. I didn't even know my perception had been dulled until now. I tried to isolate the source of the malicious magic, but it seems to be coming from everywhere at once, as if it's an integral part of the environment. I think it permeates all of Equestria. I predict that I should be fully free of its influence by the end of the day. I nervously anticipate what I will learn. I have also enchanted this journal to recast the spell on myself when I touch it in case of another lapse. Day 33. I don't know what Pinky is, but that thing is not a pony. I can't believe the things I've never noticed before. That thing called Pinky can teleport, not the spatial blinking that I do. She just literally appears in a different place. I have also seen her popping down from above when there was nothing to hold on to. It wouldn't even be right to say she was levitating. She was just there. Even more disturbing is her ability to pop out of spaces she couldn't possibly fit into. Flower pots, mailboxes. I even once saw her inside a mirror. I saw it before. I saw Pinky's head and I saw the flower pot, but somehow I just didn't see them together. My eyes picked up the image, but my brain never noticed that what I was seeing was impossible. She seems to twist reality wherever she goes. It even offsets other ponies. Pinky's singing, was always considered just another one of her quirks. No pony ever considered where her music was coming from. However, this pales in comparison to the fact that just last week, the entire town, including myself, participated in a giant impromptu musical number. There was music from no visible source. Every pony knew the words and was perfectly on cue, and no pony ever acknowledged that it had happened afterward. Looking back, that wasn't even the first time that had happened. How long have we been breaking out into song? Day 34. I can barely keep a grip on my quill as I write this after what I saw today. I decided to go see it today. That ever-smiling thing that pretends to be a pony. I found it staring at what it called the fourth wall again. I asked it what it was looking at, and it simply said, "The audience." I looked at the blank wall it was staring at and thought I could almost see something. Focusing harder, I saw a small flicker. It wasn't just the wall, it was the air in front of and around it. It was the entire direction that seemed to become semi-transparent. For a second I could see shadows moving across the surface. Strange bipedal shapes with outlines that seemed to be clothing were barely visible. Suddenly, for the briefest of moments, I could see them clearly. Eyes, innumerable alien eyes staring back into my own. I screamed and ran from the building, not stopping until I was home. I've only now been able to compose myself enough to write these words. I can't ignore what I've seen, what I can remember with clarity now. The audience, the knowledge that my world is some kind of show to another, though surprising to learn, isn't quite as disturbing as one would expect. If infinite multiverse theory is true, it should be expected that some universes would perfectly match the fictions of others. There would be a universe where events of the Daring Do series were reality, and it would be perfectly real to them. Even those monsters were probably fiction of some other universe. No, what disturbs me is that such a universe should still have internally consistent laws. That thing called Pinky still presents a problem, unless... The text ended suddenly. Twilight had stopped writing when she had realized the truth. It was the same conclusion she was reaching again at exactly the same spot as she threw the journal to the ground in horror. The truth was, it was all a big joke. The universe wasn't rational. There were no consistent and immutable laws. Science didn't actually work. It only appeared to work up to a point. Her world had been created with some cartoonish imitation of actual natural laws, and Pinky was the wink and nod to the audience to remind them that it shouldn't be taken too seriously. The life work of every academic in all of history had been a cruel joke. They had dedicated their lives to understanding the natural world and preserving the knowledge for the future. What was the point of it all really came down to what was entertaining. She thought back to the years she had spent studying astronomy, magic, every other field of science. It had all been a lie, and beings in another universe were laughing at her adorably naive attempts to understand the world around her. Twilight turned and slammed a hoof into the nearby wall, adding another crack to its surface. The world around her began to spin. It was too much to handle. She could feel her sanity slipping away. Soon she would be a gibbering pile on the floor. If only she could go back to before she knew what she knew. Back to having fun with her friends and studying magic and friendship. A desperate idea crossed her mind. She could wipe her memory. Purge everything she read in the accursed journal. But she had to do it now, while she still clung to enough of her sanity to cast the spell. Closing her eyes and summoning magic to her horn, everything flashed white. Twilight opened her eyes, feeling dizzy and slightly nauseated. She was staring at her bedroom wall, which seemed to have developed several alarming new cracks recently. What was far more alarming, however, was the fact that she couldn't remember how she had gotten there. An Orange Tabby by Gara the author. While never officially penned, the citizens of Ponyville had circulated a series of rules related to the neighbouring Everfree Forest, a kind of unofficial guidebook and cautionary tale for anyone who might want to venture into that unnatural and terrifying domain. The volumes they had compiled could stretch on for several pages, though at the very top were 2 rules, the golden rules, the rules that trumped all others. The first was, everything that came out of the Everfree Forest was weird. The second? Well, the second was... Opalescence laid on the windowsill of Rarity's boutique, licking her paw and bathing in the warm summer sun. It was a good day to be a cat. Though, weren't they all? The weather was passable, she was well groomed, and she'd even managed to use her trickery to score a double ration, as her meal today was provided by both Rarity and Sweetie Belle, though neither knew it. Though, like most days in Ponyville, she was incredibly lonely. The town had many creatures, but very few of them were fellow felines. There were a few strays at Fluttershy's cabin, though they were hardly of a high enough status to associate with her. Beyond them, the only acceptable cat was the Siamese that Silverspoon owned, though she was an absolute bitch, and Opal would prefer to see as little of her as possible. Alas, this was her curse, to forever live a life of luxury and to have no one to share it with. Opal's ears perked up as she looked down at the ground. Standing there was a chubby orange tabby cat. While a little pudgy, Opal could not deny that he seemed a little cute. Opal responded. The tabby said, "Why, a gentleman with eloquent words. How exciting." Opal jumped down and lifted her tail, walking around him in a tight circle. The two of them meowed back and forth, starting in on a lovely conversation about cuisine. Opal of course praised the delicacy that was canned tuna. The tabby on the other paw was far more exotic, talking about some dish that was Italian. Opal had never even heard of an Italian. Who were these strange creatures? Were they like ponies, or griffins, or dragons, or something altogether new? When Opal asked the tabby about his home, he gestured to the Everfree Forest. Now, she was not the kind of cat that got out often, but even she knew that such a place was dangerous, full of dangerous creatures that would love nothing more than to turn her into Roof Rabbit. This must have meant that the tabby was very brave indeed. Bravery was an appealing trait. It was the kind of trait that made Opal very fond of getting to know this rugged and daring tabby. She asked the tabby if he had an owner. Maybe he belonged to that zebra that Rarity talked about on occasion. The tabby said he did, though he didn't know where his beloved master was. He spoke fondly of his owner, a kindly gentleman by the name of John. Now wasn't that a weird name for a pony? But before Opal could inquire about the name, the tabby went on, saying he missed his master, missed him a lot. Opal could sympathise. She did not know what she would have done without Rarity or even Sweetie Belle. She'd perished the thought of having to become one of the ferals who relied upon Fluttershy's handouts for survival. As they conversed, Opal and the tabby grew closer, intimately closer, nuzzling and rubbing against one another. Opal purred as she felt the tabby press into her neck, and she in turn walked past him, brushing her bushy tail along his coat. For a moment she sensed a spark between them. This was a cat that Opal desperately wanted to know better. However, such romances always ended in tragedy. "Opal, get away from that filthy stray!" Rarity exclaimed, bursting out of the boutique bearing a newspaper. She flung it at the tabby, who screeched and bolted off, rushing back to his home in the Everfree. Opal glared at her owner and hissed at her poor judgment. But it was too late. The damage was already done. The tabby came back the very next day. It was a rainy day, which meant that Opal was unfortunately forced to watch from a closed window as the poor thing paced back and forth, getting absolutely drenched. She almost felt guilty, staying within the warmth and comfort of her homestead while the poor tabby was forced to endure the elements. It wasn't like he was some filthy feral. He had an owner and should be treated as such. Her owners were home, though neither was within this room. Why had Rarity reacted so poorly to the tabby's presence? Why couldn't she let Opal make friends with him? After all, was befriending a mere stray any different from Rarity befriending a farmer or a baker? Sometimes friendships could blossom beyond a creature's status, a lesson in class consciousness that Opal was now painfully learning. Still, she was trapped within the home, watching as the tabby walked away. He seemed so dejected and sad, breaking Opal's poor heart. As he left, Opal hoped beyond hope that he would come back the day after, when she could get outside and join him. Thankfully, the tabby returned, visiting throughout the week. Every day when Opal was able, she would socialise with the creature. He turned out to be a fellow cultured soul, one who could talk about all manner of subjects, from fur grooming to jokes to topics related to hunting small game. But most importantly, he was a feline who knew the finer side of cuisine. He would tell Opal about all the rich and exotic dishes he had within his equally foreign and faraway homeland. The tabby talked frequently of his house, of his canine companion, and their human master. Oh, how the tabby missed his human, seemingly utterly absorbed and devoted to this individual and his ability to provide the tabby with his favourite cuisine. Opal could only hope that one day this tabby would feel that level of devotion to her. Still, she enjoyed his stories, his adventures, and comical hijinks. Unfortunately, Rarity was always there to ruin things. She repeatedly warded off the tabby, taking on increasingly terrifying methods. During her last attempt, she had even hit the cat with a shoe, sending him fleeing. Now, Opal listened as Rarity talked with Sweetie, discussing turning Opal strictly into a house cat. She didn't quite know what that meant. Wasn't she already a house cat? Though she had a feeling, judging by Rarity's tone, that she would not be seeing the outside world much longer. How would she break the news to the tabby? That is, if she was even given the chance. She was right about not seeing the outside world again. The boutique's windows were no longer left open, and for a long week she watched in misery as the tabby returned, unable to talk with her and see her. But while the first week was torture, the second was even worse. The tabby no longer returned, no longer attempting to visit Opal. He must have given up on ever seeing her again. For all the loneliness Opal had once claimed to feel, it was nowhere near as potent as the current bout she endured. Would she ever see her beloved tabby again? It seemed less and less likely with each passing day. A month passed since Opal had last seen her beloved tabby. When she realised something, she had never gotten the cat's name. He must have had one, for he had an owner, and it would be most improper for an owned cat not to have a name. That's what she disliked about the ferals that Fluttershy fed. None of them had names, instead using physical descriptions to talk about each other. It was all so confusing, especially when you had brown with white splotches and white with brown splotches being two separate cats. There was a knock at the window, jerking Opal out of her thoughts. She looked up from her roost upon Rarity's ottoman and reeled at what she saw. It was a fleshy appendage that looked sickening and unnatural. Opal meowed in concern, hopping away from a spot. When something like that presented itself, it was best to find Rarity and get her to deal with it. As she left the room, she glanced over her shoulder, noticing that the appendage was no longer at the window, but she still felt a little frightened by the whole display, prompting her to spend the night with Rarity at the very least. As she walked into the darkened hallway of the second floor, she heard a mighty crash from down below, making the hair rise on the back of her neck. In an instant, Rarity burst out of her bedroom. She looked bleary-eyed and wore a green clay mask. "Was that you, Opal?" she asked, blinking away sleep. "Or was it—" She would have paled if not for the clay. "Oh no!" Rarity illuminated her horn, grabbing a pair of fabric shears. She then very carefully tiptoed towards the stairs. "Stay up here, Opal," she said before grumbling under her breath. "Who's ever heard of a home invasion in Ponyville?" As she approached the stairs, she descended them out of sight. A moment passed, and then there was a shrill and guttural scream, which soon turned wet and gory. Opal tensed and very carefully crept towards the stairwell herself, slowly climbing down. There was a commotion on the first floor, the sound of things crashing, of ripping, of the wet rending of flesh. A pot clattered in the kitchen at the same time that a vase shattered in the living room. They were on opposite sides of the house, alluding to two intruders. Opal reached the bottom of the stairs, her eyes widening in horror. At the doorway was a mess of flesh, of torn skin, of bones and muscle. It was constructed of exposed organs and membranes, held together by webs of fluid and pus. Tentacles spelted from the monstrosity, weaving through the boutique. Opal watched in horror as she saw tufts of white fur and purple mane within the organic mass. Then she saw a horn, before finally seeing Rarity's head, or at least half of it. It had been ripped forcefully in two and then absorbed into the mass, with exposed skull and brain sticking out. Yet somehow the one remaining eye was opened, alive and frightened. Though before Opal could cry for her desecrated owner, she saw what was atop the mass of flesh and gore was the head of that adorable little tabby. Though he was no longer so adorable, his mouth now opened to some impossible degree, showing up rows of razor-sharp teeth. Not 2 rows, but hundreds, if not thousands of them, all gleaming with blood, gore, and a black, pustule substance. Opal whimpered, begging this thing to explain to her what it was. The tabby responded, his voice wet, alien and sadistically deep. Garfield. That was his name. And he had not taken the news of being denied her company especially well. While never officially penned, the citizens of Ponyville had circulated a series of rules related to the neighbouring Everfree Forest, a kind of unofficial guidebook and cautionary tale for anyone who might want to venture into that unnatural and terrifying domain. The volumes they had compiled could stretch on for several pages, though at the very top were 2 rules, the golden rules, the rules that trumped all others. The first was, everything that came out of the Everfree was weird. The second was, everything that comes out of the Everfree was to be avoided at all costs. Author's note. You'll never write a Gorefield crossover, they said. Now who's laughing? Not me, because I wasted like an evening on this. TT. Little Shop of Ponies by Sock Puppet.
It all began in this little shop.
Starlight patted the mound of fresh dirt with a shovel. Trixie removed her wizard hat and held it to her chest. Maud and Mudbriar bowed their heads. Trixie levitated out her pocket watch and checked the time. Starlight wondered how the shovel would feel, swung up against Trixie's plant-murdering skull. We commit this loyal companion Phyllis to the earth, although her life was cut short. Starlight glared at Trixie. We will always remember her. Technically, Mudbryce said, a philandrodon isn't male or female, and you should refer to Phyllis as they/them. Starlight walked through Ponyville Farmers Market. Lily Valley waved at her and Starlight walked over. Miss Glimmer, how are you? Honestly, depressed. My philandrodon got murdered. I need a new one. Murdered? The horror! The horror! You have any? No. Hey, Rose. Roselock emerged from the back of their stand. Miss Starlight needs a potted plant. All I've got is this thing Zecora left with us after Luna's solar eclipse. Starlight raised an eyebrow. Zecora? Okay, how much? Free, said Daisy, carrying a terracotta pot under her foreleg as she too emerged from the back. The other two nodded. The plant was little more than a green shoot, half the height of her horn, and looked like a Venus flytrap. Starlight asked, "Why is it free?" Phyllis too looked bad. Despite being near a window with plenty of sunlight, despite Starlight giving it plenty of water and fertilizer, despite Starlight calling in earth ponies for extended counselling sessions to get their magic near the plant, she still seemed to be withering and drying up. Trixie barged into her office. Trixie requires Starlight's first aid kit. Looking up, Starlight saw that Trixie's nose was bleeding. What happened to you? Trixie caught a frisbee with her face while coaching gym class. Her magic yanked open a drawer and removed a first aid kit. She wiped and dabbed her nose with gauze for a minute, dropped the bloody rags onto Starlight's countertop, and then turned out the door. Your plant is looking better. Starlight looked down. Phyllis too was indeed looking perked up. That was strange. Standing, she trotted across the office to the mess Trixie had left behind before levitating the mess of bloody gauze towards the trash can. A small mewl sounded. Starlight looked around the office. Phyllis too trembled. She levitated the rags far to the left. Phyllis too tilted that direction. She levitated the rags far to the right. Phyllis too followed them in that direction. Starlight smiled. Starlight, no offence, but you look awful, Sunburst said as he sat down across her desk from her. Starlight nodded and sipped coffee. She knew she had black bags under her eyes and her ribs showed through her fur, which was beginning to lose its sheen. You two look like you donated too much blood, Nurse Redheart said, sitting down. Nope, not me, Starlight said. Just been practicing some difficult spells. Really? What spells? Sunburst asked. Nothing illegal, Starlight said unconvincingly. Certainly not reversing alicorns and discord spells. Redheart raised an eyebrow and grunted before looking at her clipboard. Anyway, 30% of your student body has the thunderclap. Have you considered providing condoms? They just use them as water balloons, Sunburst said. Trixie barged in. Wow, Starlight, your new plant looks great. Starlight smiled. Phyllis too was transplanted to a new giant pot and filled an entire corner of her office. Thanks, I figured out what fertilizer it needed. Oh, what does it need? Sunburst asked. Just the right spell, Starlight said, waving a hoof nervously. That's why I look so tired. Rainbow barged in a second later. Hey, the Cozy Glow statue looked like it got depetrified. Any pony know where she went? We need a posse to start a filly hunt. Starlight patted Phyllis too with a hoof.
Feed me.
Phyllis, Starlight said, I can't. I already fed you Cozy, Turek, and Chrysalis. You look like a giant Venus flytrap. I would have thought you'd like the Bug Horse Queen.
Don't think, you'll hurt yourself.
Starlight paced around her office, and Celestia has posted guards in the Canterlot Sculpture Gardens, so I can't steal any more political dissidents for you. Trixie barged in. Good news! For Starlight's birthday, Trixie invited Starlight's dad. Starlight whirled around, staring at Trixie in shock. You, what? His letter said he was excited to see his Pumpky Wumpkin. Hi, Dad, Starlight said, gesturing to one of the chairs in her office and sitting across from him.
Wow, that's quite a plant, said her dad. It's so tall, it almost touches the ceiling.
Yeah, it had a good meal recently.
Am I going to meet your friend Trixie? Or is she your mare friend? Or do you have a cult friend? I wish my Pumpky Wumpkin would tell me more about what's going on in her life.
Did you just call me Pumpky Wumpkin again? Hi, Zakora, Starlight said, gesturing for her to sit. Nice to see you. I know you have found for dead bodies a hiding place in that potted plant from outer space. I wouldn't. I couldn't. Starlight looked at the truncheon hidden under her desk and prepared to light her horn and whack Zakora over the head. About this topic I have all your friends told, in case the thought of killing me should make you too bold. All of them? Although you may think my method's shoddy, I must also dispose of a body. What? When a new pony brought to Ponyville competition, it began to affect my potion sales ambition. Oh. I left her corpse just outside your window. Help me by levitating up the bimbo. Phyllis 2 now filled half of Trixie's office. Dash, Starlight said, levitating the latex gimp suit off the body and trying to ignore the smells and bodily fluids. Why did you murder Spitfire? This wasn't murder, Dash said. This was an accident. An accident? Look, Dash said, removing the hood of her own gimp suit. We had consensual down, but we might have missed safe and sane. Derpy, Starlight said with a face hoof. The Ponyville postmaster? Derpy dropped the body and shrugged her wings. I have 2 kids to support. I need the promotion. Twilight, Starlight shouted. This is the 3rd Flash Century today. Are you going to alternate universes just to keep murdering your ex? Yes, Twilight said, removing Flash's eye patch and peg leg to protect the plant's digestion. This one was from the pirate universe. Tree hugger, Starlight said, opening a window to get the smells of unwashed hippie, marijuana, and murder out of her office. She slept with my cult friend, Fluttershy said. Who is? Fluttershy looked at her hooves, blushed, and mumbled indistinctly. For the next 3 hours, Phyllis 2 just stared at her leaves as they swayed in the window's breeze. Who are these 2? Starlight asked as Applejack unrolled the rug containing the 2 bodies. They appeared to be unicorn stones, probably twins, dressed as carnival barkers. No pony who will be missed. Rarity, Starlight said. This is the 4th fashion critic this week. Phyllis 2 burped. And next week is Manhattan Fashion Week, darling. Damn it, Sweetie Belle.
Starlight said. He's a colt! Why'd you kill him? Sweetie Belle sobbed, hugging Rumble's body. I loved him, but he didn't love me back. So, you murdered him? No, Sweetie sniffed. I tried to woo him. Remember the old saying, the way to a colt's heart is through his stomach? Yeah? I cooked him dinner. Scootaloo dragged in the corpse of a young earth colt. Starlight face-hoofed. What did he do? Nothing, Scootaloo said. It's just, every pony was doing it, so I thought I would kill some pony too. Applebloom dragged in Scootaloo's corpse. Oh, for Celestia's sake, Starlight said. What did Scootaloo do? The colt she killed? Starlight nodded. Tender taps. Here was my bow. A yellow Pegasus filly dragged in a large earth mare's corpse. Who are you? Starlight asked. Alula. What happened? She's a stranger. She invited me inside to try some candy. Big Sis said, never take candy from strangers. Starlight flipped the body over. This is Bon Bon. She runs the candy shop. Lyra dragged in a sack, turned it upside down, and Alula's body fell out. Starlight just shrugged. Yeah, saw that one coming. Back from Manhattan Fashion Week, Starlight asked. Rarity dumped the body in front of Phyllis too. Yes, darling. Who is this? Never you mind, darling. Is she wearing spoon clothes? Never you mind. Pinky dragged in Pinky's corpse. Twilight dragged in another Flash sentry, this one dressed in a charcoal suit and power tie. Which universe is this one from? Wall Street universe. Are you leaving any of them alive? The one from the Rule 63 universe. She and I have a date tonight. Twilight dragged in Twilight's body. But Starlight noticed the living Twilight didn't have wings and wore thick black framed glasses. What did you do to Twilight? Please, said the unicorn, looking at the alicorn's body. Call me Princess.
Subsequent to the events you have just witnessed, similar events in cities
Across Equestria!
events which bore striking resemblance to the ones you have just seen begin occurring. Ooh, subsequent to the events you have just witnessed.
Grinded Pony Hooves by Kaiden. Hitch's trot through Bridlewood was a lot more interesting than the first time he had visited. The clouded, dull crystals in the ground had a vibrant glow, casting greens and blues onto the nearby trees. Several fillies and colts ran around flinging pine cones at one another and playing with their magic. It didn't take him long to reach Izzy's home. The unicorn had requested He'd come visit as soon as possible to help with a special unicycling project. Hitch wasn't sure how he could be of help, but it did give him a chance to take a short vacation from his job as sheriff. He knocked on the door to Izzy's home and heard some clattering sounds from inside. Coming! A purple glow surrounded the door, and it opened itself to reveal Izzy, horn glowing. "Wow, you're getting a lot better with your magic. Still seems odd to me," Hitch said. "Yeah, I've been able to figure out all sorts of cool tricks, and it's really improved my artwork. Come in, come in." She smiled and reached out, pulling Hitch inside and closing the door quickly behind him. "Whoa, hold your horses there," Hitch chuckled as he walked inside and looked around. Izzy had certainly been busy. There was some new furniture, some fancy wall curtains over the windows, and a crafting bench he hadn't noticed before, full of tools. Even with the drapes drawn shut, plenty of natural light filtered in from a skylight in the ceiling that had been crafted of recycled glass. "Oh, do you like it?" Izzy beamed as she started to rush around. "I found this table behind the crystal tea room." She hurried over to the workbench. "And all these tools on a construction site. Wow, you must really be keeping busy." "Yeah, and it's really hungry work." Izzy frowned and shook her head. "I've run out of snacks." "You should have said something. I could have brought you some of Maritime's famous saltwater taffy." Izzy chuckled and began trotting in a circle around Hitch. "Oh, I had another snack in mind. Something with a bit more crunch." Hitch rubbed his chin for a moment. Peanut brittle? Warmer." Izzy smiled. "Rock candy? Colder." Hitch shrugged. I've got nothing. What is it?" Izzy darted into the kitchen and came back with a box. She turned it over and shook. A few small crumbs came out and nothing else. He recognized the box right away. "Oh, that's the snack you used when you sang that song about us fitting in. Oh, that's the snack you used when you sang that song about us fitting right in. Ground pony hooves?" "Grinded pony hooves," Izzy corrected. "So what are they? Are they like those little sugar wafers that taste like chalk they sell in convenience stores?" Hitch asked. "Nope, they're 100% organic pony hooves." Izzy was bouncing slightly from hoof to hoof in excitement. "They're super high in fibre and keratin." Hitch laughed nervously. "No pony would actually make a snack like that, would they? I mean, all those stories about tongues like lasers and teeth like tacks were just, well, stories." "Oh, not every story is as nice as the tales you've heard of sugar and spice." Izzy's horn glowed, and there was a loud clunk. Hitch's ears swiveled. That had sounded like a deadbolt. It was followed by a chain and a thunk of a wood beam. He turned to look at the door, which appeared a lot more like a bank vault than it had when he walked in. Izzy? I'm getting a pretty uncomfortable vibe here. Is this another one of your weird unicorn customs?" Izzy was grinning ear to ear, horn still glowing. "Oh, I suppose it's just one of my lovely little quirks. I look at your luminescence, flickering in and out like a little firefly." Hitch saw that she was advancing on him and not breaking eye contact. He took a step backwards. "Izzy, I'm a sheriff, and if you don't stop this silly game, I'll have you arrested." "Oh, I'd like to see you try." As she laughed, Hitch's vision was filled with purple. The glow of magic had surrounded him, tickling at his fur and making him squirm in an attempt to break free. He was floating in the air, and no matter how much he flailed about, there didn't seem to be a thing he could do about it. "Damn it, Izzy, stop this!" She set him down on the table, and he pushed himself up to get up. As he did, several thick straps were buckled closed across his legs, leaving him strapped down on his back and in a rather exposed position. "Izzy, I said stop! Now!" Hitch shouted. "Deploy! The shield!" Izzy cackled as she pulled out a tennis ball that had been run through with a piece of rope. She levitated it through the air above Hitch's head. "Don't you dare! I'm not Hitch thrashed and struggled as the shield was tightened snugly around his head and rendered him unable to make any intelligible sounds. "Much, much better." Izzy went over to the table full of tools and started levitating through the various instruments. "Where should we start? Legs, left, right? Maybe the fetlocks? Moo! Hitch bucked with all his panic strength, causing the table to jump off the ground by half an inch. The straps held firm, pinning him on his back to the table. Izzy picked up a long metal curved hook and trotted back over to Hitch. She twirled it through the air where he could see as she circled the table, tapping on his hooves. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, pick a pony hoof by the toe. The stallion couldn't believe this was happening. This mare had gone insane, or perhaps she always had been. Perhaps Izzy hadn't been a friend at all, but a psychopath who wanted to get their magic back to prove unicorn supremacy once and for all. Hitch nearly jumped out of his skin when he heard the scraping of the sharp metal tool. He closed his eyes tight and waited for the flash of pain, the trickle of blood, the inevitability of death. Izzy scraped again, deeper this time. Oh my! This dirt is really packed in there. Hitch sniffed as he fought back tears, but still, it didn't hurt. Sonny was right. Stallions really don't know how to take care of their hooves. Another few weeks and this hoof would have overgrown and given you a limp. Shame on you. Izzy chuckled. She continued scraping away until all the caked-on dirt and mud were gone from the frogs of his hoof, and ran the tool along the nails to get most of the dirt off. Hitch began laughing, partly from realizing he wasn't being tortured, partly because he always had incredibly sensitive hooves. It was true, he didn't like getting them worked on, but as a sheriff, he normally did enough exercise to keep them from getting overgrown. Oh, there we go! Izzy whistled a familiar tune to herself as she finished removing the dirt from the final hoof. Now she began to cut away some of the thicker, overgrown corners of the nail with a different tool. It had a short and very sharp blade. Better not laugh too much when I've got the blade out, though it does make your sparkle turn the most adorable shade of pink. Izzy set to work with a jar and the scraper, clearing off some of the thicker and more impacted sections of each hoof. She was careful not to be wasteful or hit any of the delicate bits of flesh around the hoof. Hitch tried to stop laughing, but couldn't. There was just something about the vibrations and the way it felt to have his feet touch that turned him back into a playful colt again. For a moment, he was glad to have a tennis ball in his mouth, or every pony in Bridlewood would probably hear him laughing like some overrated comic book villain. Next, she brought out a large pair of clippers with handles a foot long. Izzy wiped her brow. She was still new to using magic, and it was taxing to hold tools on a jar in her magic constantly. She began to clip around the outer edges of the hooves, getting a nice thick chunk of nail trimmed off and landing in the jar. She licked her lips and resumed the clipping. The table creaked a bit as Hitch fidgeted. He'd definitely be having a talk with Sonny and Izzy about tricking him into coming here to get his hooves worked on. Preferably that talk would happen in his interrogation room, the one with the very bright desk lamp and very uncomfortable chair. He might even let Sprout out of jail for a little good sheriff bad deputy, like they'd used to interrogate the maritime litterer 2 months ago. Izzy continued clipping away, and Hitch realised she'd finished shaping the hooves. She levitated out a very large and rough-looking nail file and brought it over. Now this is probably going to tickle a lot, so we better make sure those straps are tight. Don't want you hurting yourself. Izzy double-checked the straps. Hitch bit into the tennis ball as she began filing the hooves. Even when he'd tried to file himself, the vibrations had always been too much to control his laughter. Now they were shivering, and had the addition of the tingly, almost sticky magic on his sensitive, freshly trimmed hooves. He began bucking like a rodeo pony and laughing loud enough to wake the dead. Oh my! You're a lot stronger than you look, but mostly you look silly. Izzy filed away and tried to ignore the pony squirming on the table. He was kind of cute like this, and she tried to ignore that fact so she could focus on doing a good job at the hoofacure. Both of his lungs were burning as he struggled to catch his breath. He'd never been tickled this long before, or perhaps he should say, he'd never made it this far into having his hooves trimmed. All done. I better leave you here a moment to catch your breath. Izzy trotted off into the kitchen, and Hitch could hear a lot of clinking pans. He mumbled into the tennis ball turned gag and tried to get her attention once he'd been able to calm down from all the laughter. It sounded like she was in there cooking something, and he couldn't believe she'd want to eat at a time like this. Had she forgotten that she had abducted and strapped him down to this table? Or that he was a sheriff that could arrest her? Hitch tried to count off all the bylaws that Izzy had broken, and was able to think of 7 by the time Izzy came back into the room. She was munching loudly on whatever she had prepared in the kitchen. It sounded like some pony eating chips in a movie theatre with their mouths open. "Oh, thank you, Hitch. You did a wonderful job." Izzy chomped down on her snack again. "Wonderful what?" Hitch asked. "Oh, well, I guess I did most of the work, but you were a good sport. I've never gotten to use my strappy table with another pony before." Izzy smiled and used her magic to untie the rope and remove the shield from Hitch's mouth. He spit out some yellow fibers from the tennis ball. "Izzy, you can't just kidnap a pony to give them a hoofacure." "Oh, well, like I said, you needed a hoofacure, and I was out of snacks." She munched down again. Hitch looked over to see her holding the box of grinded pony hooves. Izzy shook it, and it sounded full. "Oh no." He felt his stomach turn over and swallowed a lump in his throat. You want to try some?" Izzy smiled and levitated one of the snacks out of the box. It was shaped like a little horseshoe, but the colour and texture perfectly matched his hooves. The hooves that had just been assaulted with a hoofacure kit and trimmed. Hitch gasped and nearly inhaled the tiny horseshoe treats that Izzy had levitated over to let him try. Luckily, he was able to get his lips closed in time to stop all but one from entering. Izzy floated the treats back and held them up in the air, dropping them one at a time onto her outstretched tongue. In his haste to close his mouth, he'd bitten into the one pony hoof that landed in his mouth. Luckily, she must have added some sweetener to it in the kitchen. Hitch found that it wasn't half bad, apart from the fact that he was eating tiny caramelized bits of his own foot. He tried not to think about it, so he could keep his lunch down. So can you unstrap me now, please?" Hitch asked. Izzy nodded and her horn lit up. As abruptly as he had been caught, he was free again. Hitch rolled off the table and landed on his hooves, ready to use all 3 weeks of the judo training he'd received as a sheriff just in case. She continued munching on her snacks. "Oh!" He spit out the last bits of the snack. Hitch then rocked from side to side, testing out the new shape of his hooves. He looked down in surprise. "Hey, they're level. Perfectly level. I actually haven't felt them this clean in years." He took turns tapping each of his hooves on the ground, then sat down to get a closer look at them. "You did an amazing job." "Thanks. You can come over any time to get a hoofacure. I know how to handle a pony who is as ticklish as a colt." She took another mouthful of the treats and began to chew. He stood back up and gave her an unamused stare. "Can you stop crunching on those so loudly?" "Ish like," she swallowed, "the one weird thing I do, okay? I like eating hoof snacks." Hitch chuckled and shook his head. "Yeah, okay, this is the only weird thing you do. Now if you wouldn't mind unlatching the door, I think I need to get some tea and a sandwich." Izzy nodded and used her magic to quickly unlock, unbolt, and unwooden bar the door. "Sure thing, Sheriff. Oh, before you go, did you still want to use my guest room tonight since you travelled all this way?" He raised an eyebrow and looked from her to the room she'd pointed to. "Guest room? Oh, right. Yeah, I've got some great inventions in there to show you." Izzy walked over to him and shot him a seductive smile, batting her eyelashes. She whispered into his ear, and as she did so, Hitch's face went from yellow to orange to beet red. Hitch gulped. "Magic! Feather! Wing! Mayonnaise!" He sprinted to the door, threw it open, and ran off into the sunset. Izzy laughed and took another bite of a grinded pony hoof. "He'll be back. No stone can resist my hoof play." Symbiosis by Silent Whisper. It took a moment for the silence to fully register when Rarity first awoke, but the realization that she was alone was enough to startle her into full awakeness. She blinked a few times, risking a little bit of magic to wipe the crust from her eyes. Her hooves, pleasantly numb, walked onward, and she only stumbled a little bit as her conscious will took control of her movement. A cursory glance around was all that she needed for most of her instantaneous anxiety to fade. The sunlight was still filtering in through the glass roof and the right side windows, surrounded by a sea of stars. She was safe, and more importantly, she was still going the right way. All it had taken as a filly were a few horrifying rumours of ponies getting turned around for the fear of the light on the left to settle in. If it was on the right, then she was right. All right. All right. She smacked her lips and trotted over to the right, keeping a steady pace forward as she did so. A strip of panelling chimed pleasantly as she walked over the pathway. Tilting back her head, Rarity opened her mouth as a trickle of water dripped from a pipe above her, matching her pace perfectly so she could drink. Some landed in her mouth, rinsing the taste of the previous night away, but most of it landed on her back. Humming to herself, she stepped off the water path and looked around. It really was quiet when no pony else was around. The hallway sloped almost indiscernibly upwards, both behind and in front of her, shrouded in a mist that kept her walk pleasantly humid. Ugh, it was going to be a boring day, really, if no pony else was around. Had she fallen behind? She tried to clear her head, focusing on how she felt. No, her energy levels were fine. Better than usual, actually. She must have kept a fantastic pace during her rest. Was every pony else just... Out of the way! A hoarse shout cost Rarity a few missed hoof steps before she regained her steady, even gait. She looked back to see a pair of ponies moving rather urgently towards her. "Move it, Ivy!" wheezed the stallion of the two, propping up the breathless mare next to him as they awkwardly shuffled past her. "Roseluck here's going to pop any minute!" Ivy. Rarity made a face. They made it sound so dreadfully common. At least her plant wasn't of the fruiting variety. She could see the grapevines winding their way around the stallion's limbs, making his trot an awkward, uncomfortable looking one. "Best of luck," she said after a moment, watching the pregnant mare waddle as fast as she could into the brightly lit fog ahead of her. She mostly meant it too. Foal birth was one of the most risky things a pony could do, and it baffled her that mothers who survived the process often decided to do it again. But she supposed it was in the best interests of pony kind that they continued to have foals. Many didn't make it after all. Many couldn't keep up with the light. She rustled her back gently, enjoying the feeling of cool leaves brushing against her coat. Since the food crisis, after the few months of eternal night, there had been many desperate studies on how to keep equestrians alive when most of the vegetation had died. Her ancestors had been a part of the only one, as far as any pony could figure, that had worked. The few surviving species of plants deserved as much of a fighting chance as the ponies who depended on them after all, and the brilliant plan had been to make the dependency mutual. Sure, it probably had cost them Equestria, wherever they'd left it, but she was still alive. Ponies were still alive, even if they weren't quite completely pony anymore. Muffled hoofsteps sounded from behind Rarity as she perked up. She must have gotten towards the front of the herd then, if ponies were catching up to her like this. Perhaps later she'd slow her pace down and see if she could find where the others were. Oh, it's just you, Rarity. She looked back and beamed. What fortune! Some ponies she actually knew. Rainbow Dash, it's wonderful to see you, darling. How have you been? You're looking healthy? It wasn't true. The chrysanthemums on Rainbow's back were wilting, with most of the petals looking rather shredded. It figured that of all these ponies, Rainbow would get a gorgeous flowering plant, while Rarity was stuck with mere, admittedly attractive, leafy vines. Leave it to a Pegasus to be able to resist the urge to fly while in full bloom. Yeah, look, they were already starting to fade anyway. Rainbow made a face as she matched Rarity's speed. Did you see Roseluck go by? How many ponies were with her? Humming, Rarity peered into the mist. Just one was with her, a stallion, also an earth pony, a grape species, if I'm not mistaken. Rainbow scoffed a hoof against the floor. Ugh, no clue where Lily went then. You sure you didn't see any pony else walk by? I did not. It's entirely possible I missed something. If she went by earlier, I did just awaken. Rainbow blinked, frowned. Really? And you're all the way up here? She shrugged, staring out the window, watching their reflections against the stars beyond. I suppose I just walked rather quickly in my sleep. Isn't that what you usually do? Why, I'm surprised. Rarity cut herself off before her mouth could get ahead of her brain. Why had Rainbow been behind her anyway? Sure, said Rainbow after a moment's pause. I'm the fastest there is. You know that. Every pony knows that. Maybe Lily just went ahead of the other two, and we both missed it. Something about that didn't quite sit right with Rarity, but she let it pass. Have you seen the herd? I'm fairly certain I've gotten ahead of most of them, but I haven't reached the ones who chased the sunrise edge, so I can't be that far from the others, right? Rainbow shifted her wings uncomfortably. A few more pale petals fell limply into her feathers. Yeah, you're about 10 minutes ahead of them, Rarity. I'm glad I found you. I actually wanted to talk to some pony, away from... Shh! Rarity shushed, squinting ahead. Something was ahead of them. In the slowly rotating ship, something dark and motionless. Oh no! Rainbow saw it a few seconds after Rarity had. Roseluck! The Pegasus shouted and bolted forward, leaving a few leaves in her wake, but her concerns were elsewhere. No! This can't be happening! Where's Time Turner, Rose? The figure didn't answer, but one hoof shifted slightly forward. It looked, Rarity noted with queasy disgust, as though there was a good deal more fluid lost than there probably should have been. She looked away as she slowly made her way towards the pair, staring into the starry void outside the window, keeping the view from rotating. Why would he... Rainbow swallowed audibly. Why would he leave you? Foal, alive, had to keep moving, gasped a voice, almost too softly for Rarity to make out what was being said. But no, Rose, you can't do this. You can't give up. You can't... She can't get up, darling, Rarity interrupted. Her foal lives on. Maybe it's even a rose bush like its mother. But she can't keep up. And if she can't keep up... She bit her lip, unwilling to finish the phrase. A prismatic blur whipped around Rarity, shredding another fated petal. You're saying we should just leave her to die? Alone? The herd's not too far behind, and the sunset line's under an hour away. If she falls into the dark side of the path, she'll... Rarity sighed. She knows, Rainbow. You said most of the herd's not too far behind. Some pony will stay with her and talk to her, if she makes it to them. It's likely that her last moments will be in the light, with friends. That's more than most get. Yeah, spat Rainbow, because most get left behind if they're too slow. They... How? Said Rarity softly as a thought occurred to her. Did you know that the sunset line is under an hour away? No answer. She had to tear her gaze away from the window and mist ahead to make sure Rainbow was still with her. The Pegasus refused to meet her gaze.
You didn't know where Lily was? Did you just wake up too? But you've always been a fast sleepwalker, Rainbow. She gave Rainbow's back a cursory glance, noted the bulge of roots under her skin, too prominent for any healthy pony. Your plant is sick, dearest. Are you not getting enough energy? I'm fine, spat Rainbow. It's every pony else here who isn't. I needed to talk to you about this. Or to some pony. Rarity quirked an eyebrow warily. Oh? Yeah, listen. So this satellite's round, right? A big, giant wheel? Rainbow gestured upwards. Rarity looked and squinted at the angled mirrors that redirected the sunlight towards her above the glass of the walkway. As far as we know, yes. The sunlight reflects in to feed our plants, which feed us. But it rotates, said Rainbow. So we've got to walk to follow the sun. Why? Because, explained Rarity gently, if we sat still forever, we'd die. Okay, so that makes a sort of sense, but if it's a round wheel, why do we never see the bodies of those who've fallen behind and died? What happens to them? When the plants fully wilt and try to make the last bits of nutrients from the ponies within them, shouldn't we be tripping over skeletons by now? Rarity had an answer for the first part, at least, unpleasant as it was. It was something she'd thought about. Perhaps the ship disposes of them after they reach a certain point in the dark. Perhaps it burns them as fuel to keep the ship spinning. That doesn't explain the water! Rainbow snapped, eyes wide and wild. That doesn't explain the mist! We can't live off of just water, and neither can plants! The whole topic was beginning to make Rarity a little uneasy. Well, perhaps the plants of Equestria couldn't, but these plants are grown to work with us, and us with them. We give them motion, sunlight and breath, and they give us energy. Do you know how plants used to grow? Rainbow's voice was softer, but for some reason it chilled Rarity more than when she'd been almost shouting. They used fertilizer. I don't think. Do we even know what water tastes like anymore? It's been longer than any pony can remember since we left Equestria. Is our water even water? Or it could be made of... Enough! I'm quite tired of your disturbing. No, Rarity! Fertilizer is made of dead things and recycled nutrients. Do we even know what's above the mirrors on this ship? Or below the floor panels? Is some monster driving us to walk in endless circles? Maybe... And her voice dropped to a hushed whisper, barely audible over their hoofsteps and the comforting rustle of the plants on their backs. We're being rotated forever on purpose. Maybe some pony or something doesn't want us to see what happens to those who die. Rainbow, this is ridiculous. It's not though, is it? And Rainbow was almost shouting again. Do we know what's in our water? Have we been drinking the corpses of our friends? For any pony else, Rarity would have laughed at them and immediately sought out new company. But it was Rainbow, and for Rainbow and the last dregs of whatever friendship they had, Rarity gave it a few moments of consideration. It was ridiculous, of course, but even so... Why? Rarity asked, then paused as she heard her own voice shaking. She cleared her throat before continuing with the answer she felt she had to give. Why would that bother me? Rainbow's jaw dropped. What? How can you... It's a different time, Rainbow. We're ponies, but we aren't equestrians, and there may be none of us left anywhere in the universe. If this is what keeps us alive, then it's rather unpleasant to think about, but we still kept every pony going. Rarity nodded, mostly to herself. Yes, it sounded better, more acceptable when she said it out loud. It wasn't enough to fully convince her, but that'd be a thought for a future time, and perhaps further discussion later on. So, let me get this straight, said Rainbow Dash softly, staring Rarity down. You're saying that eating other ponies doesn't even bother you? Rarity scoffed. Well, of course I find the idea disturbing, but I don't think there's much to be done about it. If that is what's truly happening, honestly, Rainbow,
You've gotten yourself so worked up over a theory. I'm sure there's another explanation for where the, deceased have gone. Perhaps it's merely a sanitation measure." She chuckled, swallowing back a strange bout of anxiety. "Why, if I give it a bit more thought, I'm sure there's a far simpler explanation for all of this." "Yeah, I'd love to hear anything else you've got. How are we still alive, Rez? This is the only explanation I can think of that takes everything into account, and I can't believe you aren't taking this seriously." The only thing worse than Rainbow staring her down, Rarity noted, was when Rainbow didn't look at her at all. Rarity sighed. "I am, darling. Truly I am. I admit I don't have a better one off the top of my head, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist, and I think any answer would be far less horrible than the one you've convinced yourself is reality." She stumbled as an awful thought occurred to her. "Wait, you'd fallen behind and your plant is looking rather unwell. How long has this thought been bothering you?" There was no immediate response, and that made Rarity's pulse race as she put the pieces together. "Have you not been drinking, Rainbow?" "No," the Pegasus said softly. "I haven't." "Darling, what are you even thinking? You and your plant must work together to stay healthy, or it'll start looking further than your bloodstream for nutrients and fluids. You know that you need to stay hydrated. Something was wrong. It was too quiet, and it took Rarity a few moments to realise that her own hoofsteps were the only ones she could hear. Rainbow had stopped. Was she so sick that her legs had locked up? Rarity turned her head and slowed her pace slightly. "Are you okay? What are you doing?" Rainbow laughed from where she stood and sat down. "Joining Roseluck," she whispered and rested her head between her hooves. "Not that it matters much, since not even my best friend seems to care that she's eating ponies." "Rainbow, come back! We can still talk about this!" shouted Rarity, slowing as much as she dared, watching as her friend slowly faded into the mist behind her. "Don't give up! You have to keep walking! You have to!" But silence answered her, and then there was nothing to distract Rarity from her distressing thoughts but the whisper of leaves against her back as she left her friend behind.
The Fluttermop of a Malice by Mockingbird. "That's hardly a child at all," one of the visitors said. "It's merely an animal, a creature. It hardly counts as a human, I dare say. If we were to lead it outside, at the first touch of sunlight it would scream as if burned, and run back down to its proper home. It and its cellar were made for each other." The visitor looked down imperiously down the narrow wooden stairs, surveying the object of his pronouncements. "Just look at it," he said. "The door is wide open, but is it trying to escape? No, it knows where it belongs." The malnourished, stunted child cringed away from the visitor in the light, with its hands half covering its eyes.
Nuh-uh.
It said.
Nuh-uh.
"You see?" the visitor said. "Do you call that human speech? Hardly." Behind the visitor, a caretaker said, "You're upsetting it. Please do close the door and leave it alone. If you frighten the child too much, and it dies of shock, we'll have to get another one." "Humph," the visitor said. "I don't think it can die, at least not yet. It's fated to live there in its miserable squalor, just as the fate of our entire city depends upon our having such a prisoner." The visitor lifted a handkerchief over his nose. "I can't stand its stench." With a forceful thud, the door closed. Most people, had they been locked up with the child for a brief time, would have said the room was completely dark. The child's eyes saw barely more than anyone else would have, by the least traces of light that filtered down to a few small cracks above.
You might think a cellar of 10 feet by 6 feet small enough, but for this child the prison was smaller yet. In the opposite corner of the cellar, several feet away from the child's accustomed resting spot, 2 tall things with strangely shaped heads stood leaning against the wall. When this child and the cellar were new to each other, the child had crawled restlessly, feeling the floor and the wall, seeking a way out. The child had brushed up against a bucket, and something had fallen upon the head's child, a painful surprise attack from above. The child had jerked back, screaming,
I didn't mean to! I didn't mean to!
A minute later, the door opened, and the caretaker rushed down into the cellar. See what you've done? She shouted. You've made a mess and woken me up with your clatter and your howling. She kicked the child, who retreated into a corner. The caretaker righted the bucket and leaned the mops back against the wall, just as they had been before. Now don't you dare do that again, or you'll find out what it means for me to be truly angry. She kicked the child several times to emphasize her point. Finally, she left the miserable creature to its weeping. She went back upstairs, locking the door behind her. That had been years ago. After that misadventure and similar misadventures that came soon afterwards, the child's confused consciousness remembered one thing. The bucket and mops and their corner were a source of pain and terror. Only this corner of the cellar felt truly safe. Sometimes while sleeping the child dreamed. Most often the dreams were of the child's captivity. Sometimes the dream was as dark and quiet and uneventful as the night would have been if the child were awake. Most nights such dreams were the closest thing to peace the child knew. Other times the child dreamed of angry attacks from the caretaker, or from visitors, or even of the horrible things in the corner falling upon it again and again without mercy. The child woke from those dreams gasping and sobbing, but usually not screaming. Screams had too often caused the caretaker to tromp down the stairs and punish the child for disturbing the caretaker's own sleep. So the child had learned to suffer nightmares in silence. Sometimes, but not very often, the child's dreams were infused by broken, fragmentary memories from before the basement. The child might dream of being in a soft, floored place with vertical bars and of light that didn't hurt the eyes. Enormous people might look down at her and smile and speak gentle words. A few dreams even took the child into a vast space that seemed to go on further than she could guess at. Strange sights that she had once called grass and flowers and trees. There was even an energetic, friendly creature called a dog, which chased smaller creatures but never seemed to catch them. The dog made loud noises, but somehow the child knew not to fear those. One night, during such a dream, a larger creature walked towards the child. This creature was yellow with pink hair on its head. "Hello," the creature said. "My name is Fluttershy."
Name?
The child repeated.
Name?
The child would have said its own name, but it couldn't quite remember it. "You seem like a nice little creature," the Fluttershy said. "I want us to be friends if you wouldn't mind." The Fluttershy reminded the child of the friendly dog, except for being even bigger and talking. The child toddled towards the creature, pressing herself against it. The yellow fur felt good where it touched the child's face. The Fluttershy giggled. "I guess you do want to be friends. I'm so glad." The yellow creature's face nuzzled the top of the child's head. The child looked up with yearning. It wished it could be with Fluttershy forever, in this place where the light didn't hurt. The child struggled to speak. It hadn't spoken in a very long time.
"I love you,"
it said. Fluttershy's breath played in the child's hair, which was short and clean. "I love you too."
"I want be with you."
"I want you to be with me too. May I tell you a secret?"
"Yeah,
the child said.
yeah."
"Whenever an animal is in trouble and suffering, I want to go help it and make it feel better. I want to find a way to be with you, no matter how bad a place you're in. The child woke up. The cellar was dark and cold and damp, but it didn't feel quite so lonely anymore. That morning when the door opened and the caretaker stomped down into the cellar carrying a small bowl of corn mush and a larger bowl of water, the child shielded its eyes from the glare. The child made a soft animal snuffling, hungry for the mush. The caretaker set both containers down on the floor. You don't seem to talk much anymore. The child warily reached out for the small bowl, finally snatching it to lap up mush with a practiced tongue. Look at you, eating out of the bowl with your face in it, just like an animal you are. I reckon the people who call you that are right. Maybe you weren't born an animal, but you're becoming one, that's for sure. The child licked hungrily. There was never really enough in the bowl, but if she ate as fast as she could pretend for a few moments that she was allowed to lap up as much as she wanted. Anyway, if she ate too slowly, someone might take it away from her before she was done. That had happened before, when she hadn't learned she should always eat as fast as she could. I reckon you've had enough. Give me the bowl. The child looked up at the caretaker and growled. A foot to her face made her drop the bowl and cringe backwards against the wall.
Nah.
So you can still talk, kind of, but you haven't learned to obey. Another kick emphasized the point. The caretaker fixed the frightened child in place with a harsh glare while picking up the bowl. Upon standing, she kicked the child again. While the caretaker backed slowly out of the room, the child's gaze flicked over into the corner. In the corner was a tall yellow thing with something like pink hair on top of it. It reminded the child of Fluttershy. The child was very confused. Was this the same as the thing that had attacked her when the child was new to the cellar? Or was this a different thing? Maybe this yellow and pink thing didn't mean any harm at all. Maybe the attack had all been the bucket's fault. The door closed, leaving the child once again in darkness. The next time the child dreamed, she was in the big place again. She saw Fluttershy.
Fluttershy!
She shouted.
Fluttershy!
The pink and yellow thing walked towards the child. Yes, it's me. How are you?
A thing!
The child said.
A thing!
Fluttershy nodded. Somehow she knew what the child meant. In the corner? Yellow and pink like me?
Yeah!
Fluttershy said, Come and hug me. The child toddled up against the welcoming creature and pressed her face into the yellow hair. I know, Fluttershy said. Those mean people are very bad. I don't like them at all. But you know about the thing, right? What is it?
The thing!
The child agreed. Yes, those people don't want you to go near the thing because the thing loves you and it keeps you company while you're in the bad place. And even if you can't go over to the thing is still watching over you and keeping you company. The thing loves you. Fluttershy's wings came down and embraced the child. The thing loves you so much.
Out!
The child said,
Out!
Fluttershy nuzzled the child's head. You want to get out of the bad place?
Yeah!
Fluttershy said softly. I can only help animals, you know.
Animal?
Yes, those people have tried to make you into an animal, haven't they? But what if they succeeded? I wonder if they know what might happen. Who might come rescue you?
Yeah!
Yes, that's right. Someday Fluttershy will come take you away, and you'll never have to go back there again. After that night, the child was a little different somehow. When the caretaker or the visitors talked to this child, It didn't speak even a
Nah,
or a.
yeah.
Instead, it whined or growled. Once, when it was being beaten especially strenuously, it screeched so loudly that the attacker put both hands over her ears and retreated up the stairs, locking the door behind it. After that retreat, the child was left alone for even longer than usual. As the child's hunger and thirst grew, the subtle light filtering through the cracks above waxed and waned 3 times, hinting that 3 days had passed. The third night was a very thirsty time. In desperation, the child stood and followed the wall into the corner of fear and hurt, where the child felt what she was sure was the yellow and pink thing. Uncaring of the consequences, the child hugged the thing's top. It was soft. On the 5th day, when the caretaker came down to check on the disobedient, beast-like child, the caretaker screamed.
What do you mean the child is missing? A city official said. Just what I said. The door was locked. The walls and floor and ceiling are intact, but the child is gone. A tour group came to fulfill their civic duty of learning about the child whose suffering ensured the city's prosperity and happiness, arrived at the worst possible time. What do you mean, gone? A serious-faced teenager asked. Did you let her out? She's not a her, the official insisted. Call the child an it. It's better that way. But you just called the child a her yourself, another teenager said. What are you trying to hide? Nothing at all. I'm sure this little misunderstanding will be cleared up shortly. The visitors pushed their way past the official and to the cellar door. 2 teenagers ran down the stairs and quickly ransacked the cellar's entire contents. It didn't take them long to move 1 bucket and 3 mops. As they might have expected from the caretaker's word, they found no child at all, not even a tiny one stunted by malnutrition. The visitors re-exited the cellar, and the other teenagers in the group pushed the official and caretaker back out of the way. You know what this means? The serious-faced one said. Yes, said another, who quoted, O malice cellar, dungeon dreary, must always hold a prisoner child, innocent youth starved and suffering, no love given, turned animal wild. Beat and kick, bruise and batter, convince the child it does not matter, but actions and cruel words are lies, without the child all the malice dies. One of the youths ran out of the house shouting, The cellar child is gone! Our doom is upon us! The day of Malice's destruction has come! Everyone get out of the city! The official grimaced. Someone stop that boy! He's gone crazy! We'll find the cellar child and lock it up again, and everything will be fine. We'll just call a general search. One of the youths asked sadly. And how will you tell everyone to search for the cellar child without admitting that she's missing? There you go, using the word she again. It's an it. The official reached up and tugged at his collar. All we have to do is search the town, and we're sure to find the child. His eyes darted towards the caretaker standing beside him. And maybe the caretaker knows more about the disappearance than she lets on. I'm sure there are ways to make her reveal what she says she doesn't know. And if she won't talk or can't remember, we can put her in the basement. As the official reached to grab her, the caretaker bolted. Oh, Malice has fallen! Oh, Malice has fallen! The caretaker screamed as she ran out into the city streets. The cellar child has been taken from us! Everyone flee the city before the doom takes us all! Is that the child's caretaker? I believe it is. I'm sure of it. Caretaker, what's the matter? Is what you're saying true? Or have you only gone mad? Panic and fear-fueled rage grew. Before the day was out, Caretaker had become corpse and all Malice was burning. In another world, in a cottage,
A yellow pony with pink mane and tail hugged a small, strange creature. Hair growing on the creature's head had been cut short to remove tangles, and the filth of years' captivity had been washed from it. Sores on its buttocks and the backs of its thighs had been medicated and bandaged. Its eyes were closed tightly against the sunbeam shining through a window. The creature quivered in Fluttershy's lap. With one forehoof, the pony gently stroked the creature's back. There, everything will be okay. The creature grunted. Don't worry, you're safe now. The creature whined like a dog. Someday, Fluttershy resolved, the creature would know that it was safe. It had known how to talk once. Maybe someday it would learn how to speak again. The Well by Blue Colton. Thunder bellowed like an invisible serpent. The wind hissed through the trees. What leaves still clung to the branches struggled to hold on. Many surrendered, the leaves torn violently from their bows. It would be a fierce storm, they knew. Perhaps the wind would show them mercy by carrying them someplace safe. Safety, however, was the last thing in one particular pony's mind. Desperate hooves raced over the bare soil, a drum roll of violent urgency. The pony leaped over a displaced log, her golden mane flailing behind her like candlelit flames. When she landed, she didn't take a moment to rest. Her breathing was harsh, like some pony had just strangled her. But she didn't pause. She couldn't stop moving. Her heart raced against her chest as if it had hooves of its own. Tired, terrified, Applejack went on. Thunder boomed in the distance, a warning of things to come. Normally the pragmatic mare wouldn't be stupid enough to be caught outside in such a storm. But she wasn't thinking about that right now. Right now, all she cared about was finding her little sister, Applebloom. After their latest Crusaders meeting, Applebloom was supposed to come straight home. When the little filly failed to show up, Applejack went over to the clubhouse only to find it empty. That's when she heard the storm. It wasn't the first time Applebloom had come home late. Applejack had scolded her on more than one occasion. She'd half a mind to give her sister's yellow hide a good tanning when she found her. But what she couldn't understand is what Applebloom would be doing out here with that storm bearing down on Sweet Apple Acres. Had something happened to her? Was she hurt somewhere in the woods? Did a timber wolf attack? All these terrible notions scratched at the inside of Applejack's head like raking talons. She felt sick thinking about them. She had to find Applebloom, had to make sure she was okay, and so she fled the treehouse in search of her baby sister. Applebloom! Her voice coarse from so much yelling. AJ paused to listen. Her breathing was almost as loud as the storm itself. Her keen ears panned around her head for signs of reply. When none came, Applejack began to run. She didn't know how long she'd been running. It seemed like forever. Applejack had grown up with these trees. She knew every square inch of Sweet Apple Acres. Knew every apple tree, every fence, every rock. Yet never before had the place she'd called home seemed so alien to her. It's as if she had stepped into some warped version of the farm. The trees were less bright, more menacing. There was less grass here. Even the air felt wrong. Applebloom! AJ's frantic voice was drowned out by a loud crash. It sounded like a giant had just stepped into the woods. A tree came crashing down before her path with a bone-shattering stomp. Applejack cried out. She was almost crushed by the falling tree, and had just barely stopped inches from where the closest branch, its point sharpened to a spear's edge, lay pointing at her exposed neck. "You do not belong here," the alien forest seemed to be saying to her. "Leave, now!" Gasping, the element of honesty fell on her backside. She'd come so close to death just now. She could feel the grim pony standing behind her, his icy breath causing every hair on her body to stand on edge. She felt cold. Her breath coalesced into a thick mist before her. Overhead she saw lightning flash. Arcs of brilliant blue and white began to stab down at the earth like angry lances. She didn't have much time. It took AJ more than a minute to realize that she'd lost her hat. She found it sprawled on the ground not 5 feet from her. It felt like losing a part of her body. Applejack quickly reattached that part of herself to her head. Whole again, the mare shook off that near-death experience and leaped over the fallen tree. She would not let anything stand between her and finding her sister. Death could kiss the fattest part of her. "Help me!" Applejack skidded to a halt. She knew that voice anywhere. "Apple Bloom?" she called out. Damn the storm. She would scream that name until it answered back. "Apple Bloom!" "Applejack?" the tiny voice replied. It sounded nearby and yet so far away. Hollow, as if an apparition of sound. "Hang on, sis!" Applejack took off at full gallop. She ran, for how long she could not say. Ultimately, her wild flight through the forest, chasing down the voice of her sister, led her to a very unexpected and unfamiliar place. A well stood before her. It was old, ancient even, with vines crawling up its sides and moss clinging to the stones. It was half boarded up, the wood rotten and peeling. A rope dangled off the edge like a dead snake with a broken basket by its side. The well stood beside a wall of stone that towered over it like some gargantuan sentry. Both were surrounded by a ring of trees. The sky opened up to witness nature's oncoming fury. Applejack did not recognize the well. She did, however, recognize the voice coming from inside. "Apple Bloom!" She rushed toward the well. She could smell putrid water and foul things coming from within. A scent reminiscent of wrongness. Her nose scrunched up at the smell of it. What in the name of Celestia was Apple Bloom doing out here? Peering over the edge, Applejack saw only darkness. The void reminded her of an open maw. "Apple Bloom?" Her voice echoed. The maw swallowed it up hungrily and opened up for more. "Sis!" the tiny voice called back. "Is that you?" Water sloshed below. "Applejack! What happened, Apple Bloom? How'd you fall down there?" "I'm sorry, sis. I didn't mean to be late. I got lost and then... She began to cry. "Please help me. I think my leg is broken." That was all Applejack needed to hear. "Hang on, I'ma get you out of there." With the wind picking up, Applejack knew it was only a matter of time before the storm was upon them. Storms this close to the ever-free forest were brutal. Even the toughest earth ponies knew better than to spit in the face of heaven. They had to get home before it was too late. Glancing around, Applejack naturally focused on the discarded rope. She felt it for sturdiness and was surprised to find that it was still strong, if a bit smelly. "Apple Bloom!" AJ called into the well. "I'm gonna toss a rope down the well. When it gets down, I want you to tie it around yourself. Can you do that?" I think so. But hurry, Applejack. My leg really hurts." Applejack wasted no time coiling the rope. She could feel the storm getting closer, like a koi fish in the path of an oncoming tsunami. After checking it a second time for sturdiness, Applejack stood over the edge. Heads up, sis! I'm low on the rope! Like feeding a wire through a wall, Applejack began to lower the rope. She stood on her hind legs, gradually feeding the rope into the well. Despite the urgency, Applejack kept a steady pace. Letting fear get the better of her would do no good, especially for Applebloom. Can you see the rope? She asked after a while. She had no idea how deep the well was. But as she was running out of rope, she figured she had to be getting close. I think so, Applebloom called back. Ah, yeah, I see it. Hope entered her sister's voice. And it wasn't long before Applejack felt a taut pull at the other end. Great, now tie the other end around your shoulders like I showed you. Applejack felt the rope being pulled and twisted. I got it, sis. Applebloom pulled the rope. I'm ready. Hang on. Using her lower legs as leverage, the mare began to pull. Strong arms easily hoisted the filly upward. She only hoped Applebloom didn't accidentally bump her leg against the walls of the well. Eventually, exhaustion from all the running began to take its toll, and Applejack started to sweat. Her muscles protested and her joints groaned. She could feel a slight burning sensation from where the tree branch had almost impaled her. Behind her, the wind began to rush at her, as if it meant to push her inside the well. How you doing, sis? AJ said in an attempt to divert her attention to the task at hand. I can see the light. Applebloom almost squealed. There! I saw a flash! That would be the lightning, Applejack muttered to herself. I've almost got you! She had pulled up almost as much rope as she'd lowered. It began to coil at her legs. I can hear you better! Applebloom exclaimed. I can see the edge! Applejack beamed. She was almost there. Great! Then she heard something. It was more terrifying than any sound the storm could make. There came a stretching, the sound of something being torn. Applejack noticed at the last second the point where the rope and the wall met. It was beginning to give. No! It snapped. Applebloom screamed. Applebloom! Without thinking, Applejack dropped the rope and leapt in after her. With the gap in the wood being as small as it was, all she managed to get through was her right arm and a bit of her shoulder. She feverishly began to probe for her sister, knowing full well she was already beyond her reach. Sis! Hot tears burned her eyes. She had smacked her face against the side of the boards when she leaped, and a trickle of blood seeped down her nose. She didn't care. None of it mattered. All that mattered was that she had failed her sister. Help me! But Applebloom's voice was close. Very close. She must have caught under something. A jutting brick, perhaps? Or one of the vines? She had not fallen to her death as Applejack had feared. Reach for my hoof! Applejack yelled. The storm was almost on top of them, so she had to scream to even hear herself. Come on! She felt something fumbling for her hoof. It was wet and sticky. The smell of rot and dank filled her one good nostril. It was overwhelming, but she tried to ignore it despite her gag reflex kicking in. Come on! It was almost too slippery, but eventually her hoof did manage to grab Applebloom's. Her hoof was wet. Perhaps there was some water left in the well. Maybe it had cushioned Applebloom's fall. Small miracles. I've got you! Don't you worry none. Applejack! As if the storm had suddenly ceased, a great silence pervaded the grove. The quiet was deafening. However, nothing surprised Applejack as much as the fact that her sister had spoken from behind her. Slowly turning her head, Applejack spotted Applebloom just standing there. The filly was soaked and covered in mud, her hair matted to an exhausted face. Her wide eyes were filled with confusion and apprehension, her little chest heaving with exertion. Aside from the fact that she looked like she'd been through Tartarus, Applebloom looked none worse for the wear. Her jaw hanging, Applejack was at a loss for words. What are you doing, sis? What are you screaming for? Apple Bloom? AJ spoke as if she'd never seen her before. But I thought you were... A shiver ran up her arm and into her body. Applejack turned back to the well, where her arm was still more than halfway through the hole. Something was holding on to her. Something wet. Something wrong. Suddenly, she was pulled towards the hole with horrific strength, her back legs kicking into the air. Apple Bloom screamed and dove for her sister's tail. She gripped with her teeth and pulled with all her might, her assistance enabling Applejack to get her hind legs back on the ground. Pain surged through Applejack's arm as whatever had taken it was slowly, but with increasing ravenousness, began to pull. Let me go! She screamed. Growling like some feral animal, the mare pulled with all her might. She could feel the tendons in her arms stretching beyond their natural limits. It felt like whatever had a hold on her was going to tear her arm right out of its socket. She didn't want to lose the arm, but if she had to choose, she'd gladly cut it off if it meant freedom. Trapped animals did it all the time, chewing off their legs so they may escape. But could she do it? Could she chew off her own arm? What is it? Apple Bloom cried through clenched teeth. I don't know. Pull, Apple Bloom, pull! Through their combined strength, the earth pony struggled against the thing within. Applejack felt sick. Whatever had her felt ambiguous. She couldn't tell whether it was a hoof, a claw, or a tentacle. All she knew was that it was wet, slimy, and did not want to let her go. It wanted to drag her into the well, into its domain, where she would never get out. The struggle went on for several agonizing minutes. The pain was unbearable. Applejack surged with all her earth pony might, her sister doing the same. But try as they might, they couldn't free her arm from the thing's grasp. It seemed they were at a stalemate. But whereas the ponies would soon tire, the thing below showed no signs of letting up. Just when it seemed that her arm was about to be torn off, Applejack was let go. She tumbled backwards onto her sister, burying the filly beneath her. Apple Bloom cried out but was freed moments later when AJ rolled off to the side, her eyes wide. Applejack skidded away on her back, putting as much distance between her and the well as possible. Get away from it, Apple Bloom! The Apple sisters had retreated until they were sure there was no sign of the well, so much as touching them, never mind the creature inside. Gasping, AJ observed her arm. It was covered in black and brown gunk and smelled unbelievably bad. Small cuts appeared on the arm with rivulets of blood dripping to the ground. A bit of moss clung to it as well, which Applejack quickly dislodged. Wincing, for her arm throbbed with pain, Applejack felt like sitting there and crying. Her sister was in a better frame of mind. Applejack, we've got to get you back home so Granny can look at your arm. Applejack didn't hear her. She couldn't take her eyes off the well. What was that thing? How had it imitated Apple Bloom's voice? Then another question came to the forefront. How long had it been there? Come on! Ploughing her head into her calf, Apple Bloom forced her sister to get up. We've got to go, now! Half dazed and barely coherent, instinct took hold as Applejack allowed herself to be taken away. Apple Bloom stood on her injured side and firmly nudged her sister away from the well, into what she hoped was the general direction of Sweet Apple Acres. Behind them, the well remained as it had for uncounted years, alone but far from uninhabited. Some other lost soul will come along eventually. They always did, and it was patient. It was always patient. Author's note. Based on a dream I had. Unfortunately, I was Applejack. This is what you get after listening to too many MLP fanfics on YouTube over the weekend. Empty Inkwell by Shashlan. "345 days. 340 times I have lifted the pencil in my teeth and scratched out one little tally on the wall. 60 times an hour and 24 times a day the numbers on my clock click as they change, the new numbers falling over the old as though they were never there. It works exactly as intended. Even 345 days later, a piece of precision engineering, Canterlot's finest. Military precision. It's funny, in a way that does not make me want to laugh at all. It's funny how quickly the mind reduces things to numbers. 1 breath a second, 60 breaths a minute, 60 minutes an hour, 24 hours a day, 7 days in a week, 14 in a fortnight, 30 days in a moon, 13 moons a year. Breath after breath after breath after breath, rattling in and out of my lungs and my throat and my nose, the only noise in this echoing empty place. Breath after breath after breath, proof that I am still alive, but reminding me with every gasping inhale just how close I am to death. I dance on the razor's edge. I skip beside the dragon's maw. I breathe and I breathe and I breathe. And just outside this room, the air is poison. And if I breathed even a lungful, I would breathe my last. It's March, just in time for winter wrap-up. Usually I would orchestrate the national efforts, make sure everywhere had an allotted work team, coordinate with the appointed regional managers to make sure it all runs smoothly. But instead I'm here, counting my breaths, 90 for each side of the room as I walk, 650 paces around my room, my sanctuary, my safety, my prison. My breaths fill the space, all 300 cubic meters of it, until the air is fetid with me and my stench. And I have been breathing my own recycled air and drinking my own recycled piss and eating my own recycled shit for almost a year, and I must have done it all 100 times by now. 100 times. 1,000 times it has gone through me, until I am all of it. I am this room, and this room is me. Am I made of shining steel like the walls? Are the walls made of flesh? I laugh, and the sound is so loud and so awful that I curl up beneath the bed and butt my head against the wall and count my breaths. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 60 in a minute, 60 minutes in an hour, 1 hour, 2 hour, 3, and then finally all I can hear is my long, dreadful, rattling breaths and the answering rattle of the carbon scrubber, my other set of lungs, and I am calm again. 345 days. How can it have been so long? What can have happened? Why? Why hasn't she come? She said she would come back for me. Another laugh, another and another, and they turn into sobs, and now my breathing is all wrong, high and wild and fast, and I can't count. They aren't in time with the seconds. No, 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 no! 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Count to 60. Then again. 60 times. 1 hour has passed. 2 has passed. 3. She said she would come back, but she hasn't. And she didn't. And she won't. But I am still here. Breathing and eating and drinking myself. Counting and waiting and counting and waiting. And I can do it. I can count and wait and count until she remembers, until she comes home and she walks down those stairs. How many stairs were there? I did never count them, back when I could. Lucky mare. Lucky, lucky, lucky. All those things to count, all that air to breathe, all those things I never looked at enough. Head down, nose to the page, heart in my throat every time she looked my way. Let me be near you. Let me serve you. I swear I will never fail you. I followed her down those stairs, the memory too hazy and too frightened for me to count the stairs in hindsight. No matter how much I want to, her horn was blazing with light, golden and brilliant and beautiful, just like she was. She was galloping and I could hardly keep up. One of her shoes slipped off and clattered into the staircase behind us. I stopped and I went back for it. I couldn't help it. Those shoes, those beautiful golden shoes, the ones I and all the hundreds of seneschals before me took care to reforge and replace once every 25 years, before her shining white hooves wore them away entirely. 26 years ago I first unfurled the scroll, crumbling with age, that contained the secret of their forging. Fold the gold and steel and fold it again, over and over, in a fire hotter than the sun. Make it strong and beautiful and eternal, just like her. I went to the son of the goldsmith who had made the last pair 25 years earlier, and I told him the measurements, the same as they had always been, the same on the scroll that was written a millennium ago. 20 centimeters in diameter they were, but I can't remember the depth of the sole. Was it 3 centimeters thick? Or 2? 2.5? Why can I not remember? I ought to remember. I want to remember. For the last 6 moons I have been trying to remember, counting the breaths and the minutes and aching with the longing to see that scroll again. 6 moons ago I should have gone to the safe in my office, turned the brassy bronze key and opened the door. I should have drawn out the crumbling document, unrolled it once more and looked again at those instructions I first studied as a young mare, fresh out of Celestia's school for gifted unicorns. The first earth pony in a century to study there. The valedictorian despite my lack of a horn. No pony could remember things like I could. No pony could work as I worked. No pony loved her as I did. I went back for the shoe, but she snatched at me with her wing, rougher than she had ever been, and bore me away. "Princess!" I said, half a question, half an expostulation, still reaching for it, and she shook her head, eyes tight with the strain of the spell. "Leave it!" she ground out between teeth gritted with pain, and I obeyed. I left it. 6 moons ago, I should have presented the goldsmith with the plans. He would be old now, as old as me. Beard grey instead of blonde, but we would have worked and consulted and conferred, and at the end of 5 long moons of work, we would have knelt together before her and offered her the shoes, 4 of them, identical and shimmering, and fitted exactly to her, exactly as the hundreds and thousands of them before had been. But 6 moons ago, I was not at the forge, sweating through the heat and shielding my eyes from the glare. I was not even in my office, copying out that ancient scroll onto a long overdue new one, ensorcelled with the finest anti-aging charms the mages could manage. I was here, breathing and breathing and breathing and breathing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And the shoes are unmade, the work unstarted, the process that has rolled smoothly on for 2 millennia of her rule disrupted at last, the unbroken chain shattered. And where is she? Are her shoes rubbing? Is the metal wearing away? Did she go back for the 4th? Or did she cast aside the other 3? The image of her limping along in 3 shoes, or or those pure white hooves sullied with the dirt of the world outside, with the ash. I feel sick. Count the breaths. There is no dirt in here. There is no world. Just me, and no her. I was working quietly in my office, my haven, my home too, thanks to the bed tucked out of sight behind the filing cabinet. Nothing but me, the scratch of my quill and the sweet swish of forms moving from the in tray to the out tray. A munitions bill, a trade deal with a single friendly zebra tribe, the Appaloosan harvest. And then a thunderclap, a golden flash, and there she was in my office, eyes blazing as bright as her horn, her mane a rainbow that dazzled the eyes and muddled the mind, her hoof reaching for me. Raven! I am already rising before she finishes saying the word. I don't know what she wants, what she needs, but I'm ready to help her, to serve her. I opened my mouth to ask, but she cut me off. I have to go to the front. The words are short and clipped as she catches me by the hoof and pulls me into a gallop. To the room? Surely not. It would be madness to venture into the very heart of enemy territory. I need to see the Julius. Are those tears sliding down her cheeks, splattering on the floor beneath our hooves as we run? This has gone too far. For too long. It has to end. The Caesar? I knew him as a foal. He must listen to reason. Now of all times, he must. What has happened? I am gasping with the effort of the gallop now. It has happened. She is running flat out, but it doesn't strain her voice at all. Her whisper is as soft and as gentle as if we were in the throne room. The bombs have fallen. I cannot comprehend what I was hearing. It can't be true. It can't. But she doesn't lie. She never lies. Not in 30 years of service has she ever once lied to me. She dances around the truth. She demurs and smiles and hints and implies. But she doesn't lie. Not ever. And never to me. The bombs have fallen. The bombs, the bombs, the bombs, the thud and the crack and the crumbling of palaces aeons old, and the obliteration of 1,000 souls held at bay by one golden shield and one fearless soul. All of a sudden I am back in my room, beneath the bed, panting and retching and heaving, and I have to be calm. I have to be calm and breathe, or it will all go wrong. Count. 1, 2, 3. Stay here, she says. Stay here where it's safe. Luna will hold the shield and the pink cloud will not penetrate this deep. Princess, please don't go alone. My voice comes out much higher than I intended it to, like I'm a very small and frightened foal and not a mare well past the prime of life. Like I'm the closest thing she has to a friend, her daily companion and helpmeet of 30 years. But she shakes her head. Her expression is as resolute and as bleak as the day the ministers told us there was nothing left to do but declare war. I cannot risk even a single one of my little ponies, she says grimly. Not ever again. This is something I should have done long ago. Don't, I whisper. We can't lose you. I can't lose you. She smiles at me like a mother, like a sister, like a goddess. I'll be back soon, Raven, she promises. Within an hour. You can count the minutes if you like. I'll come back for you first, and you can help me organize the evacuation. Between Luna, The university majors and I, we should be able to teleport every pony beyond the blast radius. We could do that now, I whimper. The zebras have dark magics, things dark enough and powerful enough that they could blot out the sun itself. Surely she will not go. Surely she will not leave us all to go into the very lair of the beast. But again, she shakes her head and delicate jaw, fine as porcelain, setting itself firmly. I must make sure this can never happen again, she says. The Caesar was a friend once, an ally. Once he was a foal I held upon my lap. His mother was my friend, and now he has an infection. He is killing us all, and I must cauterize the wound. I must burn him out of this world once and for all. Her eyes glitter as she says that, a little shimmer of red, and the rainbow in her mane seems almost to crackle. Burn him out? Does she mean to turn the power of the sun against him? The mages have already tried it, but while the power of Celestial One is enormous, it cannot hope to compare to the heavenly fire of the sun itself. She is a goddess beyond mortal ken, and 1,000 times more magical than I can comprehend, but I cannot resist once more the attempt to save her. But you... Enough! The word is a command, and I have served her too long and too well to aught but obey. Time grows short, and I must go. Stay here, Raven, and I will come back for you. I follow her pointing hoof and enter the door. Stainless steel, recessed into the old marble wall. Dozens of them dot the castle now. Tiny bomb shelters installed in cabinet rooms, in corridors, in bathrooms, riddling the walls and burrowing into the ancient bones of the castle like fleas on a dog. I'll be back soon, she says again for the third time, and the door clicks shut. I slump to the floor. I should be flattered. She took the time to find me, of all ponies, and make sure that I'm safe behind a blast door, should the second princess's shield falter. Who else would she do that for? I should be flattered, honoured, overjoyed. So why do I feel so hollow? Why is my breathing echoing in this suddenly silent room, no different from the thundering gallop through the halls? It's a space at once both claustrophobic and cavernous, and as I hear the crack of her teleporting away, I struggle to hold back my sobs. What did she tell me to do? What were her orders? Wait here, count the minutes, she'll be back. I pull in a ragged breath and push it back out again. One, another, like hot whiskey burning in my throat. Two, a third, a fourth. Minutes pass, hours, days, months. The system functions as it should. I eat and I piss and I drink and I shit and I breathe and I breathe and I breathe. And the carbon scrubbers whir and the recyclers hum, and it all comes back around, and we can do it over and over and over again. And I wait and I wait and I wait. I'll be back soon, Raven, she promised, and she never lies. She never lies. She will be back for me, and all I have to do is count and count and count, and she will be back before I know it. The castle has not fallen around me. That's all I know. Everything could be fine out there. The shield might be down, the war over, the palace bustling with ponies going about their daily lives, not one of them thinking to check my empty office and wonder, where is that dull mare that used to work here? No, she would never forget me. She promised. I have dreams sometimes, dreams that sometimes I reach for the wheel to work the mechanism that unseals the door. In my dreams I spin it, and it opens smoothly as I stumble out, into a world filled with ash and screams and horror, and a pink fog that chokes and kills and rends ponies limb from limb like a predator. I dream that I wander the streets of ponies crumbling as the golden shoe scroll once crumbled in my hooves, flesh slogging from their bones and knitting itself back together before my terrified eyes. I dream that my skin melts away too, that I wade through acid and fire and find myself staring down at the skeleton of the sister she once loved so much, the little princess she worked for 1,000 years to save, a goddess like my goddess, reduced to so many bones on the floor, a corpse just like me. I dream these dreams, but I always wake up. I wake up in my room, and it was never opened at all. And I count, and I count, and eventually, if I can count the breaths for long enough, it all goes away. Just me in my room, and the room is me, and it's all silent apart from the hissing of air in my lungs. It is March, almost April. It is almost time for winter wrap up, but winter will never wrap up again. Everything is winter, green ashy winter, but she will come back. She promised me she would. I turn back to the gaping hole behind me and stumble toward it. My room, where I can eat myself and drink myself and breathe myself and count and count and count, where I don't need to see, where I don't need to know, just count and count and count. The door is closed and she will be back soon, and I will be all fine. She will come back for me. She will. She will. She will. 1 breath. 2, 3, 4, 5. Unicorn Cupcakes by Kaiden.
No more sunny days, no more sunny days. I got a heart that won't behave. I got a mind gonna make me insane.
Sunny arrived at the sheriff's office just after noon with a small box of baked goods on her back. She trot inside to find Phyllis and Hitch discussing the recent disappearance of her son Sprout at his desk. "Still no news?" Phyllis asked. "No, I've deputized a few ponies to help search, but no pony has seen him for several days," Hitch explained. Sunny came up to the desk and set her pink box down and opened it up. "I'm so sorry to hear that Sprout is still missing, Phyllis. I made these for you to try and cheer you up." She lifted out one of the treats. "Unicorn cupcake? Freshly baked?" Phyllis gave a weak smile and took the confectionery from Sunny. "Thanks, I appreciate the gesture." She took a bite out of the cupcake, chewing slowly as her eyes rolled up slightly. "Oh, that is so good. I really should get the recipe for these sometime." Sunny smiled. "I'm sure I can find a time for you to stop by and help me bake some." Hitch took one from the box and took a bite. "You definitely keep getting better. These are as good as Argyle used to make." She nodded. "Help yourself. I just thought I'd let you know that I care, and that I'll keep an eye out for Sprout. I know Sprout used to antagonize you, but you're exactly the kind of friend he needs right now. If I see him, I'll be sure to let you know. I know he loves you very much." With that, Sunny turned around and left the station to head back to her lighthouse. It was a beautiful day out, and now that her home had finished reconstruction, everything was going perfectly. She had 4 great friends and at least enough ingredients for 24 more cupcakes.
Gentleness is the final news. I'm so used, I'm so used, I'm so used.
Can we send some more letters out, letting the Pegasi and unicorns know they have friends here?
Sunny asked. "Of course we can, Sunny Bunny. We'll do our part for Earth ponies everywhere." They gestured to their hearts and said together, "Hoof to heart." Argyle adjusted his apron and lowered his goggles back over his eyes. He went over to the wooden slab holding an olive Pegasus who had responded to one of the floating letters they had recently sent out. The letter promised they would have friends in Maritime Bay, but instead this drifter had found out that the rumours she heard about earth ponies were not exaggerated.
Now, you just need to take the scalpel and cut the lateral tendon of the distal muscle here.
Argyle took a small marker and put a black dot on the Pegasus's wing.
It will disable their wing's ability to flap, and a little further down you can find the joint to remove the wing.
He made another mark. The mare on the table whimpered and tried to say something through the belt that was gagging her.
Okay, Daddy.
Sunny clambered up onto the table and took the scalpel in between her teeth. She slowly and carefully made the incision where her father had shown her, slowly separating the flesh to a slow trickle of blood. She saw the stringy white tendon and severed it with minimal force. The tension on it caused it to snap and recede beneath the skin.
Well done.
Argyle beamed with pride as she began to work on the joint to remove the rest of the wing.
We can clean the bone and add this wing to our collection. There isn't much meat in the wing itself, so there's not much to cook with. However, that doesn't mean we'll be wasteful. The thin bones of the wings make for excellent unicorn horns to put on cupcakes.
Sunny did her best to ignore the flailing Pegasus and not get knocked off the table. After a couple minutes of intense focus, she'd finished severing the wing and spit out the scalpel.
I did it!
Yes, you did. Now why don't you head up and shower while I close the wounds? Tomorrow I'm going to teach you about the locations of all the major arteries and veins. Then we'll make some more treats for your friends.
Yes, Daddy.
Sunny jumped off the table and ran over to the ladder that led out of the basement. She had several red splotches on her fur from an artery that had supplied blood to the wing. One of the most important rules of their work was to always clean up. After all, Sunny couldn't spread friendship and joy if she looked like an extra in a Judgment Day movie.
Sunny days, sunny days. You gotta fly over your head.
Sunny was softly singing a song to herself about today being her day as she opened and closed the front door to her lighthouse. She set down her saddlebag, made sure the curtains were drawn and the front door locked, then headed back towards the trap door. Beneath a small rug was the entrance to the basement. It had been damaged by the collapse and wasn't on any blueprint of the lighthouse. Argyle had dug it out himself to facilitate his study of ponies and their innate magic. What the eye couldn't see, Argyle had tried to find more invasively. Perhaps the inability to perform magic was due to a physical change, and he needed only to dig deep enough into a unicorn's mind to prove it. Sunny opened the trap door and carefully went down the steps, closing it behind her. She could hear the TV playing. Several soft, gagged screams were emitted by the tiny speakers built into the old CRT device.
Sprout, I'm home.
Sunny beamed as she trotted over to the Earth Pony. Oh look, the recording of our sessions is at the best part. She pointed up to the TV. This was when I gelded you. Sprout cried and whimpered, unable to look away from the television. His eyes were bloodshot and wary, the eyelids held open by metal clamps to ensure he had to watch every moment of his torture again and again while Sunny was running errands. Oh, don't be so pouty. You had this coming after you wrecked my house and nearly killed Izzy. She looked down at the stallion, who was now missing both hind legs. The stumps had been sorted shut professionally. After all, Sonny had years of experience. She checked the straps on his forelegs were still tight, but not blocking blood flow, then undid his gag. Phyllis says hi. She loved the cupcakes you made for her. Who knew the pony fresh was just the savoury ingredient you needed to balance out the sweetness of cupcakes? Sonny asked. Sprout swallowed a couple times before he could speak. Please, I want my mummy, he sobbed, snot running down his face, along with tears and drool from where the cruel gag had fastened against his lips. Oh, she's doing just fine without you, you know. Sonny sat down next to him to look up and watch the recording with him. There's a lot more connective tissue than you'd think supporting the testes. I wonder why they still end up sagging with age. Not that it matters now. Your beloved mummy is digesting yours as we speak. He broke out in another bout of ugly crying as he mumbled about his mum. At least I used painkillers. It's more than you deserve, you know, spreading all that hatred and fear. Well, who is afraid now? Sonny laughed. You know what the best part is? Sprout sucked up and swallowed the snot and drool in his mouth. No, what? All that time pretending to love Pegasi and unicorns as a cover, and it turns out that's what ended up restoring our magic. Sonny cackled. I mean, we dissected so many ponies to learn the truth. We did what we had to for Earth pony kind, and in the end, my charade about friendship is what saved us. She started laughing again, and it took her a couple minutes to stop, and Sonny got quiet. Sometimes I wonder if it was worth it. I have friends now. I could stop, but I don't want to, and I definitely can't let you go after what you did, and after what I've taken from you. Sprout started chewing on his lip as he tried not to panic. He'd been in this basement for days and knew better than to antagonize Sonny. She'd shown him some rather creative and painful uses for her tools when he talked back to her. Still, it has been lonely since my father passed. I suppose once you've been delimbed, I could keep you around as a body pillow. It's either that or... Sonny ran a hoof across Sprout's throat. He gulped and tried to pull his weight up a bit with his forelegs to get away from her hoof. Sprout wasn't sure he wanted this torment to continue, but he didn't want to die either. He could see the sorrow in Sonny's eyes as she looked across the room at a photo of Argyle, and had an idea. Could I keep at least 2 legs? It's not like I'm going to crawl away, and it'll let me hug you? Sonny looked up at the television and was lost in thought for a moment as Sprout's left hind leg had a tourniquet fastened to it. As a rule, Argyle and Sonny didn't harm Earth ponies. Of course, most Earth ponies weren't obnoxious idiots bent on world domination. The video continued to replay the part when she removed his second leg. With the blood flow blocked, it had not made too much of a mess as she carefully removed the limb the same way a careful toddler might disassemble a set of building blocks. She had carefully cleaned and preserved the leg's skeleton so she could put it on display alongside the other skeletal remains of both Unicorn and Pegasi. Sprout's leg had higher bone and muscle density than a unicorn and was almost twice as thick as a Pegasus femur. You know what, Sonny said. I suppose you've suffered enough, at least for now. If you promise not to whine or run, or basically do anything to piss me off, then I'll let you keep your last limbs and your life. Sprout gulped and nodded his head. He could feel his hoof itching as he watched the video, spasming as the scalpel hit the nerve. The phantom pains got worse the longer he watched himself carved up on repeat. Finally, Sonny clicked a remote control and turned off the horror show. The pain in the missing appendage faded to dull pins and needles as Sonny began to unstrap the tormented stallion.
Yeah.
The bed upstairs was a welcome comfort after spending a few days on an itchy wooden slab. Sprout hadn't had much sleep or much food during his stay here. The porridge had an odd taste to it, and either Sonny enjoyed eating dry bits of cardboard or had taken a very waste not, want not attitude in a cooking recipe. For most of the night, Sprout was pinned against Sonny, who hugged and cuddled him like she was trying to apply pressure to a bleeding wound. Her clinginess was the least of his problems, because every time he tried to pull himself away, she would subconsciously tighten her grip. It wasn't until just as the sun began to rise and shine through the window that Sprout found himself with a little room to move. Sonny had started to roll over, but hadn't dragged him to the other side of the bed yet. He was laying almost evenly with her, only one foreleg clutching tightly. His first instinct was to wiggle out and run again. When he felt his phantom limbs spasm in pain, Sprout wouldn't be getting far on his own, nor would he be doing it quickly. If he were to drag himself all the way to Maritime Bay and rescue, he would need more than a head start. He would need to kill Sonny. A few weeks ago, Sprout wouldn't have killed any pony. Sure, he'd have conquered them, but that was different than killing. He was saving the town. But now he found himself placing his forelegs around Sonny's neck without hesitation, using a sleeper hold that he and Hitch had learned when they joined the sheriff's department. And unlike in the officer training, he didn't release his grip. With one foreleg locking the other down, Sonny's face began to bulge, and he could see the veins of her neck expand with each heartbeat, the blood trapped inside them, the arteries increasing, the pressure to her head, and the veins not allowing the blood back out. She began to thrash as soon as the haze of sleep lifted and Sprout tightened his grip. He wasn't sure if it was her airway or the blood flow or some combination of the two, but in under 20 seconds it was done. Sonny had stopped moving, and Sprout released his vice-like grip and rolled over towards the edge of the bed. He fell off onto the floor and felt a sharp pain in his stomach. Dragging himself to the nearby wastebasket, he knocked it over and started to dry heave into it. After taking a minute to regain his composure and wipe the tears from his face, he started to drag himself across the room to the stairs. Each step he pulled himself down sent a jolt of pain through his stallionhood and the two stubby legs. The pain renewed in the missing limbs, and it wasn't until he reached the bottom of the stairs and looked back he saw why. The sutures had come undone, and he'd left a bright crimson trail of blood leading down the stairway. Sprout couldn't stop now, no matter how much it hurt. Even as the carpet burned his underside, he continued to pull himself towards the front door and freedom. Then came his next challenge. He had to balance himself on his butt and try to reach up to the door lock. It took a couple of tries before he was able to unlatch it. Sprout fell backward, the door slowly opening, and got his first breath of fresh air. "Sprout?" a concerned voice shouted. He froze in fear. A moment later, Hitch pulled his way through the door, looking down at the battered and bloody stallion. "What the fuck? Are you okay? Is Sonny okay? Who did this?" Sprout shook his head. "No, it was Sonny. She's insane." Hitch tilted his head in confusion when an orange blur tackled him in the side, knocking him into the wall. With a harsh-sounding zip, a double-layered plastic bag was sealed over his head by a thick zip tie. Hitch was quick to react on instinct, striking out with a hoof at the attacker, but not hitting anything. He then focused on tearing the bag off his head. While in his confused state, he didn't realize the takedown hold was being used on him until it was too late. There was the sound of zip ties again, and his forelegs were bound behind his back. Hitch began to kick his hind legs wildly until they too were zip-tied. He lay there squirming and struggling, feeling the plastic bite into his flesh as he struggled to free his limbs and take the bag off his head. "You!" Sunny screamed at Sprout. Her nose was bleeding and her forehead's veins still distended. Sprout realised he must have screwed up yet again and not held the choke hold long enough. He looked between her and his friend Hitch and started rolling himself back onto his belly to crawl over and get the bag off his head. He knew there'd be no fighting her off. But if he could free Hitch, there might be a chance. The bag was fogging up now, rapidly expanding and contracting around Hitch's head. Sprout couldn't see through all the mist, but he could see the way the entire bag collapsed into his mouth with each panicked breath. He clawed at the zip tie with his hooves and was about to try biting the bag when the world blacked out for a moment. There was a ringing in his ears and the entire room was spinning around. "This is all!" There was another loud bang and Sprout felt his head bounce off the floor. "Yaw!" Another bang. The room spun faster. "Fault!" A fourth strike. Sprout couldn't lift his head. He knew something was wrong, but he couldn't remember what. He saw the floor was bright red. Had Sunny gotten a rug? He could hear an angry voice, but didn't understand the words. His world was reduced to pain, not in his body, but in his head. The pressure and pain continued to build as blood trickled out of his mouth, nose and ears. He couldn't move anything. Sprout could only stare ahead at Hitch. Hitch, the one pony that had never gave up looking for him, had almost rescued him. The bag over his head wasn't expanding anymore. Instead, it would contract at regular intervals, almost like hiccups. The twitching and breathing weren't coordinated anymore. Perhaps it was some small mercy then, that when the cast iron frying pan came down one final time, Sprout ceased to exist. There wasn't a word to describe the amount of discomfort he was in. His mouth was dry as cotton, his limbs ached, his head felt like it wanted to split open several times over and eject its contents. None of his legs seemed to obey his commands to move. His eyes couldn't quite focus. Finally, after what felt like a long waking dream where he was paralysed, Hitch finally became aware of the room he was in. It was dark, save for the orange dancing glow of some sort of furnace or fireplace. There were relics, skeletons, maps, and more adorning two walls like some sort of museum. He groggily rolled his head over, looking around for any sign of another pony to explain what was going on. Sunny was standing there next to him, smiling. "We've got a lot to talk about, Hitch. But first, Earth Pony Cupcake? They're fresh out of the oven." Lost Shadow by Crimson Equine. Commissioned by Crimson Equine.
Equestria!
3 females, one berry coloured, the other 2 fillies with one red mane and the other a unicorn with a small white body. Her horn was torn in half with pieces dotted on the floor. The 2 fillies huddled in the cold metal wall, their tiny hooves locked away with rusted chains.
Your brains are my delicacy,
she sang. The 3 shuddered and hugged each other with what space they could, Their whimpered cries blanked out from the slam of copper pan and metal fork. The white filly held a tight hold on the other one while being held over the older mare. They shivered and cried from the inevitable approach. "You're next, my little marshmallow. Fizzle Pop Berry Twist is your patron for tonight." Her dark purple body and vibrant red mane was shadowed by the broken horn she held. The giant metal fork and pan slammed against each other. Those instruments rusted and used with the ichor of blood and flesh. "No! Please don't hurt anymore, pony!" Fizzle Pop slammed the fork straight into her head. The mare shook and then went limp in seconds. Her body limped over the two fillies as they screamed a terrified screech. "Oh, I love it when a pony dies. Each scream makes me squeal inside." She twirled around and danced. Her instruments of meat were used as batons of flare. She crept up to the three fleshlings and gave a smile that stretched to the ends of her face. With one pull, the dead mare's scalp bones cracked with the removal of her tool. Blood shot out from the head and drenched every pony's faces. Fizzle Pop Berry Twist neared her delicious prey. So hungry for more, she chomped close to her face. Her pristinely white teeth and canines were easily bare to them. They shouted at the potential loss of their skin. The two cried an ocean of tears. No pony would hear them except the dead corpses above their bodies, their agonized screams unable to provide any solace of safety. She pointed with her stained fork and cried like they were, a twisted way to enjoy herself. "Look at you helpless worms. You wouldn't survive a second outside of Equestria. What else is good for useless ponies like yourselves? A mechanism of your pathetic lives." From the corner of this mechanical place, covered in metal and electrical cords, was a long metal lever on the corner. She gave a crazed, inordinate laugh as she pulled it down. The fillies and the fresh dead mare fell to the lower level. "Oh, and I'll be watching your progress, you two." The laughter wouldn't pause. They fell to the empty place with their hopes and screams. It had been so long that time turned into meaningless darkness. Only the light that was above them comforted their near-dead bodies. The two fillies laid there alone, their stomachs tightened, the flesh bore into their bodies, unable to quench their eternal satiation. Apple Bloom! Don't waste your energy, Sweetie Belle. Stop your mouth." She shambled as she tried to move with her chains that pulled her back, the same as always, a reminder that there was no escape. Their tiny bodies, so skin-tight and malnourished, you could see their large bellies filled with nothing. I could eat something, just a bite, nothing too terrible," said Sweetie. Apple Bloom fought the energy to speak and gritted her teeth. She knew better after all this time of empty futures. All she knew was that some pony would save them. At some point, a saviour will come and get them. Sweetie Belle drawled, her teeth bared for her to see. "Just one bite, just one taste, that's all I need." Apple Bloom screamed with a raspy cough. "No, we won't eat her. We won't eat her. We can't eat her." The corpse of the mare was filled with maggots. They crawled over her dead, terrified expression, all of them going up her nose, down her open brain. They crawled through her porous eyes. She was eaten alive, and they couldn't even have a piece of her. It wouldn't be fair to not share. The maggots had leaped off and bit as much as they could chew. Time had given them an all-you-could-eat buffet, and those two were just stuck there watching. One of those buggers got some guts and crawled to Sweetie Belle. She looked at it with its small, clear body and stretched her body as far as it could go. With one gallop, the insect was eaten with several fast bites. Sweetie Belle swallowed it with all her love. "Tasty," she said before she turned to Apple Bloom. "You should have some too before they all fly away." Apple Bloom stared at nothing, was nothing, and felt nothing. She didn't have the words to speak. They wouldn't come out. Her stare was all that was left. "Stop staring! Just eat! It's tasty!" Applebloom wouldn't dare to eat such maggot-infested flesh. Even if it was nearly a bag of bones, all she could think of was the taste of Zap apple muffins that her sister would make for her. But her insatiable hunger was too insurmountable to ignore. It just prodded and poked at Applebloom to the point where it was skin rips torture. Sweetie Belle slammed her whole mouth onto the corpse and engorged the flesh with each bite. A piece of maggot flesh ripped out to a long string of meat. A torrent of blood shot out and covered her mane. She swallowed each bite whole with a carnivorous desire. The door to the ceiling room clacked. These chains were released from their hooves by some unforeseen mechanism. A barrel poked itself through the ceiling door. "No, Sweetie Belle, watch out!" she screamed. The barrel of a shotgun shot and emptied into Sweetie Belle's head. She fell over the corpse she was eating with a flop. Her brain matter flew over and was then covered by maggots. "Ha ha 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 ha! Eat or be eaten!" said Fizzlepop Berry Twist. She blew on the smoke of her shotgun and smiled. "Hello there, little one. Why haven't you eaten yet?" she said while she aimed her shotgun straight at her. "Go on, do it. You killed Sweetie Belle. I don't care anymore," she said with a sob. Fizzlepop laughed with a deep guttural chuckle. Each snort from her came with an uncontrollable urge to slam the butt of her gun at her metal wall. "You sad, pathetic worm. You could die in this hole which I may have caused, or you could live and get your revenge another day. How about it?" Applebloom laid there and sobbed with no tears. "Oh, boo-hoo, fine. You could die just like them. I wonder what Tartarus is like for nice little ponies like you," she said. "Or you could come back from Tartarus and climb back up by holding my shotgun to freedom. It's your choice." Applebloom turned away, the sight of their dead bodies and the awful smell that tasted of trash cheese. "I want freedom." Fizzlepop peered in and put her own hoof near her ear. "What was that? Didn't quite hear." I, give me freedom." The barrel to the shotgun went in. With all her strength, Applebloom wrapped her hooves around the base. She was lifted up to the ceiling and rolled down the metal sheet floor. Sweetie Belle and the other one were no more. My, you are a strong filly after all. Didn't even concede to eating the flesh. I'm so proud," she said while she leaned on her shotgun. "Though I only needed one of you, so a game had to be played. Unfortunate, so to say." "I'll kill you, you monster," said Applebloom with a weak whimper. Fizzlepop pushed the barrel at her body and flipped her on her back. There, Applebloom's skin-covered ribcage could be seen. "Now that isn't something you say to your saviour now. And you're a tad boned out at the moment to get revenge." Applebloom couldn't move a muscle. Her whole body felt weak and unmovable. To breathe was a chore. The ability to speak was agony to even think of. How about a dinner date then? I do believe there is something sweet and tantalizing awaiting you in the other room, if you behave." The starved filly felt her body stiffen before she felt dazed, and then she blacked out. An image of a dark silhouette with a wide grin was the last image she saw. Applebloom awoke to the scent of fresh pancakes with hot smoking syrup. She opened her eyes and across the table was Fizzlepop scarfing down a fresh batch of blueberry pancakes. On Applebloom's plate was a large stack of waffles covered in extra butter and sweetness. She began to eat it like an animal, a soul that couldn't refuse the rampaging hunger any longer. Her teeth whipped apart the top waffle and with what power she could muster, slurped the sauce down on her plate like an octopus. She breathed in quick breaths of fresh air. "Wow, such a ravenous appetite. Can't even recognize my brand new gift, she said. Applebloom turned away from eating and noticed a large metal ring around her neck. She tried to pull it off, but her hoof bone nearly cracked at the force. If you try anything comedic, I will not hesitate to blow you sky high. Fizzlepop pulled out a metal piece with a long stick and big red button on its face. She pressed the button to watch a timer begin to tick from it. Applebloom touched the ring and then watched the unfinished waffles before she pounced and ate upon it without worry of the danger. If it has to be her last meal, she would savour each gelatinous coated bite. The timer ended with her demise, and Applebloom ate with a long sound of electronic ringing that played into her eardrums. And no explosion. So quick the waffles were eaten and stuffed to a ploy. She could have enjoyed the succulent starch, but they were put down much too fast. Hee, you fell for it, but I wouldn't take a chance now with a playful joke. This can still kill you. Now that that is done with, why don't I show you to your room? It's quite comfy. Applebloom followed her past the dinner table into a long hallway of metal pipes and doors. Fizzlepop paused at one of the metal doorways with Applebloom behind. Her metal ring illuminated green light across the electronic band. The door opened to reveal a small, simple bed with a sink and a small white toilet. Applebloom went in with half steps and fell into the bed without hesitation, all sprawled over the clean sheet with limbs all over the place. To Applebloom, it was better than sleeping in a cold dark room with a decayed corpse. The image of Sweetie Belle's brain lopped over her head caused Applebloom to jerk her body. Come on, Applebloom, get it together. Now's not the time to cry for a friend. From behind the closed door, Fizzlepop spoke. Remember, you'll get your revenge in 2 days, okay? She said cheerfully. I know how much you hate my guts. Isn't that awful? The young filly didn't want to hear her gratingly cheerful voice. All she could do was play along for now. She remembered how she woke up in those chains, being torn away from sweet apple acres in her sleep. Just a sleepover with Sweetie Belle and nothing else. How could it all turn into such a nightmare like this? For what reason did Applejack not save her? If she was there, none of this would have happened. If Big Mac came to their rescue, if there was anything that could have saved their lives. Her small body relented and then drifted into a deep sleep. Applebloom awoke to the motion stopping its movement. It quieted down before it went to a full stop. She went to the sink and looked deep into the mirror. Her eye sockets were black around her eyes, her face stretched and lips pruny. Her hoof dangled, and then she smashed into the glass with all her might, yet was unable to make a single crack in its frame. She could tell that her strength still hadn't returned fully. It would take some time to get back to the old self. The door opened to find a Fizzlepop Berry Twist standing there, waiting with a grin. Good morning, sunshine. I want to show you something before breakfast. Applebloom massaged her eyes with her hooves and followed her as she went. They went towards the end of the hallway where the exit was, past the circular windows. Her stature was so tall, and she had a content smile on her face. The look in her eye was difficult to consider. It led to the outside where an open pavilion showed that they were high in the sky. Metal railings that sat on the side and were situated 100 miles up in the air. Don't be a stickler now. Come over to see what wonderful work I've been doing. Applebloom went near the rails and saw the side part of the airship they were in. From the right of this place, a metal bar with circular metal wires slid open. A deluge of a black substance dripped down into the sandy earth below. She peered closer and caught the scent of copper and death. No! She begged to herself. To her dismay, The only plausible thing that dripped from the sides was blood. Yes! Now do you understand? There must be a sacrifice in order for life to carry on. Do you see now? This will nourish this dead land and bring about a renaissance of plants to this world. It seemed endless, a waterfall of living juice that poured down in such amounts. She never thought she could have seen such a thing, and even worse, how many lives had to be sacrificed for this. You're insane! Fizzlepop grinned with a bug-eyed look in her two eyes. Tomorrow is the big day, aren't you excited? My work here is done, and you'll be able to go home again. Won't it be fun to see all your loved ones, she said. Applebloom went towards the blood that seeped out over the earth. It caused her to stare deep into the red. It was almost hypnotic to watch the blood drip out in such quantity. It then went less and less in volume before it petered out into small droplets. That day at the table, Fizzlepop Berry Twist hummed to herself while Applebloom ate her meal of hay, carrots and celery with small hesitant bites. Applebloom awoke to the feeling of the ship landing. It shook and trottled along until it went to a full stop. The metallic slides opened without the living terror per usual waiting there. She peered to the side of the hallway to see if she was waiting. No sign of life. She exited the place with quiet steps. As she looked, there was one particular door that was open. Applebloom ran headfirst out and found her waiting in the blood-soaked sand. She smiled as she always had, but she was soaked in some kind of black, oily substance. A large expanse of blood sand spread from beyond towards the horizon. In Fizzlepop's hoof was a firelighter. Applebloom stepped back a few steps before she then walked forward to the beast. "Here is your final gift, my child." She clicked on the lighter, and a dull flame burned upwards from its crevice. "You wanted your revenge? This is all I can muster." Applebloom received the flame starter and peered into its dancing fire. There she looked down and threw it to the floor. "No! I don't care if you're a psychopathic monster. I don't care if you killed Sweetie Belle. I won't turn into you!" she screamed. "You did so much harm to so many. How could you even do such a thing? How could you cause so much suffering just for simple sand?" Fizzlepop fell to the floor with those words. Applebloom scowled at this abomination. She would not turn to such monstrosity. "None of it matters." Applebloom's eyes stretched apart. "Don't you get it? None of anything matters. None of this matters. Everything is a lie. All of this is meaningless. This is a farce, a game of nothing. I'll accomplish and go nowhere and never surmount to be anything because we are all empty vessels without a single purpose in life, because life is a bucking existence. That doesn't mean anything," she barked out. "I finally realized it. Death, pain, friendship, sadness, happiness. It's all a goddamn empty lie. Everything is a lie. You die and it means nothing." Applebloom spat on the ground. "I don't care. I won't turn into you." "I'm not you," she said. "I'm Applebloom and I have my friends, my family, and all those who care about me. Who cares if it doesn't mean anything in the end? I have and always will be me and friendship." Fizzlepop screamed and ran towards her. She picked up the lighter, and the ecstasy of the flames seared her skin. Her laughter would unpause as the fire burned her skin, till she was a laughing bonfire. All that was left was a pony-sized figure that danced. She was transformed into mulch in seconds. Applebloom turned to the inflamed monster and closed her eyes before she walked back off into the airship, with a hoof at her heart. "Poor thing," she muttered. Ending 1. Applebloom, said a startled Applejack, inside the Ponyville hospital, near a Rarity that was crying the all-consuming pain out. Where is she? Is she alright? She said to the counter. Nurse Redheart looked into her eyes. She's fine, it's just we can't allow relatives to go in just yet. In the current state she is in. After all she's been through, why won't you let us in? We're her family, for darn's sake, said Applejack. I understand, but she is going through a psychosis moment at this moment, and worst of all, she won't stop smiling, she said. It's best you wait till she is better, ma'am. Don't want to cause such hard feelings, okay? The Apple family sat opposite of Applejack, all of them downtrodden and worried. Applejack sat down as Rarity's loud cries continued. She tried to comfort her before, but she was pushed back. At least her sister was still alive. Suddenly, a clang of metal and more continued above. The words, "Nothing matters! Nothing matters!" were said over and over again. Ending 2. Applebloom dusted off the sand from her hoof. Now grown, she made it to this location all on her own. It had taken months, but she smiled and she could finally get what needed to be done. Sweetie Belle, I'll always be with you every step of the way, even after all these years. She opened her knapsack and found a large white orchid, where she planted it into the semi-dried earth. There, she laid in the sand and looked towards the sky. Help by Daemon of Decay. The door to the brightly lit room opened with a soft pneumatic hiss. The sublime noise pulling Fluttershy out of her idle thoughts. She watched the slab of shifting metal rise into the air. Out of the yawning mouth strode a thin stallion of brown and grey, a clipboard and pen floating in the air before him. She shied away from the newcomer, watching him with one eye as she did her best to hide behind her pink mane. When Fluttershy moved to stand up, the stone gestured for her to remain still. Please, stay where you are. There is no need for you to get up. She averted her gaze. Oh, okay. So, how are you feeling today? The stone asked through his white surgical mask, the soft clip-clop of his hooves echoing around the tiled walls. His lab coat was a perfect match to the room, cold, clinical, and painfully white. The bulbs strung across the ceiling banished every shadow with harsh chemical light, making the pristine fabric positively glow under the ceaseless glare. Do you feel any different? I'm fine, she whispered as she pawed at the floor with one of her hooves, looking everywhere but at the strange stallion. The room was imposing in its simplicity, a simple rectangle, tiled surfaces only interrupted by the thick door of polished steel and the dark mirror beside it. Catching sight of her reflection, Fluttershy squeaked again and quickly did her best to fix her mane, her hoof having little effect on the loose strands of hair. Her efforts only made things worse. She whimpered as she met the stranger's gaze. I'm sorry, I must look terrible. Don't worry, Fluttershy. We wouldn't expect any pony to look their best in your situation, he said, giving her what she assumed was a gentle smile from beneath his mask. Despite herself, she found the gesture reassuring. She returned it with a faint smile of her own before she burst into another bout of coughing, her cheeks flushing red in embarrassment as she tried to clear her lungs. Sorry, she apologized again, wiping some of the spittle from her lips. I'm just not feeling so good, and He nodded in understand as he jotted something down on the clipboard. Don't worry, Fluttershy. I've seen much worse. Besides, you had quite the ordeal.
Really? I don't remember much, she admitted.
What's the last thing you remember, Fluttershy?
I was feeding all my animals like always, and... Oh!
Her head jerked up, her eyes wide with alarm.
My animals! Has someone been feeding them while I've been away?
She asked as she struggled to lift herself off the floor. The doctor's ears flattened against his head as he backpedaled. We need you to remain calm, Fluttershy. All your pets have been taken care of, but you don't need to worry about them. So please, just stay where you are. She blinked at him a few times before smiling.
Oh, that's good. Thank you. I was really worried for a moment,
she said as she settled back down on the bare tiles.
And they're not my pets, not really. They're my friends. I just look after them. I hope they're okay. Oh, I get so worried sometimes when I'm not there to look after them.
He coughed and took a few measured steps close to her. Now, you were about to tell me what the last thing you remembered was?
Oh, okay. Sorry,
she said, her apology almost beneath the hum of the air conditioning as it burst into life.
I was at home like normal, taking care of my friends, I think.
She averted her gaze and shivered.
It's... Sorry, but my memories are all fuzzy. I feel cold. Can I get a blanket?
We'll get you a blanket once we're done. Focus, Fluttershy. Try to remember exactly what happened. Some of the colour drained from Fluttershy's face, but she managed to nod.
Okay. I remember having to take care of a few injuries in the evening. It was Thursday, I think. I don't really know how many days it had been. What day is it today?
The doctor continued to stare at Fluttershy silently. She blushed.
Oh, sorry. It doesn't matter. Some of my friends get injured now and then, but I remember that these were pretty nasty. They showed up with bites and scratches from one of the timber wolves from the Everfree that had been acting aggressive.
Fluttershy lifted her gaze long enough to watch the doctor jot something down on his clipboard before she busied herself examining the nearby tiles, her hoof tracing along the grout that was stained with a hint of green. The cold, empty room was as far removed from her home as any place could be. She sighed. This was just before sunset, correct? His voice was flat, as if he was simply confirming what he already knew.
Yes.
She gulped.
Can I, get some water? I'm thirsty.
Once we're done here, we'll get you something to drink. Now please, continue.
Oh, okay. I was treating my friends with some of my bandages when I heard something loud outside my house. The chickens were squawking really loudly, so I rushed outside and saw the timber wolf.
She swallowed again, her mouth suddenly dry.
Are you sure I can't get any water? If it's not too much of a bother.
I said once we're done here, the doctor said, his eyes narrowing a fraction. Now, there was something wrong with the timber wolf, right? Fluttershy flinched.
How did you know that?
Just answer the question.
Yes,
she squeaked, hiding her eyes behind a hoof.
He didn't look normal. He was sick. The wood was gnarled and lumpy and had these growths all over him that made him much bigger than any timber wolf I'd ever seen.
It looked like he had parts of dead trees growing out of him, sharp branches and limbs going off in different directions that just pushed straight out through his bark. Fluttershy inhaled sharply. Her lips quivered as her ears dropped down, the hair on the back of her neck on end as if electrified. There were bits of other timberwolves in there too, trapped in the branches. I didn't even know how he could walk. He looked like he was in pain. These jagged branches were pushing out of him in all different directions, like a big wooden porcupine was growing up inside him, and he had blood on his muzzle and feathers. Please, I'd rather not talk about it. Fluttershy, you need to tell us what you saw. We need to know exactly what happened that night. His voice softened. It's important, or we don't have much time. There were a lot of ponies counting on us. Fluttershy nodded, her head bobbing heavily. Okay, I'll do my best. She closed her eyes and took a few deep breaths, wheezing faintly as she tried to fill her lungs. The Timberwolf was attacking the chickens. There were feathers and blood and... Did he kill any of them? She flinched. Yes, whispered Fluttershy, eyes clenched tight against the harsh memory. Was he eating the chickens? I think so. The stallion leaned forward slightly, staring at Fluttershy from over his clipboard. Did you actually see the Timberwolf consuming the chickens, or was it simply attacking them? I'm not sure. Sorry, but it happened so fast, and my memories are all hazy, and, I guess I can't say for sure. He had to have been, though. What else would he have been doing? The doctor marked down something on his notes, ignoring her question. What did you do? I tried to get him to leave. I tried to stare him down, but it didn't work. And he charged me and he bit me and scratched me before I could fly away from him, and then... The doctor's pen hovered above the clipboard. And then? Then he killed the rest of the chickens! Her howl echoed around the room, her whole body racked with her violent sobs. She slammed a hoof against the tile. I should have to save them, but I was too scared and weak and I couldn't, and I just watched as he killed them all. The doctor tapped his pen against the clipboard urgently, the steady click like a metronome underscoring Fluttershy's muffled cries. What happened next? Deep down, the part of Fluttershy that had found comfort in Ironwill's lessons wanted to shout at the stallion, to scream at his uncaring tone, to berate him for showing no concern for those animals that had been murdered right in front of her. Instead, she glanced back down at the floor, sniffling and wiping her tears away. Then I went back inside and she shut all the doors. Did the Timberwolf try to get in after the initial attack? He scratched at the doors all night. I don't know when he stopped though. I couldn't get any sleep. I wasn't feeling well, and after what I had seen, I didn't want to go to bed. Plus, I had to take care of all my friends to keep them calm. But by morning, he was gone. He paused in his note-taking. You weren't feeling well. How soon after you were bitten did you notice that? Oh, I'm not sure when it all started. About an hour after the attack is when I first noticed that I had a bit of a fever though, and I couldn't keep any food down. She hid her face behind her mane. See what he had done to the chickens. Did your injuries get any worse? My injuries? Fluttershy looked herself over. Well, they hurt, but you can see they're fine now. She lifted her left foreleg to display the frayed bandage that clung to her yellow coat, the grimy ends barely attached anymore. See? The doctor glanced between the proffered arm and Fluttershy's face expectantly. Fluttershy blushed, but remained silent. The silence stretched on until he grunted to himself and nodded as if confirming something. His pen refused its furious scribbling. "Did you seek help?"
"Oh, yes," she said with a quick nod. "As soon as the sun came up, I called for Applejack to come over and help me. At the time I was, not feeling as well as I am now, and I was worried she might not want to get involved. Due to her past experiences with timber wolves, sure, she was pretty nervous at first, but she was so happy once I brought her into my home and showed her how much help all my friends still needed. She's a good friend and a great pony, and she really helped me when I needed it most."
The doctor flipped through a few sheets of paper on his clipboard, his eyes scanning from side to side as he read something there. Fluttershy rubbed her back with a hoof, trying to work some sensation into a particularly cold patch of numbness as she politely waited for the doctor to continue. "Ah, okay," he said, correcting something on the paperwork. "Applejack was the Earth Pony mare, the first pony you came into contact with after the attack."
Fluttershy frowned. She's not in any trouble, is she? All she did was help me. I don't think that's a crime. I don't want her getting into any trouble for something I did."
The doctor let the pages fall flat as he looked over them to stare at Fluttershy, his jaw working silently, as if chewing on a stalk of wheat. "Do you remember what happened to Applejack?"
"She helped me."
"What happened to her after she helped you?"
I don't understand. She helped me."
"And after she helped you, what happened to her? Where did she go?"
"But she helped me. That's what she did. I needed her help and she helped me. Did she do something wrong? Did something happen to her? Oh no. Oh please no."
The wrinkles on Fluttershy's face deepened as she began to hyperventilate. Unable to stand, she pulled herself forward with a jagged scraping noise instead.
"Please, if my friends are hurt, you have to let me know. With elements of harmony, we could do something."
"Applejack is not in any danger, Fluttershy," the doctor said as he backed away from her until his tail brushed against the sealed floor. He froze still, his eyes opening wide for a fleeting moment before he narrowed them, putting himself up and injecting as much authority into his voice as he could. "Now, I told you before, stop trying to move. You must remain where you are. All your friends are fine, and there is no reason for you to come any closer. You just need to focus on telling us what happened." She hesitated.
Are you sure? Could you check again? I really appreciate the help. I mean, if it's no trouble."
"I promise they're fine. Now remain where you are, Fluttershy, or I'll leave you alone again."
Fluttershy gasped. "Please, no. I don't want to be alone again. Oh, stay still."
She glanced back down at her hoof, timidly mixing with doubt. She let herself lay back down on the tiles, trying to find a comfortable way to rest her bulk.
"Sorry, I'm just worried about my friends. I need their help."
Only once Fluttershy had laid back down did the doctor take a step away from the door. "I understand," he said stiffly, sparing another glance behind him at the dark mirror before clearing his lungs. "So, after you contacted Applejack and brought her into your house, what happened?"
Fluttershy rubbed her chin, wiping up some of the tears and spittle that had dried there. She blushed. "I'm sorry, but it's all so hazy. Could you help me? I'm really cold and tired. If I could just take a nap, I'm sure I'll be able to remember."
"You could sleep in a few minutes, Fluttershy. Now, do you recall getting another pony to, help you? A Pegasus by the name of," he checked his notes, "Rainbow Dash?"
"Oh, yes, I remember now," Fluttershy said as her friend's smiling visage filled her thoughts.
After Applejack helped me, I saw Rainbow Dash outside and asked her if she could help me too. I couldn't move that well, and even after Applejack, I still had so much to do. She frowned. Rainbow was really worried too, though. I think all my friends were just nervous about the scratches I'd received, but they were still happy to help in the end. So happy. Fluttershy's frown vanished as she gave the doctor a big smile. I have some really great friends. The doctor didn't respond, which seemed a bit rude to Fluttershy. Still, she remained silent as she took a few steps to his side to look at the rest of her body. Now, do you feel any pain? Do you feel sick at all? Headaches? Upset stomach? Fluttershy shook her head. No, I feel alright, I guess. I mean, I do feel pretty cold and thirsty. Actually, if it's not a bother, I do have this cut on my side that still kinda hurts. She gestured at her flank with her left arm. Could you look at it? I think I need help. You're a doctor, right? He made no move to get any closer. So, besides the cold and your thirst, you feel what you might call normal? Well, I guess, she admitted, turning to hide as much of her face as she could behind her mane. I do still have this cut, though. I would really appreciate some help looking at it, if that's all right. This is a hospital, right? It is, he confirmed, his pen working hurriedly. Is there anything else about that night or the next day you'd like to tell us? She shook her head. That's about all I can remember. Sorry. How about your other memories? Can you remember when you were a foal? Your school days? She blinked. Yes, of course I can. I mean, they're blurry though. I can't. It's hard for me to focus on them. Could you help me stand up, please? I can't get up very easily. She reached out with her left hoof. Please, I need some help. The doctor remained where he stood. Well, Fluttershy, I think we've had a good day today. Why don't you stay there and try to get some sleep? We'll talk more later. Wait! She cried as she turned back to the door. Her sudden outburst sent her into a fit of wet coughing, but she gestured with her hoof for him to stay there. She spat out something, when she finally managed to clear her lungs and wheezed. Please, don't leave me alone. I know I said I'm feeling okay, but I still have this cut I need you to look at. Could you please give me some help? I don't feel right. Just a little ill. I mean, do you have any medication for that? He half turned his head as the door began to lift into the air. We're working on that right now, Fluttershy. Now, you stay calm and just sit there. We'll talk later. No! Please! I need your help! She cried out as she tried to close the distance between them, her bulk scraping along the tiles as she used a good hoof to haul herself forward. Her muscles strained as her single hoof tried to find purchase on the smooth floor. Fluttershy, I said remain still! The doctor shouted, his ears going flat. He pressed himself up against the wall as she drew closer, his eyes darting from Fluttershy to the door and back again. Sweat glistened on his brow, twinkling like diamonds in the harsh light. But I need help! Please! She groaned, one of her wings flapping anxiously. She cried out even louder when the doctor ducked beneath the bottom of the door, disappearing into the darkness beyond. The door closed behind the doctor with a pneumatic sigh that was lost beneath the cacophony made by her hoof banging away on the polished steel. Please help me! I need help! There was no response. Fluttershy sighed in defeat, collapsing back to the floor. A low moan escaped her stained lips as she stared up at the ceiling. The echoes of her protest quickly faded away as the doctor's questions, the soft hum from the air vents, did nothing to mask the deafening silence. Fluttershy yawned, her exhaustion catching her off guard. Along her sides, the mouths of a dozen small animals, along with the muzzles of 2 other ponies, yawned as well, their faces subsumed into her bloated flanks. A third Pegasus wing fluttered erratically atop the mass of meat and detritus of her tumorous lower half, the strips of her flesh intertwined with the root system that made up her left hind leg, resembling the stump of a long dead tree that had been pulled violently from the earth. What yellow fur that could be seen between the chunks of gnarled bark and the twisted plant life, writhed with the activity of the thin green vines that swam through her flesh like a fish through water, popping up at random to sway in the air. Fluttershy's remaining eye wandered around the room, the other lost when a sharp branch had pushed out of her skull, obliterating the eye socket. She caught sight of her reflection again and winced. "I hope my friends don't see me like this," she said to nobody as she tried to fix her mane with a good hoof, doing her best to straighten out her pink hair. Some of the spars of wood made it hard for her to get it just right, but she did her best with her only working leg. Her friends wouldn't judge her for being a little less than pristine when she was stuck in a hospital, but that didn't make the idea of being seen in such a state any less mortifying. Once she was satisfied with her work, Fluttershy gave herself a small smile, wiping some of the sap that dribbled from her lips. Never one to be vain, Fluttershy was confident that she was at least presentable. "Rarity might be a bit upset," she told herself, giggling at the thought. The branches that protruded from her spine swayed with her amusement. Although they kept her from rolling over onto her back, they weren't too much of an annoyance, even with the puckered wounds at their bases that never seemed to heal. She hardly noticed them. Resting her head against the sealed door, Fluttershy let out a long, wet sigh, her lungs already filling with more of the congealed liquid that sometimes leaked from her unhealed injuries. Despite how well she felt, she knew that she still needed help. The tendrils that drilled through the back of her skull pulsated slightly as if in agreement, thin vines digging further into her brain. Her memories were fuzzy and indistinct, but still she wasn't worried. She just needed a little help is all. Just a little help. Applejack and Rainbow Dash had already helped her, and what was left of their bodies twitched in time with the vines. Fluttershy just hoped the doctor would help her too. It was nothing to be worried about. All she needed was a little bit of help, and everything would be fine. The Hug by the Dobermans. Cozy Glow awoke, or thought she did. Chains enwrapped her from shoulder to flank within a sepulchral darkness. And that was the sort of thing that happened to her only in dreams, or in a past life long ago in Equestria. From the shackles that bound her hooves and the stillness of the space surrounding her, she gathered she was in a prison, but of a different kind than to that which she had grown accustomed. Here she could feel the humidity of stagnant air against her clammy coat, and could hear the tinkling of metal links as she laboured to breathe within their constricting grasp. She tried to brush a damp curl out of her face, but the chains were too heavy for her to lift. From the way they echoed, she could tell that she lay on a raised surface in the centre of a small room or cell. She relaxed, letting them weigh her down, and cast about wide-eyed into the sightless murk. A hint of grey began to take shape, resolving after long minutes of painful adjustment into the vague outline of an iron door. Something coughed behind walls of what she could only imagine was solid rock. She had guessed right. The idea that she was free began to take root in her mind. Free at last from a timeless void she had endured during her petrification. That she was no longer a statue implied that some agent had released her, although whether it had been the work of an unknown benefactor or simply the natural decay of the spell's power remained to be seen. The crackle and the flare of energy that had locked her in stone, and the triumphant faces of all the creatures of Equestria, uplifted in joy, flashed through her mind. The princesses had not tried to conceal their smiles as they blasted her, and twilight had hovered above it all, watching. Her mouth and throat burned, and the slightest wrong move brought her an aperiodic thump of pain to the inside of her skull. She had misplaced the memory of the taste of food long ago, but the basic need for water had lingered all the lost years. The ceiling dripped into a puddle far out of reach. The notion that she was being tortured nudged her train of thought.
Hello?
She asked the gloom. It did not respond.
Water. Please, can I have some?
Her dry, cracked voice sounded pathetic to her, and she hated it. She noted the smooth, rust-free metalwork of chains. They were exactly the kind she would use on her classmates for their part in overthrowing her. She mused. As for the princesses, she had a more short-term plan. Her request for water had gone unheard or had been ignored, she deduced from the enduring silence. Though she was sure it was only a matter of time before someone came, she reasoned that whoever had freed her hadn't done so to dehydrate her in a dungeon cell. No pony was that crazy. The minutes stretched like sunset shadows, marked only by the subdued cough hidden from sight. One of phlegmy interruptions blossomed into a squeal of dry hinges. Hoofsteps followed, heavy on an unyielding floor, underscored by curious rumbling as of wheels. A perfect rectangle of white light appeared to frame the door, which began to grind inward. Cozy turned, blinking long, sleepy lashes toward the harsh illumination that had flooded inward and driven the darkness to the opposite side of the cell. Two faces glared at her like grim capitals atop columns guarded by metal plating. The fierce reflections from their helmets forced her to shut her eyes. There was a series of clicks as the locks that secured her chains to the platform released. She felt a quick acceleration as a tingling pressure enveloped her and lifted her into the air.
Water, please.
She peeped as she floated in the direction of the guards, keeping her eyes squeezed shut to accentuate her tone of need and helplessness. It had been smart of them, she thought, to deprive her of the basics, to weaken her physically and reduce her mental capability, to render any escape attempt far less likely to succeed. Whomever she was dealing with, they had proven they were adept at assessing risk. Her usual charms would have to be amped to the max if she wanted to get out of her predicament. Again, her plea went unanswered. Something slammed above her after she landed, jolting her eyes open. She was in a cage, a shiny cart that had been fitted with vertical bars and topped with a thick metal slab. One by one, the locks at the ends of her chains began to glow and snake like the tips of octopus legs to find the bars and latch to them. When the last one had snapped into place, the cart began to roll. She couldn't see much from her vantage point, but what little that passed beyond the bars revealed more about her captors. The floor was neither crystal nor stone, but of a substance that seemed to have qualities of both. It was grey like a single giant boulder, and smooth like the facets of the castle of friendship. It spoke of dissatisfaction with the status quo. It spoke of a drive to order and cleanliness. The guards stopped. One of them held his muzzle in front of a blackened mirror that had been set in the otherwise featureless wall of the corridor. A plane of red light scanned down his face and disappeared with a chirp. Silent Steel, Corrections Warden. Rank 4, Canterlot Maximum Security Corrections Facility. A mayor's voice spoke. The guard's expression was unreadable as he barked instructions at the mirror. Open door to Block 89. Prisoner 7121523. In transit. Decrement prisoner count in Block 89 by 1. Opening door to Block 89. Prisoner 7121523 deleted. Please exit. Door will close and lock in 15 seconds. Cozy mulled over the warden's name as the cage jerked and rolled forward. Silent Steel, a jailer. He would be humble and obedient to authority, but opinionated and stubborn as a brick off duty if he was anything like Celestia's old palace guards. A hard sell unless she could work more information out of him. The pair led her down another hallway into a dim chamber and made an about face. An armoured hoof lifted to tap one button of a numbered rectangular array that was the chamber's only distinguishing feature. Cozy heard a panel slide shut behind her, then the whirring of unseen machinery as the floor jolted. Everything became heavier for a moment, and she felt dizzy. It all made sense to her. They knew her history and the dangers she posed, so in addition to the cage and the chains, they were using magic to confuse her. That way she couldn't make any kind of play even if she charmed them into letting her out. The droning of the machinery faded. There was another hiccup of gravity, this time lifting everything by the slightest amount. The pain in Cozy's head leapt to intolerable life at the brief touch of vertigo. She curled up as much as she could, anticipating the next assault. The cycle did not repeat. Instead, the entrance panel opened, admitting the clamour of many soldiers chatting while they snapped their armour together. There was an undercurrent of energy in their voices, as if they were gearing up for a decisive battle that they expected to win. Their rumbling banter receded when they saw her emerge from the chamber, flanked by Silent Steel and his partner. "Make way!" the warden shouted. "Prisoner in tow! Make way!" "Honour guard, form ranks!" shouted a stone whom Cozy assumed was a senior officer. "2 columns left and right. 10 long, 2 deep, like we drilled." A lane carved itself from the room's chaos as the columns aligned. Silent Steel guided her cage to one end, opposite a set of broad double doors, and took the lead position while his partner moved behind her. The message was clear. There would be no escape for her without an entire army's intervention. "Open doors!" the officer shouted. "Forward on command of Warden Steel!" The scarred, steel-reinforced wooden slab swung open at once. A wind entered the barracks, cool and carrying birdsong, and a noise that Cozy could only identify as a city's frenetic unrest. Light poured inward too, bright and strong like a unicorn's magic searching the night. Its clear white glare hinted that they were someplace close to the sea, or high among snowy mountain peaks. "Detail! Forward march!" Silent Steel bellowed. The rows of soldiers obeyed. Each carried a spear in one foreleg, their limber shafts pointed toward the heavens. The soldiers timed. Steel-shod steps sounded like an earthquake. Cozy bounced under her chains with each collective clash of hoof on stone. Once they had pulled outside, all mystery as to their whereabouts was removed. Cozy squinted at the misty horizon beyond the marble-laden mountainside. Canterlot had changed. The sun and moon motifs at the pinnacles of the minarets were gone, as were the hanging gardens that had draped over the parapets. Giant versions of the glowing mirror she'd seen in the prison hallway had been hung from the tower walls in place of floating banners that had once cast rippling shadows on the white stone streets below. The company was marching toward the city centre, deeper into a warren of flashing coloured lights and excited voices talking to everyone and no one in particular from behind shop windows. Rows of legs lined either side of the street amid discarded food and drink. The faces of the ponies to whom they belonged were blocked by the cage top, but Cozy could tell that they were watching the procession with keen interest. She almost laughed. There she lay, paraded around like a miserable parody of an art sculpture. That was what she had always considered herself, a work of art, and it had been work in the strictest sense. Mares and tails didn't curl themselves. Bows did not stop smelling like too much hair without a thorough washing, drying and pressing. One didn't remain the cutest and most adorable pony without unwavering effort. She was perfect because she had made herself so. She rolled her head and smiled at her own face, reflected in the scratched surface of the cage top. The world couldn't rule itself. No pony had ever understood. As hard as she had tried to win them over, there was only one way to be perfect. In the end, only one pony could matter. They reached a wide open space. Out of the blinking light show of the multi-story businesses, the vibrant buzz of a vast crowd enveloped them. Some voices diverged from the general noise to shout curses at her, in thick accents and in an unfamiliar dialect. The forest of forelegs rippled, lifting in places to point or throw garbage at her. Ahead, Cozy could make out a raised platform like a stage and a giant figure sitting alone in the centre. She sighed. Years in stone hadn't diminished her ability to predict what kind of game it was going to be. It was time to have a chat with the boss. They proceeded without slowing through the mass of onlookers, who had been barred from their path by heavy rope fences and additional files of spear-wielding guards. A rump had been built between the ground and the stage, and when they ascended it, Silent Steel slowed and raised his hoof. "Company! Halt!" he called. The twin lines of guards fanned out in a semicircle around their prisoner. When they had taken their positions, they gave a final stomp and planted the butts of their spears on the platform's planks. The warden himself knelt and gestured toward the cage. "Your prisoner is delivered to you, Your Highness, in the sight of your innumerable subjects." A mare's voice rang out. "Release her." The aimless conversation of the crowd dulled to a murmur. Silent Steel faltered, his averted gaze slipping upward. "Princess? Do it. Where is she going to go?" "Yes, Your Highness," he replied. He pointed his horn at Cozy. The locks of her chain snapped open, and the top of the cage rose into the air. Cozy followed it a moment later, floating up and over the bars. She landed belly up in front of a pair of enormous hooves. Up they stretched to the blurry heights of a massive, solid gold chest plate, a long, graceful neck, and an out-of-focus face, haloed by the fog-veiled sun.
Twilight Sparkle,
she whispered, the name caught in her dehydrated throat. A glass of water popped into being on the platform next to her. "Drink, please," said Twilight. "I can help you if you're not strong enough." Cozy nodded and opened her mouth. The glass tipped at just the right angle to let its contents fall without splashing. It tilted back again when she needed to swallow. When Cozy had her fill, Twilight sent it away with another flash of purple light. "How are you feeling?" she asked. "Can you stand?" In reply, Cozy rolled onto her stomach and pushed. Standing under her own power felt unnatural after the long dream, suspended in the darkness. Her legs trembled, but she remained upright. When she was sure she wouldn't topple over, she backed up enough to look Twilight in the eye without craning her neck.
why?
She demanded. Twilight regarded her for a long moment, searching out her meaning. "Why, what?" she asked when she realized it had eluded her.
Isn't it obvious?
Cozy sneered.
Why give me a chance at life?
"So you know that you were loved." Cozy grimaced.
Love? Blah! Is that what all of them are feeling, Princess?
She swept a hoof across the now silent crowd.
The love?
"No, not them. Quite the opposite, I'm afraid. There's one here, though." Cozy put out a hoof to her brow and turned to the audience, casting this way and that as if to pick out a single smiling face along the multitude of angry expressions. She turned back to Twilight with a smile of her own.
You.
She giggled.
You, of all ponies, love me. That's rich, Your Highness. So funny I forgot to laugh. Tell me another one.
It's true. It's the reason I finally agreed to all of this.
So that's it. You got me down off that pedestal to give me another shot.
I am to give you the hug. Cozy backed away until she bumped into the interlocked spears of the guards. It was then that she caught sight of a table situated at the far end of the platform. A ceremonial hourglass had been set at its centre next to a small hammer. Behind it sat 3 ponies dressed in grey robes, all of whom were scrutinising Twilight like it was she who was the prisoner.
The hug?
Cozy inquired, hopping away from her captors. Yes, it is a custom that the alicorns of old used to follow when they wanted to set things right, to make amends, or at least that's what the scholars tell me. I wish I could remember. Cozy cackled, clutching her sides and rolling over backwards.
The more things change, the more they stay the same.
She managed to say between breaths.
I can fill you in on what hugs are, and let me tell you, the thought of pressing the flesh with a smelly horse like you is spectacular.
Twilight appeared not to have heard her. She was watching the 3 at the table, who were frowning back at her. The mare in the centre nodded and swiveled the hourglass on its brass axis. Beige sand began to fall. The princess sighed. Do you have anything to say to me? She asked Cozy. The filly rose once more and dusted herself off.
Do I have anything to say? Where do I start? How about with, I made you?
Twilight pondered the idea for a moment. I agree. You and I are the reason we're all here. She gestured to the crowd and to the bristling balconies of the city. Discord's plan worked perfectly. I'm not sure all of the creatures of Equestria would have accepted me as a leader so easily if the friends I'd made along them hadn't seen the outcome of our battle. Everything worked out.
Yeah, that's right.
Cozy chuckled.
Without me, you'd be no pony. A bumbling nerd who got her crown by being at the right place at the right time and by knowing the right ponies. The same ponies who trapped me in stone because they couldn't deal with how badly they'd failed. How badly you failed. You were supposed to teach us.
Any noise the onlookers had been making came to an abrupt silence. Twilight's ears drooped as she slouched under the weight of Cozy's words. If she had a response, she had stifled it. Cozy saw the pain she was causing to her foe and pressed the advantage.
And where are your friends?
She queried, advancing close enough to drink in the misery that filled Twilight's downcast eyes.
You always did a lot of talking about tolerance and respecting other creatures' voices, but I don't see anyone else sitting here with you making the decisions. Where are the brilliant professors of friendship you shoe-hammered into your school to teach all the creatures of Equestria how to be nice and hold hooves and claws and flippers or whatever? I don't see any of them, Princess. I only see you.
Twilight regarded her as if from an impossible distance. Oh, Cozy, after all these millennia, you're still missing the obvious. Still missing the point.
Millennia?
Cozy stammered. That's right. You haven't noticed? Look around. What do you see? Cozy did as Twilight advised. The clothing was off. The fashion, the main styles, the makeup, all of it was as if some pony had taken a photo of a typical Canterlot scene and tweaked the chemistry. It was in the faces too. They were still ponies, but ponies from another country it seemed. She was surprised she hadn't caught on when she'd noticed how different the buildings were from when she'd last seen them. They hadn't changed because they'd been rebuilt after she'd destroyed them. Generations of architects had come and gone. Entire schools of thought as to what style became a capital city had passed in and out of favour. The eyes of the crowd devoured her. She knew a power play when she saw it. They were bored with prosperity. They wanted to see the fiend of their legends alive and kicking and give her a nice big hug to make everything better, to get her to admit how wrong she'd been and how Twilight had always been right. She snarled at all of them, realizing at last that she was their train wreck. They had freed her to meet one of the greatest villains of all time for themselves, to be part of history. If that was the case, she thought, she was going to give them more than they bargained for. Sometimes the only way to learn is to fail, Twilight continued. I kept failing, you know. I tried to make it so that creatures without wings could experience what it's like to fly, or those without magic to send messages without dragonfire. I gave authority for those who had no way to gain it for themselves, so that they could be heard. They're teaching me now, it seems, and sometimes the lessons are hard, too hard, but I still try.
I don't want to learn.
Cozy shouted loud enough for all to hear.
I want to win.
Don't you remember where that attitude led you? Is that what you call winning? Cozy's face contorted as she fought to hold her rage in check. She growled and ground her teeth, but did not reply. Twilight looked again to the table. Almost all of the sand had fallen. The keeper of the timepiece lifted the hammer, as if to strike the glass and break it. Cozy shook her head, rearing and pounding the stage with her forelegs. It doesn't matter how much you're learning.
You're the one missing the point. You and every pony else. All you ever did was fail and fail and fail some more, over and over. You don't deserve to rule. You deserve to suffer like I did.
Twilight took a long, shuddering breath. Yes I do. She lifted the child and cradled her against her chest. The timekeeper set the hammer back down on the table. The cycle is complete, princess. She spoke, turning the glass to let the sand fall anew.
Wait, what?
Said Cozy, peering up from between Twilight's giant hooves. This punishment is as much for me as it is for you. The golden shoes came together and forced Cozy's face forward into the filigreed surface of the royal chest plate. Cozy shrieked, pushing with the last of her strength against the engraved star pattern.
Too tight. Ow!
Shh, please, just shh, groaned Twilight. She pulled harder, collapsing the little hooves that fought her too close to the gap. The tiny pink snout crushed against the metal, muffling the filly's screams and gasps for air. The delicate wings flailed like dusters until Twilight gathered them in as well. Those close by heard a crackling sound. The onlookers could see that the longer feathers had broken like so many pencils. Many began to cheer her on. Hooves rose up in triumph, a few lifting colts and fillies so they could see their beloved princess defeating the hated enemy. Their voices filled the morning air.
Squash the roach, break her bones, hail Princess Twilight, Equestria lives!
Twilight hugged tighter and began to rock on her hind legs. There was a dull pop, and the screams changed to a wet coughing, then to a convulsive rattle, then to a murmur. She raised her head. The fog had lifted. A bird was floating somewhat below the sun, singing. Twilight fixed her gaze on the pure, blinding light. Owlicious would fly at sunset sometimes, she remembered, looking for mice. When she came home, she would flap to her waiting hooves, burrowing its warm body against her. He had liked to snuggle like a foal. Long minutes passed. The timekeeper turned the hourglass twice more. When the last grain had slipped through its neck, she stood and approached the edge of the stage. A mare creates, a mare unmakes, she proclaimed. The crowd erupted into applause and roars of approval. The guards, who had been keeping the central path clear, pushed back against the surge. Those who had watched the proceedings from the stage eyed them with suspicion. The mayor raised a foreleg for silence. The convicted has, by her own words, condemned herself, and has therefore received the love of her princess, and by proxy that of all the kingdom. 3 turns of the glass, 3 cycles completed, the span of a life. The hug has been administered in the manner of the ancient alicorns, in fulfillment of the requirements set forth in the Codex. All hail Princess Twilight, justice is served. A mare creates, a mare unmakes. All hail Princess Twilight. Twilight dropped the soft, silent form between her hooves onto the stage and covered her face. Filthy Pegasus, down with the lot of them, some pony nearby muttered to themselves. The mare next to them ruffled her wings. Excuse me? What did you say? Twilight heard them, but didn't care to offer any word of rebuke or guidance. She sat alone, pouring out her sorrow with tears and cries of shame. Behind her, the guards worked to unlock the golden chains that had bound her to the spot. Magic began to bleed from the world. Class Reunion by Snow Quill. I had decided to become a teacher. The flowers symbolised my hope that I could help my future students bloom if I nurtured them with knowledge. The smiles represented the cheer I hoped to bring to my little ponies while they were learning. It was a wonderful day in Ponyville, the kind of day that could make even the surliest donkey smile. Even though the little town had expanded considerably since Twilight started her own school of friendship, it never lost its cozy charm. And although creatures from all corners of Equestria gathered and mingled, friendly smiles and conversations were common, particularly when a pink party pony and her cheesy husband were around. Cheerilee practically skipped as she made her way to the schoolhouse, energized by the feeling that today was going to be a good one. The ponies and creatures she passed seemed to feel it too, each hearty "Good morning," adding an additional pep to her step, and the wide smile on her face. She entered her schoolhouse, the simple building empty and quiet this early in the morning. Soon though, it would be welcoming her students for another day of learning. Cheerilee began to hum as she walked around her classroom, straightening desks, fixing chairs, and picking up odd bits of trash her students had missed yesterday. The room tidied. She made her way to the front, digging through her desk for the day's lesson plan and going over it once more just to be sure. Satisfied, she turned to her beloved chalkboard. Using the eraser, she brushed away the remnants of yesterday's lesson and replaced it with the day's date and lesson outline. Her ears perked at the sound of foals talking and laughing and glanced towards the clock. Oh, how wonderful! Everyone is here right on time today. Cheerilee did one more sweep of the room before heading to the back and up a small ladder to ring the bell and call her class inside. Then she rushed back into the classroom and stood behind her desk as the students filed in. She waited a few minutes to give time for everyone to settle before clearing her throat and greeting them. Good morning, class! A chorus of Good morning, Miss Cheerilee greeted the school teacher, and she beamed. She glanced over the desks, pleased to see that most of her class was in their seats. Her smile lessened as she focused on two empty seats that had been empty for a while now. Does anyone know where Diamond Tiara and Silver Spoon are? Applebloom raised her hoop. I heard from Applejack that Diamond Tiara was sick. Maybe Silver Spoon is sick too. Oh, goodness. Well, I do hope they feel better soon. How about we make them some cards later, so they know we missed them and hope they come back soon. Sweetie waved her hoop around. Oh, maybe we could make them some lesson plans too, so they can get caught up on what they missed. Cheerilee's smile returned with full force, and she clapped her hooves together. What a wonderful idea, Sweetie Belle. I'm sure they would love that. Alright, with that settled, let's start today's lesson. We will be continuing our discussion of cutie marks and what they mean. She turned to the board, her heart full of pride, at the quiet rustle of students getting out paper and pencils to take notes. Her class was really such a sweet bunch, and so studious as well. Outwardly, Cheerilee was humble, but secretly she did take credit. After all, a class was only as good as their teacher, and if her class was wonderful, then surely she was a wonderful teacher. Alright class, make sure you study your notes for the quiz on Monday and have a wonderful weekend. Her class responded with a variety of
Yes, Miss Cheerilee.
and
Have a good weekend too.
The classroom emptied. Cheerilee walked around the desks and gathered the cards that were made. She then brought the colourful assortment of well wishes to her desk and stacked them neatly on top of the lesson plan she and Sweetie had worked on during the lunch period. Sweetie really is such a wonderful girl. Maybe I should write a note to Rarity about her sister. I'm sure she would be proud to hear about her ideas and help. She glanced at the clock on the wall. Oh, I'll have to make time for that later. I better hurry if I want to beat the rush at Sugar Cube Corner. She carefully placed the cards and papers into her saddlebags before leaving the schoolhouse. The doorbell chimed cheerfully as Cheerilee walked into the beloved confectionery. Though it was lost to the volume of chatter of a packed house, she made her way to the line, feeling a slight bit of worry they would be out of her usual treat. Despite the crowd, Pinky was nothing if not efficient, and Cheerilee found the line moved rather quickly and was at the front sooner than she expected. Pinky beamed at the teacher. Oh, hiya Cheerilee! Here for your usual Friday order? Yes, please. Oh, but could we add some raspberry scones as well? Oh, mixing it up a bit this week, huh? Well, I had a tickle in my ear that someone would want some, and so I made a whole extra batch. Cheerilee chuckled and shook her head as she brought out bits. You are a dear, Pinky, thank you. Oh, thanks, Cheerilee. You are really nice too. Pinky hummed as she took the desired pastries out of the display and called over her shoulder for a vanilla chai tea. While waiting on the drink, Pinky passed over the bag of goodies and leaned on the counter. Her voice lowered to a stage whisper. Hey, Cheerilee, is it true they're going to turn the schoolhouse into a mini museum of Ponyville history? Cheerilee froze for a moment but quickly recovered and nodded. They offered me a head curator position, but I think I'm going to enjoy my retirement a little longer. Pinky nodded. That's good. You were a teacher there for, geez, I don't even know how long. It's good to take a break and relax, enjoy other things in life. After all, it's not like you have to be a teacher forever. There was something in Pinky's eyes, but it was gone before Cheerilee could fully appreciate it, making her believe it was just a trick of the light. She nodded and laughed a bit. Oh, of course. Don't get me wrong. I love teaching. But you're right, there are other things to enjoy in life. The look returned for a moment before Pinky leaned back with a laugh of her own. Rightio, Cheerio! Oh, here's your tea. I hope you have a good weekend. You too, Pinky. Cheerilee's walk home was slightly less bouncy due to the treats in her bag and the cup in her hoop, but anyone could tell from her smile that the retired teacher was having a good day. There was a griffin waiting for her at the doorstep of her cottage, wearing a modified version of the mail delivery uniform and holding a clipboard. Gabby perked up as she saw Cheerilee and chirped cheerfully. Great timing, Cheerilee. I need your signature for this package. Cheerilee's heart skipped a beat. Could it be? She was sure that package wasn't going to arrive for another week. One look at the large box waiting on her doorstep though, and she knew. She blinked and cleared her throat. Oh, sure thing. Let me just set this stuff inside real quick. No problem. Want me to bring the package in? Only if you don't mind. Gabby giggled as she picked up the box and followed Cheerilee inside. No mind at all. I wouldn't want you to hurt yourself with whatever is in here. What did you order anyways? It feels like a lot of stuff in here. Cheerily gestured for the box to be put on an island in the kitchen and grabbed the clipboard to sign. Just some new hobby supplies. I figured it was time to find something else to do. Oh, what kind of hobby? Wait, don't tell me. I want to guess. Is it painting? I know a grip who paints these really small little figures and they are so pretty and detailed. Are you going to do landscapes or creatures? Oh, or are you more of an abstract artist or... Gabby stopped suddenly, clearing her throat awkwardly as she blushed and rubbed the back of her neck. She grabbed the clipboard and took a step back towards the door. Sorry. I'm trying to be better about just rambling to folks. Cheerily smiled patiently and waved her hoop. It's not a problem, dear. I don't get out of my house as much as I should, so conversation is always welcome. Oh, thanks. I do have some other deliveries though, so I should probably get going. Otherwise I might be here all day. Cheerily giggled. Alright. Oh, would you like a scone before you go? Fresh from Sugar Cube Corner. Gabby's eyes lit up and she licked her beak as Cheerily offered the pastry. Oh wow, thanks! She grabbed it and walked out, waving a goodbye over her shoulder. Have a great day. Hope the hubby stuff goes well. You too. Cheerily walked over to the door, but Gabby closed it and locked it. Then she went around and closed all of her blinds, house secured. She wandered back to the kitchen and placed a hoop on the box. It was time. Cheerily hummed as she descended the stairs into her basement. Raspberry scones and hoop. The basement was simple, with cold concrete walls and floor and few furnishings. She made her way to a corner that was sectioned off with a sturdy metal fence and smiled at the two sleeping forms inside. Diamond! Silver! It's time to wake up! Diamond Tiara stayed stubbornly still while Silver Spoon stirred, mumbling. Cheerily chuckled and shook her head as she brought her hoof up and violently punched the metal fence. Silver jumped, her hooves flailing in a blind panic at the loud sound. She stumbled towards the opposite corner, backing into it and looking at Cheerily with wild and unfocused eyes, as if the foal couldn't determine how many of the smiling magenta mares were there. Good morning, Silver Spoon. Though I suppose it's actually afternoon now. You and Diamond must be very sick if you've slept this long. Tell me, how do you feel, dear? No, not so Silver. Cheerily tisked and sighed as the foal mumbled. I see the tea didn't do anything for your throat if you still can't talk. Oh well, I've got just the thing to get you two feeling better again. Look, raspberry scones! Aren't those your favourite, Diamond? Cheerily's smile slipped as, again, there was no response. Diamond Tiara, respond please. There was a quiet sob from Silver, which Cheerily ignored as she set down her saddlebag and the bag of scones before undoing the lock and opening the door. She walked over to Diamond and gingerly poked her. Moments passed without any reaction, and she leaned in to get a better look at Diamond's still body. Understanding then dawned, and Cheerily's smile returned as excitement bloomed in her chest. Oh, Diamond! Why didn't you say you were feeling better sooner? Come on, dear. Let's get you ready to rejoin the class. Cheerily picked her up and carried her out of the cage, kicking the door closed behind her and locking it quickly. She brought Diamond over to an old salon chair set in front of a vanity mirror, an assortment of fur, mane and tail products covering both the vanity and a rolling table next to it. Cheerily settled Diamond so she was sitting in the seat and began to sort through the small boxes and bottles, muttering to herself, let's see, dye, shampoo, conditioner. She pushed off the containers she didn't need, empty and half-full bottles and packets alike clattering to the floor. Workspace cleared. She put on a pair of gloves and grabbed a bottle before squeezing its contents into a bowl. She added a packet to it and began to mix, her nose wrinkling at the chemical smell. I'm sure glad I'm a teacher. I don't know if I could handle a hairdressing cutie mark with these smells. She giggled at her joke and set the bowl down before grabbing a comb and turning towards Diamond. She began to comb through her mane, humming to herself as she worked out the few knots that had formed. Then she grabbed the clips and began to separate the layers, pulling up the lightened sections that would need one more coating to be perfectly coloured. You must be so excited to finally be able to join the class again. I and the other students have really missed you, Diamond. I miss it too. Thanks for taking care of me. I hope Silver gets better soon. Cheerily cooed as she started to brush the goopy dye through a section of hair. Oh, I'm sure she will, dear. I know you two are close friends, but don't worry. I have a feeling she'll come around. Cheerily worked through Diamond's hair with practice ease, carefully brushing each layer and adding foil to help the process. Despite her earlier joke about not wanting to be a hairdresser, necessity demanded she do it, and as a result she had gotten pretty good at it. When Diamond's mane was finished, Cheerily put the bowl down and took off the gloves. Alright, while this processes, I'm going to check on Silver. Let me know if you need anything. Cheerily walked over to her saddlebags in front of the cage and dug through them to find the cards and lesson plans created earlier. She opened the door and placed the papers near the middle of the cage. Now, Silver, I know you are still a bit sick, but you have a lot to catch up on. Your classmates made such wonderful cards, and Sweetie Belle helped me make some lesson plans for you. You really should at least try to do some homework. Silver looked at the papers, trying to focus her eyes on the colourful cards covered in black squiggles. As she stared at them, the squiggles started to turn into words. Cheerily nudged the papers towards her before leaving her, once again closing the door and locking it. The mayor glanced over at the bowl in the salon chair before turning and heading back upstairs. Silver shuddered as she heard hooves disappear and shook her head to try and clear her thoughts. Fear of the unknown and exhaustion from sporadic bouts of sleep had left her plenty unbalanced. And then the last time the mayor was down there, she gave them a drink and snack that made her head all fuzzy. It also made her fall into a hard sleep at some point, it seemed. She closed her eyes and tried to think. She didn't know how long she had been in the basement. Had it been days? Weeks? Was her family even looking for her yet? Or had they already given up? Her eyes ached with a burning desire to cry, but not enough fluids to produce tears. Her insides ached as well, and despite the meagre meal sometime earlier, she felt full and heavy. Just what did that mayor want with her anyways? And why did she insist on calling her Silver Spoon? The foal groaned and laid down, rubbing a shaky hoof against her head as a headache formed. She didn't know what would happen, but she could only guess it wasn't anything good. She spared a thought at the other foal that had been in the cage with her, a filly who was the same age and had gone quiet sometime while she was asleep. No, not gone quiet. The other filly had died. A fact the strange mare had seemed excited about. There were hoof steps again, and the foal peeked an eye to try and see what was happening now. The mare descended with a large box balanced on her back and headed right over to the filly in the chair. She opened a piece of foil and nodded. Wonderful, your mane will be done soon. In the meantime, Diamond, let's go over some of this homework so you can get caught up on what you missed. Silver's eyes widened in terror as the mare put her hoof on the filly's face and moved her head, her voice pitching upwards. I don't know, Miss Cheerily. I really want to study with Silver. Oh, grey Twilight, she's playing with her like a doll. Silver felt sick to her stomach as the mare, Miss Cheerily apparently, tersed and reprimanded Diamond. I understand, dear, but we don't know when Silver will be joining us again. If you get caught up now, then you can help her later. Oh, that's a great idea. Okay, let's do it. Wonderful, that's what I like to hear. Okay, so last week's lesson was... Silver tuned out of the mad mare's ramblings and stared at the papers in her cage. This was it, wasn't it? Taken in and turned into some crazy teacher's doll. She shuddered and rubbed at her head again, only now her eyes were focusing enough to notice something different about her hoof. Her eyes widened, suddenly realizing that her coat had been darkened from white to a soft grey. Her skin crawled as she realized the mare must have dyed it while she was asleep. She pulled her mane over her shoulder, her stomach turning further when she saw her strawberry blonde hair had been dyed to a beautiful silver. Silver hair? Silver coat? That explains the name, I guess. Who was this Vol to her? A student? If she wanted to be a teacher so badly, why didn't she just go teach? She looked at Cheerilee again, who was still going on and responding as the foal, as she now dried and styled her mane. And almost there. Done. Oh, your mane looks lovely as ever, Diamond. Ah, can't forget your tiara. The mare leaned over and dug through the box, finally emerging with a fancy wood box. She pulled out a beautiful and sparkling diamond tiara from inside and carefully placed it in the foal's hair. There we go. Thank you, Miss Cheerilee. I feel so much better now that my hair is right again. You are very welcome. Just one more step and then you can see your friends. Cheerilee dug through the box again and pulled out a series of vials and inks, setting them on the rolling table before heading over to a chest and pulling out a small tattoo machine. Buzzing soon filled the air as a crude tiara was tattooed onto Diamond's flanks, a close match to the one in her hair. The sight filled Silver with a fresh wave of dread. She hadn't yet gotten her cutie mark, and she was struck with the harsh reality that she would never have the chance to find it out. Instead, she would be given one that probably belonged to another pony, tattooed on her dead flank by a psycho mare in her basement so she could play dress-up dolls. A tear managed to well up and slip down her cheek. Cheerilee stepped back and looked over her work, nodding in satisfaction. Alright, Diamond, you are ready to rejoin the class now. Make sure you give an extra thank you to Sweetie Belle for helping me with the lessons. I'm sure she'll be able to help you if you have any other questions outside of class too. Great! Thanks again so much, Cheerilee. Cheerilee turned Diamond's head towards Silver. I can't wait to see you again, Silver. Cheerilee picked her up and headed over to another door. One Silver hadn't noticed before, and one she wished she didn't see inside. It was a classroom, or rather a mock-up of one, with small desks in neat rows and posters plastering the walls. From what she could see of it, it looked neat, even if the furniture was obviously second hoof and slightly mismatched. The state of the desks was far from the most disturbing part of the room though, for there were other foals sitting at each desk. Silver stared in horror at the dozen or so bodies, each sitting up with perfect posture, perfectly happy faces with frozen smiles and glassy eyes staring forward. Cheerilee hummed happily as she carried Diamond into the classroom and placed her at the front. Great news, everyone! Diamond is feeling better again and is able to rejoin us. Silver found that she couldn't look away as Cheerilee walked all over the classroom, shifting her voice as she shook each foal and pretended to be them. When she seemed to run out of energy bouncing between her students, the mare brought Diamond to a seat and positioned her like the others. Cheerilee left the classroom, gently closing the door behind her. She went over to Silver and opened the door to place the bag of raspberry scones inside. I know you must miss your friends, Silver, but don't worry, these scones have a special ingredient that'll get you all better by tomorrow. Silver stared at the bag of pastries, wondering what was done to this food. Her ear flicked as she looked up at Cheerilee and croaked. Why? Cheerilee tilted her head at the question, a hint of clarity peeking through the manic tinge in her eyes. She looked back at her flank, at her cutie mark. Why? Because it's my purpose. You don't have a cutie mark yet, so you don't understand, but teaching is my life. It's what I'm good at, and it's what I'm supposed to do. She shrugged and looked back at the foal. But as she continued to talk, it seemed she was more talking out loud to herself than to answer the question. I was at my best when I was teaching my class, but then they grew up and Twilight School made my job obsolete, made me unnecessary. She took my whole purpose and just left me. Left me to try and figure out what else I was good at. She laughed bitterly. The worst part is I wasted so much time trying other things, but nothing worked. But then, one night, I had the most wondrous dream. One where I was back in my classroom, back with my students. I woke up and knew what I had to do. She began to pace. Of course, it was much easier said than done, and there was so much to think about and even more to prepare. I started with only a few of my students, those adorably rascally cutie mark crusaders, and for a while it was enough to be back with them. But I found myself missing more, missing my entire class. It's taken me a long time to get to this point, but I'm almost there. She stopped and smiled tenderly at Silver, now addressing her directly. You are the final piece. Once you eat a scone and let the stone blossom finish its work, you'll get to join my class, join your friends, and I will have my purpose back. Cheerilee started to leave the cage and Silver panicked, desperate to not be left alone just yet. Wait! She shuddered and pushed away, her revulsion at addressing the mare like a teacher. Miss Cheerilee? What's a stone blossom? Cheerilee continued out of the cage and closed the door before sitting and adopting her lecture tone. That's a great question, Silver. I love it when my students expressed interest in new things. She shifted and cleared her throat. Stone blossom is a unique plant that grows near cockatrice nests in the Everfree. Specifically, it grows in areas of concentrated cockatrice waste. This gives it a unique biology that, when consumed by a pony or other creature, begins to turn them to stone from the inside out. A small dose simply starts to calcify and shut your organs down, usually starting with the stomach. Silver pressed a hoof against her stomach, unsure if the heavy feeling was from the plant or information as Cheerilee continued. Larger doses, however, quicken the process and make it irreversible. If dosed just right, your insides will be turned to stone and preserved, but it won't affect the outside of your body like your fur or your mane. Oh, nature sure is fascinating, isn't it? I found out about the plant shortly after my forced retirement when I was trying to find something else to fill my time with. Who would have guessed it would be the perfect thing for me to get my old life back? Cheerilee giggled and stood up, making sure to lock the door and sparring one more glance at Silver. Well, I hope you learned something. You still have those homework sheets to do if you were bored. And don't forget the stones as a study snack. I'll come check on you tomorrow, Silver. Silver was frozen, barely registering that the mare had left her. Slowly, she looked at the bag of scones.